There you go. It should be live now. Anyway, now onto this concept.
When I also mentioned in that call the stuff about texting Tom's mum, I also mentioned in that call when I was younger, inappropriate like conversations and stuff that happened in VCs and like not safe for work, like drawings and stuff were sent. Like that was like the most minimal thing about why I disliked you could have brought up. You know what I mean? That was like the most minimal thing.
Jesus Christ!
Here, he's talking about it a little bit later as well.
Okay. Anyway, that's like a recreation.
But like, why are you pigeonholing on that and not like the weird not safe for work images you guys would share with each other in VC? And why are you not talking about like in that same level of detail when I was mentioning like I think it's not acceptable under any circumstances to message people's parents if you're not on good terms with them.
So yeah, so that's what Tubbo was talking about as well.
Stuff in VCs that made me uncomfortable. Yeah, and
yeah, so he's talked about it a few times. I'm trying to figure out where he like. Yeah, so like essentially, some of Dream's friends were in like a voice chat in Discord with Tubbo when he was a minor, and they were sharing like not safe for work images made of Dream SMP members with each other as like a joke, right? And it was happening in like Dream's Discord, and so it's kind of like that situation with that Max is talking about here. If you're a minor and you're in a voice chat with adults and they are trying to like bring you in and like treat you like an adult, you're not an adult, first of all. And so just be aware that if people are doing things that make you uncomfortable when you're in those chats, separate yourself from those spaces. And separate yourself from those spaces and, you know, protect your own peace because you are young. And they should know better, but a lot of times adults will do these things knowing better. And it's not your fault, but just, you know, protect your own peace. Because that's what Max was talking about here. And I do agree with him. But that's something that I saw this morning that I thought was kind of crazy. And I won't get into like the entire like Tubbo Dream thing. I don't know if there's more. Like, I don't think so. He went back to his normal content. But yeah, we're gonna start with Phil DeFranco just to get a baseline of what is happening and going on in the world, because that's what Phil DeFranco does for us. Your neck hurts as well. I need like better pillows.
Trump's executive order killing birthright citizenship just got blocked by a federal judge who called it blatantly unconstitutional. We've got huge new fires in California, just as a bombshell report exposed a colossal failure that may have killed 17 people in the Eaton fire. Trump's newest pardons and TV interview have many scared about what happens next. And if you have ADHD, you are apparently going to die much, much sooner. We're talking about all that and even more today on your...
Oh, rip y'all, chat. R.I.P.
brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it. But before we get into the heavy stuff, let me make a fun, lighthearted announcement. And that is that this new beautiful bastard drop this week just got even more awesome. Because in addition to us doing new limited runs of God is testing me and I refuse to study, a silly goose in this economy, and you may not fuck with politics, but politics will fuck with you, I've gotten so many messages to re-release our old sports line, so fine, yeah, you can have it. That's the easiest way to get me to do things. Yell at me. But also, in addition to us doing a classic run of sports, for no particular reason for the next week, we're also offering special color alt versions, including blue, red, green, black, and crimson, with any and all possibly being the best damn accessory you could bring to any, I don't know, sports watching party that happens in the next few weeks. Or, you know, whenever, because sports always be sportin'. Yeah.
When's the Super Bowl? Because that's obviously what he's referring to. I just don't know what it is. It's February 9th? Where's it at? Okay, it's in New Orleans. I knew this. Interesting.
Yeah, grab any and everything you want over at beautifulbastard.com right now, but like I said,
how many streamers do you think are going to get banned for trying to stream it? at least 10. At least 10.
We have a lot of news to talk about today, starting with this. In big breaking news, a quickie update, a federal judge just shot down Donald Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship. With a judge who just temporarily blocked Trump's order, saying, "I've been on the bench for over 4 decades. I can't remember another case where the question presented is as clear as this one. This is a blatantly
Because it's about the Super Bowl. Is this SZA thing? Oh no, this is it's 30 seconds video. I have not seen this actually. I know that SZA is performing, so W. I was gonna be there because he's country #1's fan. Ludwig's gonna be there, bro. Ludwig from video games. Honestly, it's kind of racist that he's taking a spot up from a black person. Well, I'll say it. Nobody else will say it. I'll say it.
What's up with it? Yeah, everything's smooth. I'm on the field right now. Yeah, you know, same old, keeping the body in motion, getting that wind up. You know, this field a lot bigger than what people think, so that's a must. Exactly. Now, I've been thinking about a guest performance. Damn.
Because this is an after video.
What's up with
I already knew SZA was gonna be performing, so it's kind of a spoiler. Why'd you like walk up
so
like
that's
that?
a must. Exactly. Now, I've been thinking about a guest performance. Damn.
W.
unconstitutional order. There are other times in world history where we look back and people of goodwill can say, where were the judges? Where were the lawyers?
Is it
The man
last
asking,
year? Really? How much did tickets cost? I would never go to the Super Bowl unless somebody's paying for me. I have no reason to. I'm not the biggest football fan, and this honestly the probably the halftime show I care the most about. But like even then, just like I'm not gonna fly to New Orleans, worry about hotels, and like you know trying to get bro, 12K. 12K is insane. I would rather spend 12K on the Sea Dog auction to play gaming with Pokimane, okay? I'd rather game with Pokimane for 12K than go to the Super Bowl for 12K. I'm gonna be real. That's insane. And I don't even like football. I don't even know who's playing. Who's playing? Who's playing in the Super Bowl? Oh, you don't know yet. No one knows yet. Obviously, Chiefs. That's not a question. You know what? My money's on the Chiefs and the Commanders. That's what my money is on. I'll vote for this on Twitter. Okay, this is the least likely scenario apparently, according to this post. I was only buy Super Bowl tickets for themselves, usually a Christmas bonus for CEOs or people who want to make business deals and impress the client. So the majority of tickets are sold. I don't know how true that is. You know how big a stadium is? I don't think the majority of tickets are for like a Christmas bonus. You know what I mean? There's only so many CEOs in the world. There has to be regular people who are also buying these tickets. But yeah, no, like 12K is like, it's entirely too much money. Entirely too much money. I would say probably closer to like petite bourgeois, you know, type beat.
The boys are liars.
He's telling lies.
The boys are liars.
Say your goodbyes.
You're not looking at me, boy.
Ms. Kip's receding hairline. That's crazy. Thank you for the raid. Did I see some Ms. Kip drama recently? I don't remember. Anyway, let's continue with this. Hey, fix the sub notification. Nah, it'll break again soon. Don't worry.
Trump's lawyers if they think this is actually constitutional, and they said absolutely it is. To which the judge then responded saying, frankly, I have difficulty understanding how a member of the bar could state unequivocally that this is a constitutional order. It just boggles my mind. Right? And this is Trump's argument to the court, is that the children of non-citizens also shouldn't be considered citizens and therefore are not the subject of the laws of the United States. With many wondering genuinely who believes this. Does Donald Trump actually believe this? But for now, that is where we are. According to reports, the order will be blocked from taking effect for at least 2 weeks while arguments in the case play out. But also, very notably here, this lawsuit was just the first out of 22 to get a hearing, and those other challenges to the executive order will also add to the overlapping litigation as they get underway. So we're gonna have to keep our eyes on this because 1, there are a lot of moving parts, and 2, we've seen this dance before. There are gonna be so many legal battles, and this is gonna play out for a while. But then we should talk about President Trump's first interview since taking office, because it happened last night, and it's blown up for a few different reasons. Starting with the fact—
I have not seen anything about this, so. Ms. Ma did a crypto rug pull. Like, wait. Oh, yeah, I did see that.
That Trump and Hannity were discussing the last-minute preemptive pardons that Biden gave to his family members and others that he believed might be politically targeted by the new administration, like Dr. Fauci. And there, we saw Trump implying that Biden had made a mistake by not pardoning himself, seemingly suggesting that he may try to prosecute the former president.
This guy went around giving everybody.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. Like, his own Supreme Court set Joe Biden up for a layup. Right? He's almost certainly unprosecutable for any official acts he did while in office because of what the Supreme Court said. Is that it won't work. It won't work unless it goes back up to the Supreme Court and they determine that, oh no, Joe Biden wasn't covered by this. It was for the next president or whatever. But like, yeah. As much as I wanted to be convicted, you are right. Yeah, it won't work. So in an effort to give Trump unilateral power, they made Biden unprosecutable for official acts while in office. Now, that does not mean he still can't be tried at The Hague, right? He can still get an arrest warrant, similar to like Benjamin Netanyahu. He probably won't, but he still could. And he could be tried in international courts. But in America, he will not be arrested or convicted for pretty much anything.
And you know, the funny thing, maybe the sad thing, is he didn't give himself a pardon. And if you look at it, it all had to do with him.
And then, when asked if he wanted his attorney general to investigate Biden for those preemptive pardons, Trump said that he went through 4 years of hell with his legal prosecution and added,
It's really hard to say that they shouldn't have to go through it also. It is very hard to say that.
I'm keeping this very trim and tight, but like, Trump just continued on and on for a while about the pardons and
Yeah,
Biden.
but like,
and
pardons are okay. Pardons are the worst thing to go after Biden for. They are literally an official act of the president. Like, literally, definitionally, it is an official act that is designated under the presidential powers. He cannot be prosecuted for giving pardons. He cannot. Doesn't matter who he pardons or what they're pardoned for. He cannot be prosecuted for pardons. He couldn't be prosecuted for pardons before the Supreme Court ruling, and definitely not after the Supreme Court ruling that made it so that a president cannot be prosecuted for any official act under the presidency or official acts that fall under the role of the presidency at all. It's literally going to be impossible for him to prosecute Joe Biden for the pardon specifically. Maybe for something else, but not for the pardons.
so much so that when Hannity tried to change the topic, we saw this.
They wanted to take care.
economy.
Yeah, but Sean,
I'm running
they
out of
wanted
time.
to. I don't care.
They're yelling at me
This is
already.
more important because right now
agree.
the economy is going to do great.
I wanna know about the
I'm here,
economy.
so the economy. But you have to understand, he had bad advisors on almost
That's so funny. He literally was like, listen, Sean, I don't care about the freaking economy, bro. I never cared about the economy. I don't care. I care about these gosh darn What can I do to make Joe Biden go through what I went through? Okay. And he's like, but Mr. President, sir, like people care about the cost of eggs. I don't care about the cost of eggs. Like in a normal world, that would be like a gasp. Like you would like hear him say this and you would hear like audible gasps from like the audience. You know what I mean? He's like, did he just say that? No, he didn't just say that. He ran on the economy. Like, no. He's like literally just said, I don't care. I don't think his base is going to care about him saying he doesn't care about the economy. Because of course he doesn't care about the economy. Of course he wasn't going to fix the economy. If you thought he was going to fix the economy, you are a laughable loser. But like, it's so funny, right? It's so funny.
Everything.
Additionally, here on the topic of pardons, we saw Hannity also questioning Trump about his decision to pardon almost all the people that were convicted in connection to January 6th, including those who were charged with violent offenses against police, with Trump responding,
Number one, they were in there for 3.5 years, a long time.
Right.
And in many solitary confinement,
every single day.
treated like nobody's ever been treated so badly. They were treated like the worst criminals in history. And you know what they were there for? They were protesting the vote because they knew the election was rigged and they were protesting the vote. And that you should be allowed to protest a vote. You should be allowed to. You know, when the day comes,
You shouldn't be able to invade the Capitol.
no, ready? Most of the people were
wrong with my
absolutely
chair?
innocent. Some of those people with the
So
police.
most of those people were actually innocent. Okay, sure, bro. There we go. There we go. I fixed it. No worries. Never mind. I didn't fix it.
They were very minor incidents, okay? You know, they get built up by that a couple of fake guys that are on CNN all the time.
Nobody watches.
They
Don't
were
worry.
very minor incidents
you know, there's a few things to note about that clip. First of all, while Trump has blanket defended the people
that are on CNN all the time.
Nobody watches.
They
Don't
were
worry.
very minor incidents.
You know, there's a few things to note about that clip. First of all, while Trump has
100%
blanket
of the people
defended the
are
people
guilty of no
charged in
less than
connection to the insurrection
trespassing,
counted
breaking,
in court,
everything. Yeah,
this really does
not even considering the people who were violent.
Go_Jelson just subscribed.
Go Jelson. Go Jelson indeed. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Hello. Even if he says most, I love that he also pardoned some that weren't innocent. Yeah.
does go beyond what we've seen. You've got people saying, to be clear, this is the president of the United States explicitly saying that the
Also, Bolshevik Boris, thank you for the Prime 4-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Shout out Mike Chatters.
insurrection is a form of protest that should be allowed, and that the acts of violence against police taken that day were not serious offenses. I mean, you even had Hannity pushing back at the claim that invading the Capitol is a form of protest in that clip. But also, another thing that's really notable about this clip is that it's been widely omitted from the coverage of the interview that we've seen from a number of right-leaning outlets. Or we've seen numerous major papers neglecting to mention those remarks in their coverage, including the articles Fox News published on their digital site. And more interestingly with Fox is while they did upload the clip on their website, they didn't include it on any of the 4 videos spanning nearly 40 minutes of content that they posted to YouTube. But then, going back to the interview, there were some other key moments that came, like when Trump was discussing federal aid for recent natural disasters, and specifically the fires in California and the hurricane that devastated North Carolina and other parts of the South. And there we saw Hannity asking this question about federal aid to California.
Should the money be contingent on them practicing the science of forestry?
Well, I think this. I'm going to put a statement out today, I think, and maybe it's already written. I said, I don't think we should give California anything until they let water flow down into their...
From the north to the south.
This is a political thing. I don't know what it is. They talk about the Delta smelt. It's a little tiny fish like this.
I went out...
They say it's an endangered species. Well, how is it endangered? No wonder it's endangered. It's not getting any water.
Now, with that, what I do have to note here is that those claims that Donald Trump is making, they're completely false. But he just
What? No. Donald Trump lying? He would never. Not to me.
keeps repeating them even after they've been widely debunked. But as we've talked about on the show, while the Delta smelt has become a conservative talking point, local officials have repeatedly said that conservation efforts for the fish had nothing to do with the hydrants running out of water. Right? They have made clear that there were so many fires that the municipal water system, which wasn't designed to fight fires, simply couldn't meet the demand needed. Which, a big key thing is that many experts have also said that would be true of any municipal water system in the United States trying to combat a blaze at that scale.
Yeah, but have you considered that California is a blue state and the Democrats deserve to die? And then the conservatives that live in California are a, unfortunate casualty or collateral damage.
And then, as far as his claims about California officials blocking water from the north from going to the south, that's just not how the system reportedly works, with the Washington Post, for example, explaining Los Angeles does not get its water from the Northern California systems Trump described, and water experts have repeatedly explained that the scale and severity of the South California fires was not caused by empty reservoirs or a lack of water flowing from Northern California.
But have you considered that Trump said it was true? So it must be true. Bro, this guy's so stupid.
And with all this, I will stress this. That is not to say that there were not major leadership issues during those fires. And in fact, we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But still, I have
Karen
to
Bass.
stress here, do not let all these falsehoods
I'm just kidding. I live in LA now, and Karen Bass is super great and awesome. Please don't send a police to my house.
distract you from the substance here, which is that Donald Trump is threatening to withhold federal aid to California or make a condition. Right? That is a move that would be a massive change from how the federal government normally
Also,
responds.
yes, we're doing vertical YouTube shorts again. I'm sorry. It just gets so many more views, bro. So many more views. Oh, I totally forgot. I'm supposed to go live on TikTok. No, I forgot. Okay, well, I have to figure that out.
To natural disasters, with many also noting here that recent hurricane aid that went to mostly GOP-led states was passed by Congress without conditions. Also, while we're here on the topic of federal disaster relief, another part of this whole interview that's been widely talked about were Trump's comments bashing FEMA.
FEMA is a whole nother discussion because all it does is complicate everything.
Really?
FEMA has not done their job for the last 4 years. You know, I had FEMA working really well. We had hurricanes in Florida. We had Alabama, tornadoes. But unless you have certain types of leadership, it gets in the way. And FEMA is going to be a whole big discussion very shortly because I'd rather see the states take care of their own problems. If they have a tornado someplace and if they let that state, Oklahoma is very competent. I love Oklahoma. But you know what? If they get hit with a tornado or something, let Oklahoma fix it. You don't need. And then the federal government can help them out with the money.
Though also with that, Trump didn't elaborate on his plans to reform or abolish FEMA yet. But then the final moment that we're going to hit on from this interview are Donald Trump making comments about TikTok when Hannity asked him about China and privacy concerns. Because there we saw Trump making, we'll call it an interesting new argument.
Those that say they know say it's a spying app for the Communist Chinese.
But you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China, so why don't they mention that? You know,
Let me get to
the
some
interesting
issues.
thing with TikTok though is you're dealing with a lot of young people, so
They love it.
is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make your telephones and they make your computers and they make a lot of other.
True. I mean, like, he's right. He's like, you claim to hate China, but they make your phones and stuff. So, like, think about that. Exactly.
Things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
Right, and so with that, you had a number of people arguing that this is a weird pivot for Trump, saying, you know, he's going from everything China does is evil, I will stop them at all costs, to, well, they're already spying on us through our computers and other stuff, so, you know, why start with TikTok? And so, yeah, understandably, there are a lot of people talking about numerous aspects here, of course.
You ain't wrong.
I'd love to know any and all thoughts you have on the highlights here.
But it is funny for like Trump being like this whole like, oh, he's gonna stand up to Xi Jinping and the China Communist Party, and Russia and Putin or whatever, and North Korea's dictator, and then he's like, yeah, well, what if we just give China just a little bit of our data? You know what I mean? Like, who does that really hurt? Who does that really? And that's fine with me. You know what I mean? I was giving China my data anyway, bro. I'm on red note. You feel me? They're getting all of my data, but like. He's elected by people who are like anti-China, like we need to America strong, we need to protect Americans' data or whatever. And he's just like, yeah, no, why don't we just give it to them? Like, okay, I feel bad though because China's asking for our data and I have to tell them no. Why would I tell them no? I don't want to tell them no.
Here. And also, if you want to watch more of the interview, I'll link you in the description. But then, to shift to different news, we should talk about Donald Trump's newest pardons getting a lot of attention because he just issued full and unconditional pardons to 2 DC police officers convicted in connection to the cover-up of a young black man's death in 2020. Right, so all of this, it goes back to October 23rd, 2020, which notably was 5 months after the killing of George Floyd, which kind of sets the scene for you, and that's when Officer Terrence Sutton and Lieutenant Andrew Zabowski conducted what federal prosecutors described as an unjustified, illegal, and reckless vehicular pursuit. A pursuit where they were chasing chasing 20-year-old Karan Hilton Brown. And according to the prosecution, Sutton and Zabowski, who were driving separate vehicles, saw Hilton Brown riding a moped on a sidewalk without a helmet, with him then reportedly ignoring the officer's attempts to stop him and drove off. And so Sutton chased him from behind while Zabowski drove on parallel streets to try and get ahead of him to cut him off. And so you had Sutton reportedly chasing Hilton Brown for 10 blocks, including at one point by driving the wrong way on a one-way street. He then reportedly pursued Hilton Brown into a narrow alley, turning off his vehicle's emergency lights and sirens and accelerating. What ended up happening is that when Hilton Brown exited the valley, he was hit by an SUV. And with all that, the video evidence reportedly showed Hilton Brown riding erratically on sidewalks and cutting in front of oncoming traffic. But also, a key thing in this case is that police department policy prohibited officers from chasing a motorist merely because of a traffic violation, right? Including, for example, operating a moped unsafely. But with that, we saw Sutton's attorney claiming they were pursuing Hilton Brown because he had actually been involved in a dispute earlier and they believed that he might have been going to retaliate against someone. But still, for many, that didn't explain what reportedly happened next, which, according to the prosecution, was to, quote, bury all this under a rock. With a statement from the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia saying, as Mr. Hilton Brown lay unconscious in the street in a pool of his own blood, Sutton and Zabowski agreed to cover up what Sutton had done to prevent any further investigation of the incident.
Okay, wait, hold on. I need that to be run back. Run that back one more time. Sorry, I was trying to set up the TikTok thing. And apparently I need to download Streamlabs or whatever so I can swipe the API key for TikTok.
Pardons getting a lot of attention because he just issued full and unconditional pardons to 2 DC police officers convicted in connection to the cover-up of a young black man's death in 2020. Right, so all of this, it goes back to October 23rd, 2020, which notably was 5 months after the killing of George Floyd, which kind of sets the scene for you, and that's when Officer Terrence Sutton and Lieutenant Andrew Zabowski conducted what federal prosecutors described as an unjustified, illegal, and reckless vehicular pursuit. A pursuit where they were chasing 20-year-old Karan Hilton Brown. And according to the prosecution, Sutton and Zabowski, who were driving separate vehicles, saw Hilton Brown riding a moped on a sidewalk.
I remember seeing this.
Without a helmet, with him then reportedly ignoring the officer's attempts to stop him and drove off. And so Sutton chased him from behind while Zabowski drove on parallel streets to try and get ahead of him to cut him off. So you had Sutton reportedly chasing Hilton Brown for 10 blocks, including at one point by driving the wrong way on a one-way street. He then reportedly pursued Hilton Brown into a narrow alley, turning off his vehicle's emergency lights and sirens and accelerating. What ended up happening is that when Hilton Brown exited the valley, he was hit by an SUV. And with all that, the video evidence reportedly showed Hilton Brown riding erratically on sidewalks and cutting in front of oncoming traffic. But also, a key thing in this case is that police department policy prohibited officers from chasing a motorist merely because of a traffic violation.
Yeah, so they violated police policy and got him killed. I love this country, bro.
Right, including, for example, operating a moped unsafely. But with that, we saw.
I wonder what the policy's in place in the first place. One has to think.
Attorney claiming they were pursuing Hilton Brown because he had actually been involved in a dispute earlier and they believed that he might have been going to retaliate against someone. But still, for many, that didn't explain what reportedly happened next, which, according to the prosecution, was to, quote, bury all this under a rock. With a statement from the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia saying, as Mr. Hilton Brown lay unconscious in the street in a pool of his own blood, Sutton and Zabowski agreed to cover up what Sutton had done to prevent any further investigation of the incident. And specifically, the prosecution says that the officers turned off their body cameras and conferred with each other, with Sutton giving the driver of the SUV permission to leave. With then, the officers reportedly failing to notify the department's major crash unit as was required or secure the crash site for evidence collection. And then finally, here, according to the prosecutors, the officers misled their shift commander by describing the crash as relatively minor, downplaying Hilton Brown's injuries and leaving out any mention of a chase. And so what we ended up seeing is Sutton and Zabowski both being convicted on charges of conspiracy and obstructing justice in 2022, and Sutton also being found guilty on second-degree murder. And for all that, they were sentenced to 66 and 48 months in prison. Though, notably, the officers had remained free pending the outcomes of their appeals. And so now, thanks to Donald Trump's pardons, they're not going to be going to jail. And with that, you have the DC Police Department thanking Donald Trump, saying in a statement,
Really? They violated your policy. Sure, whatever.
Prosecutions were literally unprecedented. Never before in any other jurisdiction in the country has a police officer been charged with second-degree murder for pursuing a suspect. And then adding, the department recognizes the risks involved in vehicle pursuits, which are reflected in our pursuit policy, but violations of that policy should be addressed through training and discipline, not through criminal prosecution. So with all this, you have a number of people questioning if Donald Trump actually had a firm grasp on the details of this case. And that because he's actually been talking about it for a few days, saying things like, they were arrested, put in jail for 5 years because they went after an illegal. They arrested the 2 officers officers and put them in jail for going after a criminal, a rough criminal, by the way. And finally, I am the friend of police more than any president who's ever been in this office. Which I will say, there's just like 2 or maybe 3 or actually 4 things we need to talk about. Right? 1, as mentioned, those officers, they were not put in jail for 5 years. They were out on bail pending appeal. 2, Hilton Brown was reportedly just an African-American citizen, not an undocumented immigrant. 3, people have pushed back saying while Hilton Brown may have been breaking the law, according to court records, he didn't have any adult felony cases. There were a number of people saying the only people actually convicted of crimes here were the police officers being pardoned. And then 4, I mean, as far as Donald Trump being a friend of the police, I feel like that is very complicated. But on one hand, a lot of police officers are actually reportedly outraged about Trump's pardoning of January 6th rioters, with even the Fraternal Order of Police, the largest police union in the United States, which actually endorsed Trump in the election, saying in a statement, allowing those convicted of these crimes to be released early diminishes accountability and devalues the sacrifices made by courageous law enforcement officers and their families. But then, on the other hand, along with pardoning police officers convicted of crimes, it appears that he may be making big changes to the Department of Justice that could undo a lot of the Biden-era efforts of police reform. Or just today, for example, there being a memo saying the department's Civil Rights Division must now notify the DOJ's new chief of staff of any so-called consent decrees, which the division has finalized within the last 90 days. And there you have many saying that this directive suggests that police reform agreements negotiated with cities like Minneapolis and Louisville, they may be in jeopardy. And then secondly, here, Trump's DOJ has reportedly ordered its Civil Rights Division to halt ongoing investigative activity and not pursue new indictments, cases, or settlements. With this freeze, reportedly meant to be, quote, consistent with the department's goal of ensuring that the federal government speaks with one voice in its view of the law. And notably, while the freeze could affect efforts aimed at accountability and law enforcement, the Civil Rights Division deals with a lot more crap than that. I mean, even just in the last week of Biden's presidency, you had them suing an Iowa landlord for sexually harassing tenants, getting sentences for human smugglers and money launderers, and going after states for discriminating against people with physical disabilities. Which is why, among other things, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens when this freeze ends. With all that, I do feel like I should note that, according to outlets like the Washington Post, for example, the Civil Rights Division typically experiences the biggest shift in priorities between Republican and Democratic administrations. So, even with that being understood, DOJ officials interviewed since the election reportedly expect the differences to be even more drastic this time around. And then we'll get right back to the news in a minute, but first, there's been buzz about the many benefits of colostrum, and I gotta tell you, I'm sold. And specifically, I am sold on the effects I get from our sponsor, Armra Colostrum, right? It's this one jar, it has one ingredient and over 1,000 benefits. Or the way that I think about it is that colostrum is basically nature's OG superfood. It's this crazy nutrient-packed whole food.
Oh, I figured it out, chat. I figured it out. I figured out how to go live on TikTok. Okay. And then we do this. Are we live on TikTok? No, it's time to check. TikTok.com. Live. That's okay. That's not me. Wait, I am live. Yo! Okay. It works. That's crazy. Easy. Now we're on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. All right, let's get back to Filter Franco. Talking about like the wildfires. Colostrum's early form of breast milk. Phil, what are you doing? Hey, he's a lover. You know what I mean? He understands it. He gets it. Multi-stream king. I know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's I didn't even think this would work. Okay, now I'm gonna close this before I leak my stream key. I'm gonna close Streamlabs, so I don't need that anymore. And then we continue.
Or scan the QR code on screen. But then
Go
in
live on
some
Red
other
Note. I don't even know if I can. Does Red Note give me a stream key? Maybe I'll do it. See.
Really big news. We need to talk about not only now the third major wildfire to ravage Los Angeles, but the potentially scandalous revelations coming out about one of the others. So first up, I'll say that everyone was holding their breath last night watching the so-called Hughes fire.
Yeah, this one was crazy because it like popped up like right next to my friend. I hope she's all right. Haven't heard from her in like a day.
Rage out of control.
Like, it doubled in size yesterday. It went from 5,000 acres to 10,000 acres.
Reportedly igniting Wednesday morning near Castaic Lake, about 40 miles northwest of downtown LA. With it so far, thankfully, reportedly only burning through mostly shrub and grassland, as well as some forest, and not damaging any buildings. But what was really frightening people with it was the staggering speed in which it exploded. Because in just a...
Yo.
I live when I believe.
Akawarrick3000 just subscribed.
AKA
More
Ward, thank you
fire.
for the 9-month resubscription. Much appreciated. I just need Facebook and IG. You'd be technically be Thanos multi-streaming. I don't know. I don't even know if I can like. Okay, now you're making me Google it. Now I need to know if I can go live. Okay. OBS, Instagram Live. Live producer is limited access at this time. Okay, how do I? Instagram.com. Live producer.
Few hours, it reportedly consumed over 10,000 acres of land, which, to try to put that into perspective, it's been 2 weeks since the Palisades and Eaton fires broke out, and they've chewed through roughly 23,000 and 14,000 acres respectively. Also, speaking of those two, as of Wednesday, fire crew said that the Palisades fire was 70% contained and the Eaton fire was...
Oh, wait, okay, it does also give me a stream key. So I can technically also go live on Instagram. I won't do it today, but I'll think about it for tomorrow.
95% contained. But as of Thursday morning, this Hughes fire was only 14% contained according to the fire crews. And so with this, we've seen the authorities issuing mandatory evacuation orders for some 31,000 people and evacuation warnings for another 21,000 in Los Angeles and Ventura counties, as well as temporarily shutting down parts of Interstate 5, or for my Californians, the 5. So naturally, you have people looking at that and wondering, if 10,000 acres can just erupt in a matter of hours, who's to say the next inferno won't suddenly pop up on me? Especially...
See, that's the question that I have.
As you have the National Weather Service warning that wind gusts of up to 65 miles.
Also, how did it even start? How are these fires even starting? Chat, I'm thinking we have an arsonist in our midst.
Power could cause new or existing fires to grow quickly, which I will say could have happened near the 405 and the Getty Museum late Wednesday with a new brush fire engulfing 40 acres. But luckily there, you have the authorities saying that an aggressive early response with fire crews, with air support, it halted its progress by this morning, allowing evacuation warnings to be lifted. Though I will say, it does appear that there may be some more good news on the horizon, right? And that is because you have forecasters apparently optimistic about the next few days, because after 9 months of no significant rainfall in Southern California, rain is projected for this weekend.
Oh, thank God, bro. Oh, thank the Lord. Bro, it's been so dry here. It's been so... I don't think it's rained a single time since I've been in Los Angeles.
Seeing a meteorologist saying that there is a
Please just wash away some of this smog, the smoke, just the overall of LA.
The 80% chance of thunderstorms to be expected on Saturday, which could bring up to 2 inches of
Also,
rain.
everybody say hello to TikTok. I think TikTok is still around. We're live right here. Say hello to TikTok, Twitch chat. They can't see you, but you can just still say hello.
But because apparently we can never have just good news, this meteorologist also said that while the rain might relieve firefighters, it also brings a slight chance of flash floods. And
why can nothing ever be just normal and fine? We can't even just have a little bit of rain without it turning into flash flooding? Bro, what is wrong with LA? Next, you're gonna tell me that it's on a fault line and that earthquakes can happen here? Please, stop. Stop.
toxic debris flows in burned areas. So also a big thing here is that if the rainfall this weekend disappoints, it could be 2 to 4 weeks before the next chance of significant rain, according to another expert. With them also adding there, if that rainfall doesn't pan out, we're potentially looking at dry conditions well into the month of March. But with all that, as the largest blazes
Is that a fire tornado? Bro, what is going on here?
And we're hoping for the best. We're also learning more about what happened or what should have happened but didn't during those initial days. With us seeing most of the scrutiny right now pointed at the response to the Eaton fire, which has reportedly killed a confirmed 17 people. And that, because if you look at this map of where those deaths occurred, you'll notice that every single one of them was in one particular neighborhood in Western Altadena. And if the reports coming out right now are true, that may not be a coincidence. We know that the blaze spilled out of Eaton Canyon on the evening of Tuesday, January 7th, and by that night, other neighborhoods in Eastern Altadena and surrounding areas like Pasadena got evacuation warnings and orders. But according to records now reviewed by the New York Times and the LA Times, the parts of Altadena west of North Lake Avenue, they never got an evacuation warning. And reportedly, the residents only got an evacuation order on their phones at 3:25 Wednesday morning. And this, as some, like those on the 800 block of East Sacramento Street, where at least one person died, reportedly didn't get orders until 5:50. Which, understand, by that time, the flames were already on top of many homes, and for some, it was just too late.
Don't tell me. It's a predominantly black neighborhood.
which again, if true, is crazy because there were radio reports of fires in the area as early as 11 p.m. the previous night, according to public records. And by 2 a.m., witnesses said LA County Sheriff's deputies were driving down streets and urging people to evacuate using loudspeakers.
why would
There, we
they-
saw one woman telling the LA Times, "I was outside and I could barely make out what they were saying because of the wind." And although some people evacuated on their own after seeing an orange glow on the horizon, others stayed put, trusting the system. And with that, we hear stories like this one woman who
you never trust the system. You never trust the system.
told the outlet that she and her husband went to sleep at around 10 p.m. knowing, hey, our
Yeah,
home's
no, I would have. Okay, I would not have went to sleep. Why would you go to sleep if you know the fire is potentially close to you? And I understand you're not having an evacuation warning, but like, just stay up a few hours. Just, you know, go to midnight. Take watch. Right, there's 2 people here.
not in the evacuation zone. But then she woke up at 2:20 to the feeling of smoke filling her lung. With her recalling, we were 100% alone. There was no system to alert people, and adding, we're all recounting, oh my God, we weren't on the evacuation
Well, do you switch off?
map. We didn't hear any sirens or any people telling
I understand
us to
like not being aware that that's the thing you need to do. You know what I mean? The system did fail them.
and saying whoever was managing the maps or managing the comms was not on their game. Now, with all that, as far as what apparently went wrong here, we need to wait for more information to come out. But you did have the Office of Emergency Management saying, while we cannot immediately comment on all factors leading to the tragic loss of life, once the immediate wildfire crisis has passed, there will be a comprehensive third-party evaluation of all response efforts. And they are saying this review will focus on identifying areas of strength and pinpointing opportunities for improvement, ensuring we are prepared to respond to future emergencies. So we'll have to wait to see what comes from that and if more information comes out. But also, it's just insane to think that as many as 17 out of the 28 lives lost to these wildfires so far, they might still be here if things went just a little bit differently. But then, shifting to some health and life news, if you have ADHD, you are going to die sooner, earlier, maybe even right now. Okay, good, that one wasn't you. At least, that's what we're seeing from this new study that was just published in the British Journal.
Rest in peace to all my ADHD havers. I'm sorry, you should have had the cool type of neurodivergence. The TISM.
Psychiatry that found on average people with ADHD, right, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, die sooner than those without it. When I say sooner, I don't mean like by a little bit. We're talking about a significant margin. This study says that on average, men with ADHD die around 7 years earlier and women with ADHD roughly 9 years earlier. And notably, this is a pretty massive study with them examining over 9.5 million patients in Britain's National Health Service primary care practices. And of all the patients, just over 30,000 were diagnosed with ADHD. And another big thing is that a senior author on this study said that it is unlikely that ADHD itself is the actual cause of these premature deaths. Rather, what they said they found was that those with ADHD are twice as likely as the general population to smoke and abuse alcohol. And that's in addition to them also finding that they were far more likely to have autism, self-harming behaviors, and personality disorders. With Joshua Stott, a professor of aging and clinical psychology at University College.
So if you are a smoker with ADHD or a drinker, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not a doctor.
London, and a senior author on this study, saying that adults with ADHD find it harder to manage impulses and have more risky behaviors. But then Dr. Stott also adding, it's a big number and it is worrying. I see it as likely to be more about health inequality than anything else, but it's quite a big health inequality. Also, I do think that it's very much worth noting that the team also offered some words of caution regarding their finding, with them noting that ADHD is seriously underdiagnosed and that the people in their study may be among the most severely affected. They're saying that their results could be overestimates. Also, I want to say, while this study is the first of its kind for how they came to these conclusions, it's not entirely the first to do it. For example, a 2022 meta-analysis in JAMA Pediatrics found that deaths from unnatural causes like accidents or suicide were nearly 3 times higher for those with ADHD, as well as there being a 2019 study that concluded that adults diagnosed with ADHD as children, they had a life expectancy that was just over 8 years shorter than the general population. With us seeing Russell Barkley, who was the lead author on that 2019 study, saying that the data made it clear that ADHD is a lifelong issue, not just a childhood problem, and added, to me, the best analog is diabetes. This is a disorder that you've got to manage, like high blood pressure, like cholesterol and diabetes. You've got to treat this for life. But here and now, we have Dr. Stott saying that with a greater understanding of ADHD, he hopes that...
I think there's also just a difference in the way that ADHD is just treated in society than like diabetes. Because there is an understanding that diabetes has to be treated pretty consistently. And just like ADHD is, I don't want to say a meme, right? But it's kind of treated as like a less serious type of neurodivergency as opposed to like BPD or other types of neurodivergency. You know what I mean? And so because it's treated less seriously, and it's diagnosed at a younger age, it's not taken seriously by even people like with ADHD as well. You know what I mean? But like particularly people like how people view ADHD. That leads to people just not taking it with the caution that it may like require, and that's what leads to this disparity specifically. And so this requires like an overhaul of the way that we view ADHD in like contemporary society. I know 11-year-olds who are on 35 milligrams of Adderall, it's insane. A tenth of that would treat the condition, and the doctor is paid by pharmaceutical companies to push drugs. Are we in an Adderall shortage still as well? Who view ADHD as less serious, partially because of meds we get prescribed being associated with partying. Yeah. Which, you know, is also partially the fact that, like, you know, the meds are also used for partying as well. And so a lot of people just view it as less serious because of that fact. Adderall is a Class B illegal drug here in the UK. Brits. What's a Class A drug? Is it methamphetamine? The good drugs.
Healthcare systems will make
That was a joke. I disavow all drugs. You guys should not take any drugs. Drugs are bad.
more of an effort to accommodate the needs of neurodivergent people. Or with him noting that people with ADHD, they may struggle
with
with
a quirky personality trait instead of a condition that requires appropriate treatment also contributes to this. Yeah.
sensory sensitivity or time management or communicating with clinicians. And then going even further, saying he hopes that substance abuse treatment can be adapted for people with ADHD. Saying
Also,
if it's about
gets into a concept like underdiagnosis about like, because we know how many people die of alcoholism, and like smoking is a huge problem, and how much self-medicating comes from just like societal pressures to like get into alcohol and nicotine when you're young. And how much of it comes from like people having undiagnosed ADHD and self-medicating and being unable to like fully control the impulse of stopping when it's time to stop when it comes to drugs and alcohol. It's a very, very deep conversation that like is not had because ADHD is seen as like a kind of like the quirky thing. You know what I mean?
It's malleable. This doesn't have to be. Yeah, anyway, this has been another fun edition of Fun Facts with Phil. And yeah, of course, I'd love everyone's opinions and thoughts and reactions to any of the news I covered today. With this one, I'd especially love if you have ADHD, what you think, especially because
I don't have ADHD. Or at least I have not been diagnosed with ADHD. My brother's been diagnosed with ADHD.
We know that you are apparently on the clock right now. But then, to shift gears to international news, we need to talk about Israel, Gaza, the West Bank, and the United States. Right, and that because according to Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz, the Israeli army is now applying lessons that they learned in Gaza and the West Bank. And notably, he's saying that as the IDF is still carrying out what has been described by Netanyahu as a large-scale and significant military operation in the city of Jenin. And so with that, we'll also have to talk about how this got started, where we are now, and also, because of the timing of all this, what Donald Trump and the United States has to do with everything. So to go back a little, America and American-made weapons, obviously.
It's not surprising that they are ramping up operations in the West Bank. We kind of knew that they would, specifically after a ceasefire deal was done. Like, this would have happened if in November Joe Biden pressured Israel to sign a ceasefire deal. They still would have ramped up operations in the West Bank anyway, right? And that's why you also need to pressure them to not do that as well, right? And only like time will tell how. I think it's Steve Witko, like Trump's advisor to the Middle East, how strict he's going to be on Israel specifically to adhere to the ceasefire, and whether or not he's going to allow Israel to kind of like shift their operations from the genocide in Gaza onto annexing the West Bank. We don't really know because Trump is such a wild card when it comes to what he does. Like nobody really knows what he's going to do anyway or what he's focusing on. Or whether he's going to view it as like, oh, we're helping our ally Israel, or, you know, Netanyahu's trying to walk all over me. I'm not going to allow that. We don't really know the way that Trump is going to react to this. You know what I mean? But like, this is not like, out of left field. Because the pressure applied for accepting a ceasefire was likely a promise of just annexing the West Bank. Yeah. From Trump. And with Joe Biden could have stopped this if he pressured for a ceasefire in Gaza again in November, December of last year. Right? To like, 2023. Not like last year, 2023. And then also put pressure on Israel because like, again, they're still using American weaponry. And if we're still giving them 2,000-pound bombs, if we're still giving them munitions, that gives them the means in which to, continue to ramp up operations in the West Bank if they so need to. But again, if we just withhold our funding of, the weaponry that we're giving to Israel, that would put pressure on them to not ramp up operations in the West Bank and to stop the genocide in Gaza as well. Right? And so if Joe Biden really was down to like, if he cared about Palestinian lives and he was at least aware of safeguarding and protecting Palestinian lives, he could have ended the genocide in Gaza and at least held Israel's chain to stop them from going full-throated genocide in the West Bank as well. And Trump isn't going to let a full-out bombing campaign in Gaza start again. We'll let them annex the West Bank. That's what I think the consensus is at this moment. Because again, the bombing campaign makes him look bad. You know what I mean? It makes him look like there's, what's the word? It makes it appear as though he doesn't have a handle on the Middle East. Where he wants to be known as like the strong man, the I control the world president, right? And there's like there are like wars happening. He can't do the peaceful, peace stuff. I've ended all the wars and I'm all the dictators listen to me type thing that he tries to portray himself as. But if he just gives Israel the West Bank, he's like, okay, you do whatever you want there, but no more bombing in Gaza. That I can definitely see being the case. Got the way to see. Yeah, we will. It's very hard to say what Trump will do, right? Because it's Trump. Trump doesn't really abide by any set standard. He doesn't abide by, because with Joe Biden it was very easy because he was very much a fanatical ideological Zionist. Because he was Joe Biden was ideologically tied to the project of Zionism and the expansion of Greater Israel. Into even past freaking Palestine, into Lebanon, into Syria. That's what Joe Biden was ideologically aligned with because of his fanaticism. Trump is not aligned with Zionism in the same way that Joe Biden was. And so it's very difficult to tell what Trump is going to do because he could very well turn around and be like, we're cutting off weaponry to Israel, no more and stop. Just as easily as he can just, what it leans that he's doing. Restarting 2,000-pound bomb shipments, giving them more weaponry, but just forcing them to stop the bombing in Gaza because it makes them look bad, and allowing them to annex the West Bank, and potentially allowing them to, in the future, continue their campaign in Lebanon and in Syria. Right? But it's very, very hard to know what Donald Trump is going to do because Donald Trump doesn't have any ideological backing. He doesn't care about anything. Right? He's not sitting there being like, I need Israel as the only Jewish state to exist or whatever, like Joe Biden was. He doesn't care about anything.
Played a role in Gaza, but on Sunday we saw an Israeli-Hamas ceasefire partly mediated by the US going into effect, with then Donald Trump on Monday coming back into the presidency. And since then, of course, a lot of the media attention has been away from the Middle East, and specifically on Donald Trump doing what's been described by many as testing the limits of presidential power. But notably, something that was connected is that one of his day one executive actions was lifting sanctions against Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank, with the key thing there being that those sanctioned were individuals and groups accused of perpetuating violence against Palestinians. Right, in the broader context here, Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank are illegal under international law and seen as a major land grab by Palestinians. But notably, the current Israeli government has encouraged the practice to varying degrees, and in fact, over the course of the war in Gaza, there has been especially significant settlement expansion. There's also been an uptick in settler violence since at
Which
least
again, I have to point out, was against and is against international law. And America, by proxy of the Leahy Law, cannot provide arms, munition, and aid to an entity that is in violation of international law. So Joe Biden himself was in violation of not only international law, but in violation of American law by providing aid to Israel for the campaign in Gaza while settlements were still expanding in the West Bank as they were under Joe Biden, right? And like this, the sanctions that he imposed on the settlers in the West Bank, who not even all settlers in the West Bank, but the settlers in West Bank who committed violence against Palestinians, right, were walked back. But he was still for the settlements. You know what I mean? He still supported the settlements because he could have, you know, abided by, you know, international law and American law, right, the U.S. law, by not providing aid to an entity that is violating international law, which Israel has and will continue to be doing. I just want to point that out there. I just want to give you all the information, right?
2022, when, in the words of the Wall Street Journal, Netanyahu established the most right-wing, religious, and ultra-nationalist coalition in Israeli history. Although again, we've seen escalation since October 7th, with reportedly entire villages getting displaced for the first time. And connected to that, we've seen Israeli, Palestinian, and international rights groups saying only a fraction of settler violence results in convictions, and in fact, Israeli soldiers, some of whom are themselves settlers, sometimes even taking part. So then, something else we've seen connected to that is that Trump's return to the White House has been welcomed by hardline pro-settler ministers who have pledged to even further expand settlement building. And in fact, on top of lifting sanctions, he appointed several senior officials with close ties to the settler movement. Right, Trump's pick for UN Ambassador Elise Stefanik, she said she agreed with the view of far-right Israeli ministers who believe Israel has a biblical right to the entire West Bank. And this is just this week, we've seen a flare-up in settler violence starting even before Trump lifted the sanctions, with reports coming out saying dozens of masked men, some reportedly armed with rifles and Molotov cocktails, descended on Palestinian villages, breaking windows and setting houses and cars on fire, with then 21 Palestinians reportedly being injured
Senator
there.
Trump invoked the Invade the Hague Act. His cronies and Tom Cotton seemed all for it. Trump said he was like, he didn't say he was going to invade the Hague, but he said that he, you know, is a, he's not opposed to it. And the way, like, him talking about like freaking like leaving the UN, and he already left the Paris Climate Agreement. Like, he's shown that he's willing to not play ball with the international community. And I think that he probably won't invade the Hague, at least anytime soon, unless they start to try to like, you know, put out arrest warrants for him specifically. And the U.S. has been violating the law about selling weapons to countries violating international law ever since they started selling weapons to Israel. I mean, yes, but like, it's a very clear example of U.S. law being, international law being violated in contemporary times under Joe Biden, that then continued the weapon shipments while they were not only violating international law by providing or by expanding settlements in the West Bank, but also violating international law by withholding aid from getting into Gaza after October 7th, right? And also, you know, the numerous killing of children that happened before October 7th, because as you know, even before October 7th, 2023 was the deadliest year for Palestinian children up to that point. And in 2024 was also the deadliest year for Palestinian children up to that point as well. You know?
With that, an attack on one village was seen as a retaliation to an incident earlier this month where 3 Israeli settlers were killed. But also, notably, the broader violence has been seen as a response to the agreement between Israel and Hamas, with the seeing outlets reporting that Israelis went on WhatsApp and other messaging platforms urging people to protest the ceasefire and the release of Palestinian prisoners. With that, then eventually escalating to calls for violence, and then the violence finally broke out on Sunday and Monday night. So what we saw in response is you had the Palestinian Authority condemning the attack and saying, "We call on the new American administration to intervene to stop these crimes and Israeli policies that will not bring peace and security to anyone." And this is at the same time you had Hamas calling on Palestinians to escalate resistance against settlements in the West Bank. With it then, not long after, just a few hours after Trump lifted the sanctions, that the Israeli military operation began in Jenin, which notably has long been an epicenter of militant Palestinian resistance, including Iran-backed groups like Hamas. And there, you know, I will say, Israel has conducted these types of raids in the West Bank, specifically on Jenin, many times before. And also, a big thing is that Israel isn't the only one, right? Over the past few weeks, for example, it's been raided by the Palestinian Authority, which you know is led by a party that sees Hamas as something of a rival. But in any case, right, with all this, you have Israel framing the current operation as part of its larger struggle against Iran. With us seeing, for example, Defense Minister Katz saying, "We will not allow the arms of the Iranian regime and radical Sunni Islam to endanger the lives of settlers and establish a terrorist front east of the state of Israel." With then reportedly 10 Palestinians being killed in the initial offensive, and then 2 more men being killed today that the Israeli military claimed were involved in that attack earlier this month, where 3 Israeli Israeli settlers were killed. With then, reportedly on top of that, thousands being forced to flee a Jenin refugee camp, which, is already home to Palestine.
The real question is, rather than an interesting way to call it, yeah. I mean, they're not fans of each other. So he's not incorrect. Again, as we talked about before, it's a time will tell situation. Because as Phil is talking about currently, like raids happened in the West Bank before from Israel, and how much they ramp up and how hard they go. I think that if the ceasefire is fully in effect, because right now Israel is also violating the ceasefire, and they've also made it clear that they will not abide by the ceasefire into phase 2. But if America says you will, you will. They have no choice but to participate in the ceasefire if America gets involved, because they cannot continue their campaign without American weaponry. They have to play ball, right? But the problem is that when they take their focus off of Gaza, they will then put all of their focus on the West Bank and into annexing the West Bank and pushing Palestinians off of, the territories that internationally is theirs, right? And from what we understand with Trump and Trump's cabinet right now, it seems to indicate that they agree with Israel and they will allow Israel to annex the West Bank. That's my reading of the situation. It's only time will tell how quickly the annexation will come and what resistance from like Hamas, because I don't think the PA is going to actually resist annexing the West Bank, if I'm being entirely honest. What resistance from Hamas is going to exist in stopping that annexation? I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I do know how it will shake out and what the timeline will be. Again, Trump is very unpredictable. I don't understand why they feel to hype up logistical help Iran gives Hamas in an effort to justify U.S. help of Israel. We saw the kind of weaponry the resistance was working with, or am I tripping? No, you're not tripping. You are entirely correct. But if they can just say Iran-backed, that justifies, a certain level of violence, right? If it was just the Palestinians on their own, even internationally, most people would be like, okay, the level of violence that Israel's committing is, disproportional, which it is disproportional. But if they bring Iran into the situation, they can say like, okay, Iran is this, huge force backing Hamas, and therefore we need to have U.S. intervention to help us, because it feeds into Israel's talking point that they're fighting like a 7-front war. You know what I mean? Like they're fighting everybody in the region. Everybody wants to destroy them. And so if they position everybody as being backed by Iran, right, and all the the neighbors of Israel trying to take down Israel, it justifies the international community being on their side. It identifies it as a proxy war. Exactly. It's just standard practice to throw Iran back in front of a non-state actor the U.S. wants to demonize. Japan News released an article saying that the PA helped Israel subdue civilians. I don't really get them. It's kind of like, it's very hard to explain. It's kind of like the concept of like respectability. It's like the PA exists as an arm of like Palestinian leadership that provides like a non-violent alternative to like the scary, like it's best described as a Israeli puppet. I do agree. But to like just generally, it's a concept of like, oh, these are like the good Palestinians, the good Palestinians who want to work with Israel and want to like make sure everything is like nice and cool and all cool heads and it's kind of like that. That's what the PA exists as. It's an arm to like subdue, right, Palestinian resistance as a whole. You know what I mean? It's like black cops in a predominantly black neighborhood, if that makes sense. Right? They still serve the overall purpose of, what Israel wants to do, which is an expansion of Israeli territories into Palestinian land. But they just do it in a way that's like, they're like they're sympathetic with the cause. Like, I understand, I get what you guys are doing, you know what I mean? We're Palestinian too. We're with you. But like, Israel is here and they want to they want to live with us. We got to be nice together. well, Israel is currently bombing Palestinian civilians. You know what I mean? That's kind of like the role of the PA. It's PA literally banned the one media org that reports on the from the ground, Al Jazeera, under what could be Israeli pressure. Yeah, there's a reason why Hamas and the Palestinian Authority do not get along. There's a reason. PA is like every other colonial puppet government throughout history. Yeah, there's a reason for it.
Palestinians descended from those who fled or were driven from their homes following the creation of Israel. But ultimately, with everything we're talking about here, it ends up being a waiting game, right? We're gonna have to wait to see what happens, one, with this operation, and then two, just generally where things go with the entire West Bank.
I mean, because like the PA exists as as something for the media to scapegoat, like resistance just generally, right? Because the media the media doesn't even like Palestinians. The media doesn't even like the PA. Like I'm talking about Western media, right? But they will look at the PA to be like, they'll be like, okay, well, like Palestinian Authority even said that Hamas has gone too far, and Palestinian authorities even said that, that Hamas resistance in the West Bank is violent and retaliatory or whatever, that it needs to stop. So like they use the PA to like, as like again, like the good Palestinians, and what the PA is saying as a way to be like, even they're telling the Palestinians to stop. So like they take that and they feed that to the Western audience to be like, okay, even Palestinians are against Palestinian resistance. And you'll see like liberals say those words. Even Palestinians are against Palestinian resistance, you know? It was to BLM. I think like BLM is actually BLM as the organization is a very good example of that as like a Western allegory. In that like Black Lives Matter, BLM would be like against things like police abolition and what will actually fix the issues that Black people face in America, but they're like the liberal alternative. Instead of like being like, revolutionary, instead of actually trying to fix the issues, that's how they view BLM. BLM is like no, we need the police. The police still need to be here, but like we just need to give them more funding to give more training, right? And the PA serves like that as well. The PA serves so many purposes for the West and Israel that it's hard to say what the PA does in a short description. Yeah. It serves a lot of purposes, which is why they exist in the first place. It serves to normalize the occupiers' talking points for a sympathetic audience. Yeah, exactly. Free Palestine from Hamas type beat. Yes, yeah, like literally like that. So like when you start talking points about like a ceasefire before the ceasefire was signed, you saw Joe Biden and Kamala Harris saying that there needed to be Gaza that is free from Hamas control, right? And then conveniently, there was a group of an entity of Palestinian leadership that is very sympathetic to Israel's cause that the West can then point to be like, but okay, well, if you want, Gaza free of Hamas's control, who do you want running Gaza? And they're like, well, turns out the Palestinian Authority is right there. Maybe them, who knows? Like that, you know what I mean? That's what that's the purpose. That's another purpose that they serve as well. There's a lot of purposes, as chat was saying. Bad cop, aesthetically good cop, yeah.
And 3, what happens with a fragile ceasefire in Gaza? But then, finally today, let's talk about yesterday and some commentary brought to you by BeautifulBastard.com, the most comfortable way to wear your feelings. Where, in addition to the fantastic new stuff we just dropped.
Your political analysis a few months back. This is astute and spot on. I think I'm not confident in my analysis a lot of the time. But this is one thing that I've at least heard spoken about, that I can at least speak to from what I've heard specifically. Now I get it. I won't talk about things that I very much know zero things about. But yeah. And I'm also willing to learn and change my mind. So just let me know. But that's the Phil DeFranco on the news that's going on today. I do want to look at this as well. There's a little blast from the past. Let's talk about Indian politics. That's Arun's avenue. I'm letting Arun hold that. I've only heard about the PA being bad from protests and rallies, not about the news, so I trust it more. Yeah, it's the news isn't going to tell you the Palestinian Authority is bad, right? Like they won't, because it serves as a contrast to Hamas. They're not going to say like the Palestinian Authority is bad because like they are neutering Hamas or whatever because they are against Hamas. Heard ICE raids that have all really over Orange Harvest in Bakersfield. I didn't hear about these raids specifically. We're also gonna talk about the raids as well. If I can find oh no. See. We start with this. News is just State Department puppets. I mean, that's kind of what the news serves as.
3 days into President Donald Trump's second term, ICE says it has made 538 arrests and detained 373 undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities across the country. Here in New York, an alleged El Salvadorian MS-13 gang member, a Jamaican citizen facing child pornography charges, and a Honduran citizen convicted of drunk driving. The president's executive orders give federal authorities broad powers to detain and deport. The targets at the moment, though, appear to be suspected criminals, but New York City officials are prepared for anything.
We're in a wait-and-see mode. I mean, we don't know, how broad.
It is kind of loud. And my volume is a bit not loud. I hate talking so close to the microphone.
Is going to impact our folks.
New York sanctuary city laws forbid city agencies from cooperating in all but criminal cases. The NYPD cannot assist in mass deportations. The fact that a person is present in the United States without lawful authorization is a civil matter, not a crime. Even the council's conservative members support that.
I don't think they're going to just start deporting anybody. They're going to focus on the criminals.
No, they're 100% going to start deporting just anybody. Like, because you'll see people say that no charge with deportation. Yes, under the Trump administration, they made it so that like ICE can like straight up just take you if you were suspected of a crime. Actually, this wasn't even Trump administration. This was like freaking Congress. Like this passed in Congress in the Lincoln Riley Act. Right? So even if you are like arrested for a crime and you are undocumented, they can deport you for it. Right? There was a guy who was the State Department is one of the targets having undocumented who they arrested. Yeah. I'm worried I'm going to be deported for anti-American sentiment, i.e. supporting Palestine. Well, don't have any identifying information on your social medias. But for the most part, like the CIA is not gonna like track you down from like your social media accounts unless you have like identifying information and you get reported from somebody online. Fetterman voted for it. A lot of people voted for it. And Fetterman, keep in mind, chat, Fetterman is changing parties. Fetterman is 100% changing parties come this next week. So he's gonna be a Republican, which again I think should be illegal. I think if you get legitimately, I think if you get elected as a part of one political party, you should not be able to change your political party until you leave office. You should not be able to change your political party while you're in office. It should be illegal. That should be against the law. You should have to run again or a special election or something. Like, it's insane that you can really
would be against that.
This is not mass deportation of good people. This is mass deportation of the worst of the worst.
Mayor Adams, for his part, is urging the city's immigrant community to not be afraid.
Bro, why is this person not in jail?
You should go to school. Those who need health care should go to hospitals. Those who are involved in any type of interaction where they're victims of a crime, they should speak to the law enforcement agencies. We've maintained that over and over again. And we're going to continue to stand up for all New Yorkers. Document
parties too? No, you're lying to me. Eric Adams is not switching parties. No, he's not. Why would he? He's going to jail. He's not going to jail. But like, let's go to jail. Let's put this man in jail, bro. Put him in Rikers. Put him in Rikers. Last year, they added a report feature on social media for promoting terrorism, but it goes straight to the State Department. It's tinfoil hat theory, I know. Because he owns a lot of people who need to arrest him. Eric Adams, because Republican, then I'm sure he's not going to jail. He's black, so they may throw him in jail anyway. You know what I mean? They may be like, too little, too late. Ranked choice approval. Ranked choice / approval voting, and no party's better solution. I mean, you're never going to get rid of political parties. I don't think there's a country in the world that does not have political parties. They're going to exist, right? But you do need ranked choice voting, which I'm going to point out the fact that the Democrats have routinely blocked for some reason. Interesting that the Democrats, pro-democracy party, blocked ranked choice voting. Interesting. Anyway, it must be nothing.
And undocumented.
But some question the mayor's motives and his relationship with President Trump.
The mayor,
he's going for the pardon. Respect. Respect.
Somehow prohibitive from saying certain things about the new president, so I'm not sure that that would happen.
The council speaker went on to say that she has yet to see a plan on how to deal with mass deportations. She adds that she believes the mayor should be more rigorous in his defense of the immigrant community.
True.
At City Hall, Stefan Kim, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Bro, is Andrew Cuomo going to win the
New images coming.
Please tell me no.
Into CNN, shedding light on the speed of President Trump implementing his immigration agenda. The White House has just released these images, migrants lined up, handcuffed, and led onto a military aircraft. We should note CNN cannot independently confirm the details because our crews were not there on the ground when these images were being captured. CNN White House correspondent Priscilla Alvarez is here to talk about this. Priscilla, what are we learning about these flights? And we should note, we were just showing this a few moments ago, those images were tweeted out or posted by the White House press secretary. So this is coming from the White House.
That's right. This is part of their show of force after the president signed his executive order declaring a national emergency.
Basilium just subscribed. SDABHYPESDABLOVE.
Bears, thank you for the 21-month resubscription. Jeez Louise, that's entirely too long. Much appreciated. It was fixed earlier. No, it happens sometimes.
The U.S. southern border. Now, if we can bring the photos up again, because I do want to point out what's different here. It is the use of military aircraft that marks a difference from the way this was handled before. Now, you see there a line of migrants. They are arrested as they are handcuffed as they are boarding the plane. That part of this is actually quite typical when it comes to immigration and customs enforcement.
And the plane, where do they go? I have no idea. I don't. CNN doesn't know if this is real, and I also don't know if this is real. I don't know where they would go. I don't know where they're flying these people to. I have no idea.
The way that they would board
there are other people here as well. But yeah, it's still seems like a lot of taxpayer money to deport like a few dozen people.
Deportation flights. But again, what is notable in this image is of that military aircraft. Now, I am getting some details from a Homeland Security official who tells me that it was about 75 to 80 migrants from Guatemala, and they were bound for Guatemala. We are now getting updates from an organization on the ground in Guatemala that is putting out stills of these arrivals. So this story is quickly developing.
Were all 80 of these Guatemalan migrants did they all commit a crime in America that they were then arrested for, and then you are flying them all back to Guatemala? I have questions about how did you find these people?
In addition to that, we also know they were recently.
I saw there was raids happening at schools. Did y'all see that? Here.
Just 3 days into President Trump's second term, and he has signed a slew of executive orders that has tightened the border and is laying the groundwork for deportations. It means ICE may begin targeting places that have usually been off limits. Marcelo Benito joins us live tonight with
May. But he has authorized ICE to target at schools, churches, and hospitals, which used to be no-go zones. You don't do that.
what this will look like in the Houston area. Marcelino?
I misunderstood.
Len, tonight, no official confirmation that ICE raids have begun here in Houston, but we know when they do, President Trump has vowed that places like churches, hospitals, and schools like the one behind me will no longer be off limits.
Thank you.
President Trump wasting little time setting his tough immigration agenda into motion.
There's palpable fear in the community.
Trump already revoking a Biden-era policy that prohibited ICE agents from making arrests at churches, schools, and hospitals.
In a sense, they're saying that if you go to church, if you want medical care, if you're sending your kid to school and a parent is undocumented, we will be there.
They still can't do it without a warrant, though. They're going to try, right? And which is why if you are a school official, if you are, if you work at a hospital, if you are in a church, you do not allow ICE into your facility, into your space without a warrant. They will try, right? And some will, right? And so if you live in a red state, in a conservative area, and you go to a church that is very conservative leaning, there is a good chance that they will just allow ICE in to start checking papers. You know what I mean? So I don't think people will sit by and watch this happen. I'm in a red state military town, and I'm organizing with a bunch of people who are really upset. These are our neighbors, friends, partners, and above all, our fellow men. Our fellow men, we would not let you take them. Again, it depends, right? Because it depends on this area. Because I think a lot of people will stand against this, right? But again, if you are in a school and you happen to have a Republican principal who's super anti-immigrant, he may not even check for the warrant. And all it takes is one person to open that door for them. And they're checking papers.
Fear leading to questions and lots of phone calls. More than 100 into Mana Yagani's office just in the last 24 hours.
The concern regarding deportations is massive.
Yagani says previously
students are parishioners, and but I hope that when people see this happening in their own communities, they will step in. I don't know. I understand they're trying to get the parents, but how are they supposed to check students? I don't know. Legitimately, I don't know how ICE comes to this conclusion that it comes to. All I know is that they will do whatever they possibly can to be as, inhumane as possible.
Safe places, not feeling very safe anymore for many clients.
For the families to be in fear of sending their children to school, that's absolutely heartbreaking.
HISD, the state's largest school district, says they educate.
Especially if you talk about young kids, 5-year-old, people who are in elementary school, 5 to 10, and you get ICE into the schools and you have one-on-ones with the students. You get to bring students in who are brown and super scary, and you talk to that student away from their parents, right? Which again should not happen without a warrant. Which I guess you shouldn't. I think it's also illegal to do, regardless. But again, legality doesn't matter at this point. They have carte blanche, blank check to do whatever they want to do. Talk to the kid, and the kid's like, yeah, my parents are undocumented. Because of course, as a parent, you're gonna tell your kids what they should be aware of, right? And then they coerce that out of the kids. You then get the kid's address, you go to the parents, and you arrest the parents and the kid. You know what I mean? There's a number of things they can do. You know what I mean? I can see it get to a McCarthyism era situation where there's rewards for turning in undocumented people or whatever, and then you have somebody who tells somebody else who then tells the principal, who then calls ICE that this student's parents are undocumented, and then that they show up to that parent's house and then arrest the parents too. It's insane. It's insane.
Students
was literally Nazi Germany. Yeah, it's not good.
Regardless of immigration status.
And right now I have to point out that right now, currently, it's in its first phases. So what I'm describing right now is not directly happening at the moment, but it's what they're ramping up to, right? Right now they're manufacturing consent. What you're seeing now is manufacturing consent. When you see representatives these people saying, hey, these are only criminals, we're getting criminals out of your communities, They are manufacturing consent. They are making people, they're grooming people to be okay with ICE going into spaces and taking people and throwing them in a van and deporting them, right? And right now they're saying it's just criminals, but it's going to turn into like just criminals into just illegals. It's going to turn from just illegals into just immigrants, into just immigrants to just XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. You know what I mean? They are manufacturing consent currently right now. And if we let it get past this, right? If we let it get past the just criminals part, right? It'll be too late. Right? They will already have the infrastructure. They will already have the funding. They will already have, you know, freaking drone technology from Oracle to start doing like facial recognition software, like scanning of people. Be like, you're not an American citizen or whatever. Like, you're gonna see mass violations of human rights. If this continues.
And telling us, quote, "We will continue to follow federal and state laws which dictate how any law enforcement agency interacts with students on a school campus. The district will comply with the law as we are required to do, and we will continue to provide guidance and support to its schools as issues evolve."
That has the potential to start having an impact here locally. If people stop showing up for school, for work, for church, we could see things start changing really quickly.
The Trump administration says it's targeting criminals in its crackdown, something immigration rights advocates like Fiel do support. But the concern is it won't stop there. They want migrants to remember they have rights if they're arrested.
People are just working, trying to make ends meet, trying to provide for their families, and contributing every single day to the fabric of Houston. There will be people who will be picked up who just happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. And those are the folks that worry us.
Now, Espinoza tells us there's a lot of misinformation about ICE raids circulating online right now. He's asking folks to not share any of that information unless they're absolutely sure where it came from and that it's accurate. Doing so is only generating more panic. Back to you.
Who did he say was saying that?
Where it came from circulating online. Now, Espinoza tells us there's a lot of misinformation about ICE.
I was making sure that wasn't like ICE saying that. Like, don't share any information. You know what I mean? Like, thanks, ICE. But yeah. Fact sheet: Trump's rescission of protected areas policies undermines safety for all. This fact sheet explains the protective areas policy, the laws that currently applies in these areas, and the steps advocates and communities can take to help immigrants maintain access to essential community spaces and services. On January 20th, 2025, the Trump administration has rescinded a Biden-era policy that protected certain areas such as churches, schools, and hospitals from immigrant enforcement, replacing it with an unreleased directive that gives ICE agents unbridled power to take enforcement actions in any of these spaces using so-called common sense. Protecting sensitive areas from immigrant enforcement is essential to ensuring our community members can access basic services and support without fear. The policy rescission constitutes an attack on immigrant communities' well-being and undermines safety for all. In the wake of the litany of cruel executive orders targeting immigrants, sanctuary policies, the rescission is especially I totally know this word. I'm just looking it up for you guys.
Pernicious.
Pernicious is especially pernicious in an attempt to make immigrants feel unsafe, even in spaces that are the core of civil society. This fact sheet describes what protected areas policy was, what laws apply to those areas now, and what steps advocates and communities can take to support immigrants and continue access to critical community spaces and services. Here, I'll put this here. I won't go through the full thing, but you guys can read it on your own time. Because I am curious about like how can staff members of formerly protected areas prepare for potential ICE actions? Staff in formerly protected areas should be aware of their rights to not cooperate with ICE. NILC's multilingual guide for employers has additional information. For individuals impacted by the rescission, please see NILC's KYR, Know Your Rights, guidance, and other community-facing materials. What action can communities take to support and protect immigrants in formerly protected areas? Develop a written policy, response policy, and preparedness plans in advance. Designate an authorized person to review warrants and subpoenas. This is actually a very crucial one, right? You need to review the warrants. Make sure the warrants are for a specific person that is in the area that you're in, and it's for the same date, and it's for the correct, actual correct place, right? And it's something that we're working on currently at Agency for Change is something used to that you can like upload a warrant to, or like take a picture of a warrant, or having a picture of a warrant that can tell you if the warrant is valid or not, for like the way it's formatted and who can like whether or not it's like the correct time or date or whatever. It's in the beginning stages that we were just ideating something for. But we are working on something for that, so that people are at least aware of whether or not a warrant from the first glance is, like valid or real. Yeah, and make sure it's signed by a judge. Correct. There's a few things you need to for a warrant that makes it, valid. It needs to be signed by a judge. It needs to be for the correct day, because they will try to use old warrants. And so if a warrant expires, right, or for a different day, they cannot execute the warrant. For the correct place, they might use a warrant for a different place for your or space or location. So if the address for the warrant is like for the house next to you and they're trying to enter your house, it's not a valid warrant. So make sure it's signed by a judge, correct time, correct location, correct date, and that the person that they're looking for is actually there, right? If the person is not there, they cannot just enter a house being like, we're looking for John Smith. We know John Smith is in here. If John Smith is not in there, it is an invalid warrant. And so knowing these things and knowing when a warrant is valid or not it's super impactful. NILC is an incredible resource, and they're already litigating against several executive orders in partnership with other immigrant rights orgs. Understand the distinction between public and private areas. True. Train non-authorized staff and volunteers on how to respond to ICE requests. Document all interactions with immigrant enforcement. Staff and administrators at formerly protected areas should be aware of key rights and best practices that apply to all these spaces, as well as location-specific ones. They go into like things for like specific for school administrators and staff, hospital staff, social service organizations, places of worship. Like at schools, lobby in front, office or public, locked classrooms, staff break rooms, etc. are private. Yeah. I do wonder if like is a bathroom public? I guess the bathroom technically is public. So like ICE would have to like wait outside of a classroom for like a undocumented student to like come out to like arrest them. Administrative warrant is not valid to search a home or a private property. Only judicial warrant is. Even then, read over the warrant if you have the chance. Beware of existing and advocating for state level protection for ICE enforcement in courtrooms, that is for courthouses. Will ICE need a warrant to enter areas that were previously protected? Yes, but only for places in the areas that are considered private. So in like the public areas, they don't need a warrant for. But for like private areas, they would still need a warrant. The Fourth Amendment protects areas where people have a reasonable expectation of privacy. In the context of protected areas open to publishers, lobbies, waiting rooms, parking lots are considered public, while interior areas that are marked as private of the sign are considered private. For immigrant enforcement to search or enter private areas within a formally protected area, the Fourth Amendment is still a valid judicial warrant signed by a federal judge staff at those areas consent to the search. Note that the same caveats apply to the formally protected areas within 100 miles of the border. Which at this point is less likely going to school and apprehending parents when they're picking up their kids, not rolling out apprehensions of unaccompanied students, but they're not going to be the first phase. Yeah. Right, but using those students to get to the parents is probably more likely. All people in the United States, regardless of immigrant status, have certain rights and are protected in the Constitution. The ILRC's red cards help people assert their rights and defend themselves in many situations, such as where ICE agents go to a home. Can I finish this? Here, we'll finish this off.
Circulating online right now. He's asking folks to not share any of that information unless they're absolutely sure where it came from and that it's accurate. Doing so is only generating more panic. Back to you.
So yeah, there's one more link that I want to look at. Like here, this is one I saw. Pause. Federal agents raided immigration lawyer's office in Providence. And we'll get to this as well.
And that breaking news concerns FBI agents who are searching the office of a Providence lawyer. NBC 10's Brian Crandall is live outside the office on Dorrance Street. Hey, Brian.
Well, hi, Barbara. And those federal agents are.
Jeez, the microphone's horrible.
Inside the law office, which is inside this office building behind me on Dorrance Street, just up the street from the district court in Providence. Now, the agents I saw inside include Homeland Security and the FBI. Now, they're inside the office, according to the sign on the door, of attorney Joseph Molina Flynn. He specializes in immigration law. We've talked to him before about immigration law. He's also a municipal court judge in Central Falls and teaches law. His biography states he was at one point an undocumented immigrant himself. Now, we don't know at this point what exactly the agents are doing or looking for. In national news, of course, with the Trump administration now, they're going to be more active on immigration issues. But again, we don't know. So far, we've reached out to the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Rhode Island, and all they'll say is that agents are executing court-authorized action. We've also tried to reach out to Molina Flynn himself, but have not been able to make contact at this point as it's a developing situation through the morning. We'll have the latest for you in our newscast later on tonight, and of course, as always, on turnto10.com. For now, live in Providence, Brian Crandall, NBC 10 News.
So yeah, they're raiding offices of immigration lawyers. It's not good. It's not good. Tangentially related, this is something from a few years ago, from January 9th, 2021. And if you're wondering how we got here in the first place, if you're wondering how we've arrived at this position in the first place, this is Joe Biden saying this.
And you have called for unity and healing in this country, but after the events of Wednesday, does that make your job easier or harder?
I think it makes my job easier, quite frankly. I've had a number of
Bro, he was so much more coherent even in 2021, and he was still old. He was still old at this time, but even here, he was more coherent than he was like when he left office. Bro, that man was a fossil, and he is still a fossil.
Republican colleagues, former colleagues, I used to serve in the Senate for a long time, call me. Many of them are as outraged and disappointed and embarrassed and mortified by the president's conduct as I am, and Democrats are. And I think I have said from the beginning, and I have not changed my view, my overarching objective is to unify this country. We must unify the country. And I think that, like, you've heard me say.
Here he's the president-elect, so he had already won his election at this point. And like, I don't remember what I was saying, bro. He's old. He's so old. I'm so sorry.
I say this before, and I apologize for repeating myself, but understandably the questions are repetitive and good. I mean, I'm not being critical of the question. And that is that there's two ways people are inspired: by inspirational leaders and by terrible leaders. By terrible leaders.
Say it one more time, Joe. Say it. Say it one more time for the people in the back. I don't think you heard. I don't think you heard yourself.
Inspirational leaders and by terrible leaders. By terrible leaders. What this president has done is ripped the Band-Aid all the way off to let the country know who he is and what he's about and how thoroughly unfit for office he is. And you see already a number of Republicans. I was so proud. I know we're on opposite sides. I'll get criticized from some of the people in my party for saying this, but I've worked very hard with and against the former, soon-to-be former Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. I thought what he said on the floor of the United States Senate was, in fact, the right thing to do. He stood up. He's ashamed.
You never, at any point, have to hand it to Confederate Mitch McConnell. You don't need to do it. You don't got to give this man an inch. So take it, and then he'll hang a black person with it. All right? That man is a Confederate. I'm sure he's lynched a black person before. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. If I'm wrong, you can okay, please don't sue me. But like, I'm sure he's done it. I'm sure he's done it.
I spoke with a guy I have enormous respect for, and I ran against him, Mitt Romney. I spoke to Mitt this morning again. This is a man of enormous integrity, who lives his faith. There are so many more, but there's others who should be ashamed of themselves. But they make up a minority of the Republican Party. This isn't about Republican, Democrat anymore. This is about people who understand what this country's about and the things we have to agree on and move together on.
Sure.
I just think that if you look at it, speaking to some of my Republican colleagues, and I've spoken to a number of them over the last month since we've been elected, through recently as the
This
day.
is a long-winded answer to this one question, bro. He's already 3 minutes in. This video is 6.5 minutes long. How much more could he speak about this? Okay, while I speak, I'm gonna get some water.
In which this god-awful debacle was taking place up on the Hill. And I think they understand that they're going to have to, we need a Republican Party. We need an opposition that's principled and strong. And I think you're going to see them going through this idea of what constitutes a Republican Party. And to hear some of my colleagues, Republican colleagues, talk about how shameful it is of the way Ted Cruz and others are dealing with this, how they're responsible as well for what happened.
Do you think some of them should resign? Should Senator Cruz or Senator Hawley resign?
I think they should be just flat beaten the next time they run. I think the American public has a real good, clear look at who they are. They're part of the big lie. The big lie. I was being reminded by a friend of mine, and maybe you were with me, I can't recall, when we were told that, you know, Goebbels and the great lie, you keep repeating the lie, repeating the lie. Well, there was a print that when Dresden was bombed, firebombed, there were 250 people that were killed. Or was it 2,500 people were killed? And Goebbels said, no, 25,000 or 250,000 were killed. And our papers printed that. Our papers printed it. It's the big lie. People will know it's one thing for one man, one woman, to repeat the lie over and over and over again. By the way, Trump said that before he ran. If you say it enough, I'm going to convince you. I'll say it enough. The press is bad, the press is bad, the press is bad, the press is bad. If he's the only one saying it, that's one thing.
I want to go back a little bit. What I missed?
We need a Republican Party. We need an opposition that's principled and strong.
No, we don't. He's a liar. He's a liar. I'm sorry. I just got back. He's a dirty liar. We don't need this. Did we, Joe? How does this feel? Do you love the strong Republican Party we have now? Does it make you happy? Does it make you tingle inside? Does it make you smile when you see these deportations happening? Do you get giddy when you see all the executive orders he signed? He's like, there he goes. Yeah, Trump keeps signing executive orders. You told him welcome back, welcome home. When he went to the White House, you said it to him. You said welcome home. You were happy to see him. This is what your strong Republican Party gets you. What you should have done, right, is took an opposition to the Republican Party. You are not the Republicans. You should have separated yourself from the Republicans. You should have taught Kamala to do the same. And you should have passed legislation that actually changed people's lives materially for the better. You can't simultaneously sit here and see the Republicans block your every single legislative action, or your executive action, right? And then be like, there we go. That's the strong Republican Party at work there. I love not being able to get anything done.
And I think they understand that they're going to have to. We need a Republican Party. We need.
No, we don't. No, I rebuke that. I'm against that. We actually don't need that. Please, we do not need a Republican Party. I am against the Republican Party. We can do fine without them. You can be the right-wing party, and then we can have a nice, good socialist party, right? A workers' revolutionary party, a vanguard party of sorts, to be the actual left-wing policy. Somebody asked science today, but what would you do executive order-wise if you were a president? Number one, I would abolish student loan debt. That's my first thing. I would abolish all of it. All of it. Every single penny of student loan debt is gone immediately. First thing. Second thing. That's a good question. Dissolve the Department of Homeland Security. I would abolish all student loan debt. Second, I would dissolve the Department of Homeland Security. That's gone. Just doesn't exist anymore. Third, sure, we get rid of we'll put all medical debt as well. We'll put that in the student loan debt category. Third, make college free. All college, 2 to 4 year universities, public, free, fully. Fourth, codify Roe v. Wade. I enshrine abortion into the not into the Constitution. I can't do that as a president for executive action. But I use executive orders to codify Roe v. Wade and make abortion legal. And then fifth, I formally acknowledge all of Palestine as Palestine. And then maybe 6, we do we increase taxes on people making more than $10 million a year to 90%. People making more than $100 million a year to 99%, and people making more than $1 billion a year to 99.9999999%. And if you make less than $5 million a year, you get 80% taxes. And if you make less than 6 figures, you have slightly less taxes. And then we thrive. 100% tax on $1 billion. 1 billion, true. Actually, no. Actually, if you have $1 billion, we tax all of it. You cannot hold more than a $1 billion worth of assets. So if you get to 900 million, 999,999,999 dollars in assets, any dollar you make over $1 billion goes straight to the U.S. government into social safety nets. Not a single person will hold assets more than $1 billion and live on U.S. soil and operate a business in the U.S. If you want to do that, if you want to go to a different country, want to go to the UK and be a billionaire in the UK, you can do that. But if you're going to be in America, and you want to hold $1 billion of assets, the U.S. government comes in and it takes the assets away. Not a single person has a net worth of over $1 billion. There will be not a single billionaire. You'll be a multi-millionaire. You'll be a 999 million millionaire. That's it. Trump signs flagrant unconstitutional executive orders to see what sticks. I dream of left making the office be equally huge swings. Yeah, he does whatever to see what he can and can't do. You know, it doesn't matter to him if you can't do it. It doesn't matter to him if it's unconstitutional. He just does it. He just does it. He fights the battle later. Right? You're the president. You sit down every morning and you sign 1 million executive orders. You overwhelm the courts with your socialist actions. You know what I mean? Why not? There's only so many judges who can stop you. And until they stop you, you're chilling. Your word is law. If you're gonna be the president, you want to be God King of America, be God King of America. Do God King of America things. Trump does it. Why doesn't the left do it? Well, obviously the Democrats don't want to, and they're not on the left if you're really being serious about it.
An opposition that's principled and strong. And I think
we don't need that either. Please stop.
You're going to see them going through this idea of what constitutes the Republican Party. And to hear some of my colleagues, Republican colleagues, talk about how shameful it is of the way Ted Cruz and others are dealing with this, how they're responsible as well for what happened.
Do you think some of them should resign? Should Senator Cruz or Senator Hawley resign?
I think they should be just flat beaten the next time they run. I think the American public has...
Man, thanks, Joe. He said, let's leave it up to the elections. Okay.
Real good, clear look at who they are. They're part of the big lie. The big lie. I was being reminded...
The big lie is so funny.
Reminded by a friend of mine. Maybe you were with me, I can't recall, when we were told that, you know, Goebbels and the great lie, you keep repeating the lie, repeating the lie.
You need to add that time. Yeah, you didn't need to be beaten. Just flat beaten. You know what? I'm with you, Joe. I'm with you.
Well, there was a
logic, but I make it 100 million instead of 1 billion. This country ain't ready for that convo. Yeah, baby steps. Baby steps.
Print that when Dresden was bombed.
Also, you only need one house. You only are able to own one house until everybody gets a house. That's my rules. Once every American citizen gets one house, then you can get another one. It's like soup kitchen rules. You know what I mean? You can't go back for seconds until everybody has gotten there first. So I abolished landlords. No more landlording. Illegal. I was thinking the other day about the discussion of the protest voting we had on the election day, and in retrospect, I see your point more clearly now. Thank you. I think my point still stands, right? In that if every single Democrat who voted for Kamala Harris withheld their vote in July, August, in September, and even October, and that caused the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris to actually move on Gaza, separate from the Republicans on border policies, and actually pushed for more left-wing and progressive policies, they would have won, and we would not have been here in the first place. But because they were running as Republican light, and in some cases even farther right than the Republicans, that's why they lost. And that's how we arrived here in the first place. Right? And it wasn't even like the protest votes that lost in the votes. You know what I mean? It wasn't even third-party voters that lost in the votes. They lost to the couch. People stayed home. She was down 6 million votes when compared to what Joe Biden ran or won in 2020. Right? The reason why people stayed home, there's a number of different reasons why people stayed home, is because why, if you are a Democrat, would you go and vote for the Republican Light Party. If I hate the Republicans, why would I vote for the Democrats, who says that they're going to do Republican policies, who says we need a strong Republican policy, and who said that we need a Republicans on our cabinets? Trump didn't put a Democrat on his cabinet because he's a Republican. Why would he? You know? If he votes away, as far as I'm concerned, they tell millions of people to shut up about Gaza. Yeah. Americans literally don't vote. Nearly 40% of the country stays home. Yeah. And they could have fixed that. They could have reached out to those people, but like, no, they wanted to like get the basic people who are already going to vote for them. You know what I mean? But you know, joy and stuff. Owner Trump winning in 2020 would have been better. At least we would have been over with Trump by now. And maybe the death of the centrist or centralist movement. No, it would have been exactly the same. Like, not meaningfully different. Because 2024 would have came around and they would have still done the same thing. Right? They still would have done this whole like joy thing and running to the Republicans and moving right on border policies and stuff. The Democratic Party, they don't learn. And they never would have learned. Right? They don't. The party needs to die. In my honest opinion, the party needs to die. The party needs to die.
Bombed, firebombed. There were 250 people that were killed. Or was it 2,500 people were killed? And Goebbels said, no, 25,000 or 250,000 were killed. And our papers printed that. Our papers printed it. It's the big lie. People will know. It's one thing for one man, one woman, to repeat the lie.
I'm like Banshee on TikTok for giving me 14 coins, whatever that means. I'll take it. Thank you. Much appreciated. T-Chat, this is shout out my three TikTok viewers. And how many people are on YouTube? 30 people on YouTube. Jesus, freaking wheeze, bro. 30 people on YouTube too. And if you combine all my viewers, I'm like at 300 or something.
Over and over and over again.
You love TikTok? We do love TikTok.
By the way, Trump said that before he ran. If you say it enough, I'm going to convince you. I'll say it enough. The press is bad. The press is bad. The press is bad. The press is bad. If he's the only one saying it, that's one thing. But the acolytes that follow him, like,
wait, I have 20 coins. Can I give myself 10 coins? Actually, not available in your country or region. Oh, okay, never mind. F me, I guess.
Cruz and others, they are as responsible as he is. And so it's not about whether or not they get impeached. It's about whether or not they can continue to hold power because of the disgust the American people have for their actions. There are decent people out there who actually believe these lies because they've heard it again and again. I was with a friend of mine who's a medical
doctor. Rational EMP said hi to you guys. Just wanted to let you know that.
Doctor telling me that his neighbor said to him, he lives in another state, his neighbor's a good person, said, but you know, Doc, this is true. There's a lot of chicanery that went on in this election.
Chicanery.
He said, tell me what? Well, I just know there was. They say it is. They say it is. This is a human condition. You say it and say it and say it and say it. The degree to which it becomes corrosive is in direct proportion of the number of people who say it. And so it's interesting to me, and I was pleased to hear some of the more prominent Republicans say to me that the Ted Cruzes of the world are as responsible in terms of people believing the lies as, not as responsible, but similarly responsible like Trump. But they didn't say go to the Capitol.
I'm hearing him speak this now. This versus now is wild. Fall off is wild. Yeah, he's got old, bro. He's 4 years older, but like his mental decline was like 10 years, you know?
I'll be with you. Follow. That's a different story.
Man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very, very much.
And he's woke. He put a mask on. Woke. Wokeness. Woke. Woke. This person said, "You think this was a bad plan or?" Yeah. Yeah. I do want to see what Bernie Sanders has to say here.
This is a time to choose a side. If Bernie Sanders wants to side with the terrorists, that's so be it. And if other Democrats want to do that, it's on them. But I'm telling you, I pray and hope and expect that most of the members of the House of both parties and the Senate will join us for this historic address.
What Johnson is doing is what right-wing people always do.
I don't even know what he's talking about. Like, what? See, that's the problem with Republicans. I can't tell if he's saying terrorists, like he's talking about Hamas. He's talking about like immigrants. Like they call everybody terrorists. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Back in the day, if you stood up for civil rights or social justice, they called you a communist.
Oh, this is old. Why is it being recommended to me now? Anyway, he was kind of spitting there. Oh, okay. Speaking of Joe Biden and voting, apparently, as someone told me yesterday, Ethan just always talks about Hassan. And apparently, at this point, he's talked about Hassan. It's kind of funny. I want to find the full video, actually. Did y'all see this? But this is 2 days ago, so it was here. I can't tell. It was here.
It really is. I've been working on this.
Oh, it's because I skipped the whole Hassan part. It is because I did skip the entire Hassan part. No, yes. Okay, we watched the Destiny part yesterday. I am curious about the Hassan part.
Check this out. I'm kind of going off script already here.
So he's going off script, chat. We're gonna listen to him go off script. All right, Ethan, what you have to say? What do you have to say? Well, give it to us straight. What did Hassan do this time?
But this is the clip. Let's see.
The man is not even in office yet, and he's having a banner year. Okay, why are we giving Trump credit for this deal?
Good question.
What? Why are we giving Trump credit?
Yeah, why the fuck are we giving Trump credit for a deal that he didn't even take office? It was negotiated by the Trump administration or the Biden administration, point blank, period.
Like, okay, a few things. One, this deal was on the table for almost a year. February, I thought we started yesterday. We didn't finish this entire section, but apparently it gets better. I missed some of this stuff yesterday, apparently. Right. February of last year, this deal was on the table, right? Hamas agreed to it. Israel didn't agree to it. Okay. Sure. April, President Biden introduces the same deal, essentially. Hamas agrees to it. Israel didn't agree to it. Okay. Sure. Whatever. For the next 10 months, they don't do anything. There's no pressure on Israel to get the deal signed. Joe Biden just lets Israel ramp up their genocidal campaign and continues to give them weapons to do so. Until, for some weird reason, a week before Biden leaves office, where Steve Witkoff, is it Witkoff or Witkoff? I don't know. Steve, Trump's man, golfing buddy, right? Sits down with Israel and Hamas, and like, according to what reporting says, put pressure on Israel in order to get them to sign the deal specifically. And lo and behold, the deal is signed like a week later. And it is specifically noted and quoted that it was Trump's envoy, right, that was doing the negotiating that got the deal signed. That is what it was reported. At no point does it say that Joe Biden got the deal done. Joe Biden had 10 months since the deal was introduced to put pressure on Israel to get them to sign the deal. That Trump's envoy did, and he didn't do it. So there's no evidence that Joe Biden even wanted this deal to be done and got the deal to be done anyway. It's also true that Bibi had to be amenable to the deal. That comes with pressure, so I don't give Trump full credit. The truth is that this is a collaboration between Trump and Bibi as they refocus on the West Bank. Sure, but again, the deal was still signed due to pressure from Trump. And it demonstrates that it could have happened. Because again, I would agree with you if it wasn't the fact that you had Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir was resigning from the cabinet, right, from his position as defense minister after the deal was signed in protest. You had Bibi being like trying to violate the deal or trying to wiggle his way out the deal. It's very clear that the deal being signed was not like a like specifically a deal with the Trump administration. It wasn't like, because if Netanyahu had his way, he would get the West Bank and continue his genocide in Gaza, right? So it shows that there was at least some pressure put onto him from the Trump administration before he was even in office to get the deal signed in the first place, right? So that shows that pressure could have existed with Biden when Biden was in office, and he just decided not to do it. There was at no point that Biden even adhered to any red line at all, except for one time stopping one shipment of 2,000-pound bombs.
The fuck is happening? He's so desperate not to give him any credit at all
for this deal.
Well, let's see. He's gonna. Biden, if it was up to Biden, he would have murdered all the Palestinians himself. Like, come on. So the YouTube and tier 1 on Patreon. Wait, that's sick. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm surprised why I didn't get a YouTube notification for my subs. I appreciate all of my Patreon subs. They get all my videos early, and I promise you there will be videos at some point. The one time it was just delayed, right? I don't know. The shipment was stopped. I don't know if it continued in the future. So technically, it wasn't just a delay, but they did stop one shipment. Yeah.
I love Trump in the next couple months.
Who do you think facilitated the deal? You think it was Biden?
Yes.
I can't believe we already have.
Ethan's just stupid. Like, I'm sorry. Ethan's just he's a moron. He's done. He's out of his depth. He doesn't understand politics. He should stick to doing his terrible comedy instead of actually talking about politics. Joe Biden at no point ever put pressure on Israel to take the deal. At no point. Who has the let's see. Here. From Politico. Trump was the closer on Gaza ceasefire deal. The U.S. president-elect claiming credit for the Israel-Hamas agreement has infuriated Joe Biden and his allies, but few in the region doubt it's true. Is this a joke? That was the U.S. President Joe Biden's response to ask whether or not it was him or President-elect Donald Trump who should take the battle for the ceasefire for hostage deal between Israel and Hamas. Indeed, Trump was quick to assert that he's a crucial force behind the deal, claiming that before Biden even opened his mouth. This epic ceasefire deal, he just keeps yapping. This deal brings to end a 15-month conflict in Gaza that may unravel, of course, but with the Israeli cabinet now set to cast a vote, all signs pointed towards approval. Unless that is key hard-right members of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's governing coalition, Bezalel, abruptly threatened to quit. But Trump's determination to claim the breakthrough as his own sticks in the call for Biden and his aides. As far as the president is concerned, the deal is within the precise contours of the plan he set out in May. And the plan he set out in May, which is kind of funny because it's Hamas's plan, and was relentlessly pushed by the likes of the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and Mideast envoy Brett McGurk, as well as Qatari and Egyptian mediators. Biden's team simply invited Trump's official to join the efforts, as they would inherit the deal. They would inherit the deal that was struck. So who's right? Was it Biden or Trump? Who was right? Was this a Biden or Trump win? Truth is, Biden allies have been tireless in their efforts to wrestle Netanyahu's and Hamas's leadership into agreement. And at various times over the past 15 months, they really believed they were close, only for everything to fall apart. Almost a year ago in February, Biden told reporters that he was hopeful a deal would be struck very soon. Again, in the run-up to the Democratic convention, U.S. officials said agreements were near, but each time they were frustrated. And what Politico is leaving out here is the fact that, according to Ben-Gvir, they were sabotaging the deal. Israel themselves were sabotaging the deal, and that is the main point of contention, right? The main point of contention is that Israel themselves were the people that were sabotaging the deal, according to Israel. I'm going to put that out there. Let's continue. What really appears to have shifted the dynamic, what really appears to have shifted the dynamic, however, was the January 7th remark by Trump, coupled with a very aggressive push by his soon-to-be special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. At least that's the view of the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert and several seasoned observers of the region. So according to the people of the region and a former Israeli Prime Minister, right, it was Trump's remarks and an aggressive push by Trump's Middle East envoy, right, Steve Witkoff. All hell will break out if the hostages aren't back. I don't want to hurt your negotiations, but if they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East, Trump told reporters. At the time, most commentators took the warning to be directed at Hamas and scoffed at the threat. After all, what more could Trump do against Hamas that Netanyahu hasn't already done? The Palestinian militant group lost its top commanders, including Gaza leader I'm struggling to read. Yahya Sinwar and its ranks has been devastated. No, I get it, bro. I can't read either. But this wasn't really Hamas that Trump was threatening. This wasn't really Hamas that Trump was addressing. This wasn't a warning to Hamas, it was a warning to Netanyahu. To Bibi, Steve Bannon told Trump's former chief strategist told Politico, a senior Israeli official who asked to remain anonymous as he weren't authorized to talk with the media, agreed this is how Netanyahu read it as well. And when asked by Politico why Israeli Prime Minister now appeared ready to agree to the deal that he dismissed before, Olmert simply stated, because he's afraid of Trump. It goes on for a little bit longer. That's the point that you get from my horrific reading. Right. It was Trump's threatening. So Biden's deal, no, immediately wrong, incorrect. It wasn't Biden's deal. It wasn't Biden's deal. It was Hamas's deal. This Biden deal was Hamas's proposal from February that they had proposed, that Israel had disagreed with, that then America got involved with, took that deal, presented it as their own deal, right? That Israel then took issue with and did not sign, that then they then turned around and only agreed to once Trump put pressure on them to agree to it. So it wasn't even, so Biden and his administration actually did nothing in this regard. They didn't do anything. They did nothing to facilitate this deal at all.
Already have liberals in the chat.
And by the way, Hassan,
who do you think facilitated the deal? You think it was Biden?
Yes.
I can't believe we already have liberals in the chat.
And by the way, Hassan does this thing where he uses liberals as a slur now. I don't know if you guys know that, which is really cute.
Like, it's just so funny. You actually do not have to give Trump credit. I will speak the truth, right? And Biden definitely does not deserve credit for this. He funded the genocide of Palestinians, killing tens of thousands of them. I'm not giving Biden any credit for, not even attempting to end the genocide that he was, facilitating at all. On Ethan, this was the funny part that I wanted to see as well.
We already have liberals in the chat.
And by the way, Hassan does this thing where he uses liberals as a slur now. I don't know if you guys know that.
He said Hassan is the thing where he uses liberals as a slur. And honestly, Hassan might not do it, but I do it. Okay. Giving Trump all credit is wild, though. I'm not giving Trump all credit. I'm saying that is a perfect demonstration that Joe Biden was totally fine with Palestinians dying because Trump took 2 seconds to say Israel signed the deal and they signed the deal. That's not even credit towards Trump because Trump is going to turn around and allow Israel to annex the West Bank in the first place. Trump doesn't care about Palestinians. He doesn't care about the lives of Palestinians. We all understand this, right? But it is an indictment on Joe Biden and it is an indictment on Kamala Harris that they were willing to throw an election for what was simply amounted to a modicum of pressure. It amounted to a slight amount of pressure. It took a tiny bit of pressure on Israel to get them to sign the deal and get a ceasefire to occur in the first place, right? Like, it was so simple, and Joe Biden refusing to engage with just that little bit of pressure that it took to get Israel to crack because they need our weapons to continue. They are committing atrocities with our weapons. Bombs signed by our elected officials coming from our surplus supply of weaponry. They need that to continue the genocide. And Joe Biden numerous times said, this is my red line. Violated it, nothing happens. This is my red line. Violated, nothing happens. This is my red line. Violated, nothing happens. You know what I mean? They don't need to do this. They didn't need to do it. They could have literally did exactly what Trump did, and I would be praising Joe Biden right now, right? And I said this. I said if Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did what Trump did, I would tell people to vote for them. I would door knock for them. I would scream from the rooftops that you should vote for Kamala Harris if they did the simplest thing that Trump, who doesn't care about Palestinians either, has decided to do. And that is just call up Netanyahu and said, you're going to sign this deal. Right? Not asking, do you want to sign this deal? Not asking, hey, maybe you should sign this deal. No. You tell them you're going to sign this deal, right? And you're not getting any more weapons until you do. Hang up. And then they sign a deal. It's literally that simple. And it's what people have been saying for months about the Democrats. For months. They were saying this for months about the Democrats. They were saying, yo, you have all the power here. You have all the power in this situation. All the power in this situation to stop this from going on. You're giving them weapons. Just stop giving them weapons. Right? But the Democrats lied. The Democrats lied. They lied up until the point the deal was signed. Literally, the deal was being signed by Israel. You had Ben-Gvir coming out and saying, yeah, we've sabotaged the deal. Here. This is from the Times of Israel. Ben-Gvir says he repeatedly foiled hostage deals. The deal is being formed is terrible. I know the details of it well. It includes the release of hundreds of murderous terrorists from prisons, the return of Gazans, including thousands of terrorists of the northern Gaza Strip, withdrawal of Israel from the Netzarim axis, and returns the threat of the residents of the encirclement. I want to see the part where he says he's been foiling the deals. Before Trump stepped in, Biden was set to give another $8 billion to Israel as late as January 4th. Yeah. Biden administration notifies Congress of planned $8 billion weapon sales to Israel. Right? $8 billion. Not even getting into, like, somebody could document this, right? Every time Biden said that this is a red line, and then immediately the red line being violated and then doing nothing about it. Right? Like, Biden being like, oh, the invasion of Rafah is a red line. Israel invades Rafah, nothing happens. Biden says, oh, you have 30 days to increase aid going into Gaza. That's a red line. 30 days passes, there's no substantial aid increase, and they're like, well, they're trying their best. Like, what are we doing here? And while all this is happening, continuing to give them billions of dollars in weapons. The United States paused a shipment of 2,000-pound bombs in Israel May over concerns of civilian casualties that the bombs were used during an assault on the southern Gaza city of Rafah. The Biden administration has demanded that Israel increase humanitarian aid in the enclave, but in November, citing some limited progress, it declined to limit arms transfer as it threatened to do so and did not improve. The situation did not improve. In recent days, Israel has been conducting airstrikes in Gaza and have killed dozens of people, adding to tens of thousands of deaths since the war began more than a year ago. The Israeli army said on Friday that it struck dozens of Hamas gathering points and command centers throughout Gaza. The Israeli military says it only targets militants and blames Hamas for these civilian deaths because the fighters operate in dense residential areas. Like, come on.
Which is really cute. It was literally by Biden, documented.
He's wrong. He's incorrect. And maybe, you know what, I'll say it. Maybe because Ethan doesn't give a fuck about Palestinian lives. Maybe it's because Ethan wasn't keeping up with the ceasefire and his entire output was literally just about Hassan. But he was too focused on Hassan and what Hassan was doing that he didn't care if a ceasefire happened or not. And this is why he doesn't know this information in the first place, which is that's what the answer is, right? Ethan was so hyper focused on Hassan and what Hassan was doing that he didn't even care enough to look into the ceasefire negotiations to find out that Israel's own government has come out and said that they were sabotaging the deals in the first place, right? And that all reporting, not just from Politico, literally from numerous outlets, right? This is the BBC, posted 7 days ago. Right? Trump the disruptor. Describing like that, Trump coming in and just like stating it's better be over by the time that I'm here. Right? Like pretty consistently. Is how it happened in the first place.
Trump wasn't even fucking president, dude. What the fuck?
Running defense for Joseph Robinette Brandon here.
And you're running defense for Trump and that's fucking better? Holy shit, dude.
Like, this is so stupid to like, and this is the problem with liberals, and that they cannot acknowledge the truth. The truth is that Joe Biden had no incentive, right? No rationale, no reasoning for a ceasefire in Gaza, to end the genocide in Gaza. Just none at all. None. He was going to leave office with the genocide continuing. Trump said, very specifically, he said, this better be over by the time I'm in office. He sent his envoy, right, to the Middle East, right, to the negotiations. And his envoy, Steve Witkoff, said, y'all gonna pack this up for Trump, right? You gonna do it now. You feel me? And then that's what they did. Joe Biden could have done the same thing. He could have sent Blinken, right, to the negotiations and said, Blinken, you better make them sign this deal. Right? You better talk to Hamas, you better talk to Israel, and you make them sign this deal. Because the Democrats had the power to do so. And them choosing not to do so for 13 months, right, is worthy of criticism. Right? It's not about giving Trump a W. It's not about running defense for Trump, right? It's about contextualizing that the Democrats on this issue were worse than Trump. The Democrats positioned themselves to the right of Trump on this issue. They made Trump appear like a peaceful dove because they refused to stop killing children. They forget they just repeated the exact same working tirelessly line until the very last day. They did. And then when it happened, they're like, we did it, guys. Like anybody buys that. Even people in Israel was like, the former prime minister of Israel was like, nah, it wasn't the Democrats. It wasn't the Democrats.
Wow, that's awesome. Okay, there's going to be a lot of back and forth today. Trump hasn't done squat. Yeah, okay, sure.
What? Why is he out here defending Trump? Who is this person?
This is the problem. It's like he sees this as a defense of Trump and not an indictment of Biden. And that's the problem with liberals. The ceasefire is signed during the end of Biden or the beginning of Trump. It doesn't matter. It was signed at the end of Biden's Biden's last week in office. But like the pressure was done by Trump. Like the pressure was put on by Trump. This is just objectively true. Every single source close to the matter has said this. It was Trump. Trump's pressure got Israel to come to the negotiating table.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
Literally everybody has said this.
I live when I believe.
Like,
Faux Party just subscribed.
it is not
It's
a
gotta
defense
feel
of Trump.
really
It
good
is
to be
an
as
indictment of
confident and
Biden.
stupid as
The
Ethan.
fact that
You're
Trump
right
came
about
in,
everything.
right? The fact that Trump came in and was like, you gonna end this before I get in office, right? It's like your mom being like, this room better be clean before I get back from work. You know what I mean? And your mom leaves to work, and when your mom gets back, the room is clean. You're like, in the dad's home, he's like, yeah, dad told me to clean the room, so I cleaned the room. Like, no, you did it because your mom told you to get it clean before you she got home. And that's what it was. You know what I mean? You're being thought by the time I get back from work. What? But you, precisely. Pressure came from Trump's golf buddy. Read his name, but he's also a real estate dealer. That's Steve Witkoff.
Are you
I
guys
thought it was Witko. It was Witkoff.
fucking watching this?
I mean, don't a lot of people say this though? Even one of the reporters asked Biden.
Thank you, AB, for at least bringing up the fact that people are saying this. It's not just Hassan. It's not just Hassan like defending Trump.
Are you to give credit for this, or is it Trump?
And he said, "Are you kidding?" They asked Biden, "Who's getting credit?" He says, "Are you joking?" That's what he responded. He didn't say Trump. He said, "Are you fucking kidding?"
Yeah, but the point is that the question was posed in the first place. The point is that there's a conversation surrounding whether or not Biden did it or Trump did it, right? That's the entire point. Like, the man's just a fan of a corpse. No, he's not even a fan of Joe Biden. He's just like anti-Hassan, right? If Hassan said that Joe Biden actually did a ceasefire, I think Ethan would come out and be like, actually, it was it actually was Donald Trump or whatever. Like, yeah, like.
Me, even with that question, that was his response. What did you hear?
Well, I'm just saying because Biden didn't do shit for so long. I feel like it's a lot of people think that Trump had a part in it. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I'm just saying that
Are you
this
fucking
is a
joking?
common thing
You
that I
think
see
Trump,
on my.
before he came office, somehow managed to sprinkle some fairy dust on that deal? They were working on this deal the whole fucking time. Biden's.
He's so stupid. He's so dumb. No. Okay, show me one thing. Show me one thing that Joe Biden added to the deal, please. Because I can show you the deal that Hamas proposed, and then the deal that was eventually signed, right? And then the deal that Joe Biden said that he did, and you will see the exact same deal. You will see the exact same deal. Like, it wasn't even Joe Biden's deal. It was Hamas's deal. It was a deal that Hamas had proposed, that Israel himself, Israel itself had disagreed with. Like, to pay AB double the money he gets at HB so he can quit, honestly, I don't know how much money that is, but it's probably good money. I'm gonna be real.
Biden has been working on this deal nonstop, man. People think he doesn't care and that he's not been doing anything. They'll find out what.
That's true. I mean, okay, this is par for the course of Ethan defending a genocider. You know what I mean? And I won't say any further than that. I'll leave it at that. But I'm just saying it's par for the course for Ethan to defend a genocider. He's yeah.
But not caring and doesn't do anything looks like.
I mean, I don't think that Trump has good intentions, even if he did. If anything, because I know that
there is zero evidence Trump had a single fucking thing to do with that.
He's objectively wrong, by the way. Like, objectively wrong. Just objectively wrong about, like, literally objectively wrong. He's objectively wrong about this. There were people close to the deal, right? There were people in Israel, Israel's former prime minister, right, that said it was Trump. Like, there's numerous pieces of evidence that Trump was like the straw that broke the proverbial camel's back on this deal, right? He was what got it over the hump of not being done, from being not done to done. Like it yeah. Like, why the difference is this time, Bibi did not include the poison pill that requiring that Israeli forces stay in Gaza. That's why the deal was accepted by Hamas. Wickoff had that part of the counter deal removed to be make sure it's accepted. Oh, okay. But even then, like, even with that Biden deal, was that in the Biden deal? Was the forces staying in? Because I know Bibi said that he will not sign a deal that had a withdrawal from Gaza, right? The Philadelphia, the corridor. You're probably correct on this. I just know that there was for the most part, like, Hamas was always at the table accepting the deals. You know what I mean? Like, Hamas was ready to accept the deal in May.
That ceasefire, zero.
Yeah. No, I don't know. In my opinion, if he even did have anything to do with it, just be to make him look good in the beginning.
Okay, bro. He's just wrong about this. He's just incorrect. He's incorrect about this. He's incorrect. Objectively wrong about this. Like, maybe it's hard for him to hear. Like, maybe it's tough for him to, like, wrap his head around. He's objectively wrong about this. Like he is. Right? He's wrong. He's incorrect.
And then after the fact, once he's in office, he's like, do whatever the hell you want. Sort of what I feel like he's doing with TikTok.
The TikTok thing is a whole nother thing. Mm-hmm. So TikTok closed down before they had to. They were not even mandated, and Biden said, we're not even forcing them.
Yes, they were. Number one, yes, they were. He's correct in saying Biden said that he wasn't enforcing the mandate, but honestly, it doesn't matter what the president says at this point. he's like he can instruct the DOJ to operate in one way or another. The DOJ can still operate in the way that it's still against the law for TikTok to operate. So TikTok was required to be shut down on the 19th, right? Lest they stay up, and then service providers of the app would be fined for it, right? So they shut down because they were not allowed to operate or provide service to users in America on the 19th. This is objectively true, right? So we'd be like, yeah, like sure, like you're not required to like, you know, pay your taxes. You're not required to pay your taxes. You just go to jail if you don't. You know what I mean? Like that means it's a requirement to pay your taxes. If you will face heavy penalties for continuing to operate your service in the country, that is a requirement for you to shut down. Like it is. Now, to be fair, they shut down a few hours before the 19th, right? But they were not allowed to operate on the 19th according to U.S. law that was signed by Joe Biden. They were not allowed to operate. They were not allowed to. We're not allowed to. We're not allowed to. So he's wrong about this too.
And the close down, I'll leave that up to Trump. So 2 or 3 days before they even had to shut down, they shut down.
Wrong, incorrect. He's objectively wrong about this. Like he's talking out of his ass at this point. Like he's wrong. He is wrong. Objectively incorrect. They shut down on the 18th, right? And they were required to shut down on the 19th. He's wrong. I love from the sources. Like, we were there. We were all there. We were all there. You know what I mean? We were all there. So if you can't say there's an argument to be made about them shutting down and hours before they needed to or whatever, or even shutting down at all was a publicity stunt. I do agree with you on that, right? But they could not continue providing services, or providers could not provide TikTok services legally, no matter what Joe Biden or Trump says, legally could not provide any services on the day of the 19th. It could not happen. It was against the law for that to happen. Right? And so the reason why they shut down, what they said, was they shut down because it is illegal for service providers to provide services for TikTok, right? It's illegal for app stores to carry it. It's illegal for like ISPs to like direct to TikTok and services to exist in the US. It was illegal for that to happen, according to the TikTok Act, Foreign, TikTok Application Act, or whatever it's called, right? And so they shut down to protect their US partners so that no service could be provided regardless, so that no providers of the service could violate the law at all. That's what TikTok said. Now, I do believe that the reason that it all happened was a stunt, right? Either to pressure freaking Donald Trump to save TikTok or whatever, or to make Trump look good. It doesn't matter to me which one it is. But I do agree with that. It potentially was a stunt for Trump. That Trump came back and like said we will not enforce the law, and that allowed TikTok to come back online because he said that law was not being enforced. Right? That's what happened. That's the entire thing about TikTok. Or they did not shut down 5 days or 4 days or 3 days before they needed to shut down, which they shouldn't need to shut down anyway, or whatever. I believe, right? They just handed Trump a W. Yeah. And the Democrats could have just, not signed the TikTok legislation to make Trump the savior of TikTok.
And then magically, Trump comes in and saves the day 1 day later. It's like, no, we'll talk about it. And then the CEO, the president of TikTok, is at Trump's inauguration. Fucking, like, come on, dude. This was obviously a setup. Give me a break.
Like, set up or not set up. It's true. Did Trump start the anti-terrorist? Yes, he did. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he ended it. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter because the Democrats jumped on board with it. They took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. The same thing with the Gaza ceasefire, right? The Democrats didn't need to do that. The Democrats did not need to hand Trump a W. The Democrats did not need to be worse than Trump to make Trump look better in comparison. Why would they do it? Why? It doesn't even make any sense. Why would you take the like, you know, Trump is like, TikTok is bad. And you'd be like, yeah, that's right. TikTok is so bad. You're like, Trump, look, that's the problem. Like, we're not agreeing with Trump. The Democrats are agreeing with Trump. We're not running defense for Trump. The Democrats are running defense for Trump. That's the thing. That's the problem. Trump was like, TikTok is bad because it's China or whatever. The Democrats were like, no, he's right. TikTok is bad because it's China. And then they banned TikTok and Trump was like, man, look at the Democrats. They're super anti-China. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? Wow, that's wild. Wow. Like, why would you give Trump the W? Why? Why? I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. There it goes. It's back now. You want to control the political narrative and nothing to do with China? They said it had to do with China. I'm not saying it has to do with China. I'm telling you what they are saying.
Trump's the one that fucking passed the legislation to ban TikTok. He's the
No, he didn't. Okay, no, now he's objectively wrong. No, he didn't. The legislation was passed under Joe Biden. What is he talking about? No, you can say that Trump originally wanted to ban TikTok and you would be correct. But Trump did not pass legislation to ban TikTok. He objectively did not. It was passed under Biden and Biden signed it. Like, he can't even get his talking points correct, bro. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. Because again, you can, I keep unplugging my headphones. There is a conversation you could have about Trump was the original person who wanted to ban TikTok. Yes. Right? And now he's switching up because it makes it look good. Yes. These are true things. These are things that are true. He originally wanted to ban TikTok, and now he's switching his position because it makes him look better as the savior of TikTok. Yes. That does not change the fact that the Democrats, right, just took what Trump was saying at face value, right, and was like, yeah, TikTok is bad because of China. We need to ban it because of China or whatever. And then ended up banning the app, allowing Trump to be the savior, right? It's like Trump was like, you know, setting fire to buildings, like being an arson, like setting fire to buildings, right? And the Democrats are like, hey, give me that lighter. And then they started setting fire to buildings and Trump runs in and saves them, like saves the babies or whatever. People were like, look, Trump saved the baby from the burning building. And the Democrats were like, what? Well, Trump was burning the buildings first. Like, yeah, but why did you start burning the buildings in the first place? Why did you take the lighter from him? Why? You didn't need to do that. You did not need to become an arson. You didn't. You set Trump up to look good because you started doing arson. You allowed Trump to like stop doing arson and then turn around and started saving babies from burning buildings. So yes, Trump is also an arson. Yes, Trump was pro-arson before the Democrats were pro-arson, right? But you cannot discount the fact that Trump did save a baby from the burning building. Maybe you should stop burning the buildings. Please, just stop burning the buildings. Why? Why are you burning buildings? Is it necessary? Do you need to? You understand that the burning buildings were bad when Trump was burning the buildings. And then Trump left office, Biden got in office, and you started burning some more buildings? What are we talking about? What are we doing here? And then you were surprised People give Trump credit for saving the babies from the burning buildings. Maybe you should stop burning the buildings, potentially. Maybe if you didn't fumble the ceasefire deal, right, Trump would not have an opportunity to swoop in and like get the deal done and take credit for it. And maybe if you didn't ban TikTok, Trump can swoop in to save it. Like, if I was a betting man, right, it would be weird to me. And it is weird to me. This happened twice, right? If I had a nickel for every time the Democrats took an unpopular policy position, only then to allow Trump to swoop in, take the contrary position that is just more popular, and take credit for that popular policy position, I would have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right? It's weird. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but if somebody were to say, not me, but if somebody were to say that it's almost as if the Democrats and the Republicans are like in cahoots with each other. You know what I mean? It's almost like if the Democrats and the Republicans are like on like the same side, and they are just setting Trump up to look like the hero. Because why are they being the villain? Why are they being the villain? Why are they doing unpopular things to allow Trump to come in and then do popular things? Like, one must ask why this continues to keep happening. I'm sure it's nothing.
It had nothing to do with that.
That's the biggest bamboozle of all time, dude.
That was his project.
That's how short-sighted the Zoomers are.
They're thinking Trump. That was his project. It's like,
and why the Democrats do it? Why did the Democrats do it? If that was Trump's project and it was so bad, why did the Democrats do it? Is anybody asking this question? If it was such a Trump era policy, why did the Democrats pass legislation? Why did the Democrats overwhelmingly support it? I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll never know, you know?
You took a shit on someone's driveway and then they're like, they come back the next day and pick it up. They're like, that was so generous of you to pick that up. Thank you. I don't know who left that shit there.
That TikTok message that they gave everyone when it came back was crazy.
Thank you to Trump.
My home.
Thank you to the great respectful Trump.
I deleted the app after that. I was like, fuck
Good for
this
you.
shit.
TikTok is our home. Who said that? Chat. I can't tell who's talking there.
Trump.
I deleted the app after that. I was like, fuck
Good for
this
you.
shit.
TikTok is. I can't tell who's talking there. Nate. That sounds about right, honestly. I don't know much about that guy, but he sounds very much like somebody who would do that, honestly. Like, now you can't download it again. Now we're having a party over on TikTok. Ain't that right, TikTok chat? We're having a party over on TikTok right now. Right? How you guys doing over there on TikTok chat? The 2 people who are here. Shout out you all. Taylor Escobar, thank you for the coins. Shout out you for the coins. I never had a TikTok. Well, get on TikTok and watch me on TikTok, chat. I'm there. 2.2 thousand likes, crazy. I only have 2 viewers though, because I'm kind of washed. I'm kind of washed on TikTok, chat. I have 2 people watching me there, and I have 36 watching me on YouTube. Bro, okay. I found the secret sauce about streaming on YouTube, chat. Just go live vertically. Just go live vertically, bro. I went from having like 9 people watching me on YouTube Live to 36 people. I don't know why that is, but the more you know, I guess. That's the secret sauce. Go live on the YouTube Shorts algorithm. Do it. Get the comments though? Nah. Also, faux party thing for the 7-month resubscription. I left when you went vertical. Well, more people came back. Probably people on the move. Yeah. Vertical for life. Let's continue.
Is our home. Thank you to the great exalted king, God King, Donald Trump, who
That's my meme.
saved us from President Joe
Biden.
Biden.
You live on YouTube? Wait, really? That's a W. We got one. We converted one person who was live, watched me on YouTube, and was like, "This vertical stuff sucks," and it came to my Twitch. That's what we need to do, chat. That's what we like to see. That's the goal. To convert more people from YouTube viewers into TikTok, our Twitch viewers.
Biden.
Dude, I got that message on my Swedish account, Swedish phone. Like I don't even know. I think they probably pushed it all over the world or some shit. Can you believe that?
I mean, it's possible Trump said, "Hey, you got to push this all over the world," and they'd say,
Right?
"Fuck yeah, I'll do whatever you want, bro."
Yeah.
I was so
first of all,
mad
there's no evidence that like Trump was like, "You need to push a notification that thanks me all over the world." Like that's kind of stupid. It's probably more likely that either they were trying to pressure Trump into sticking to his word by putting the onus only on Trump and letting every TikTok person know that it's up to Trump whether or not TikTok gets banned, or they were glazing a little bit, which I'm inclined to believe the latter. You know what I mean? I think they were glazing. Then Biden approved TikTok's continued operation in the U.S. The SCOTUS decision explicitly lays out a caveat where the president has executive prerogative over the decision. I don't think so. No, Biden just said he wasn't going to enforce the law. Like he's instructing the DOJ to not enforce the law. He can't overturn the law that he's already signed. That's passed both chambers, right? It's a law now. And SCOTUS said that there's not a standing to overturn the law either. Right? That's what I mean. Well, then yes, because like it's the president's role to decide federal enforcement, and he presiding over the DOJ. Right? That's what the president does. So like, it's something unique to TikTok, but it's something unique to like the presidency. So yes, that is true. But there's also a case that like the DOJ could also like sidestep Biden and still choose to enforce it regardless, because the president doesn't control like specifically whether or not somebody can or can't be prosecuted. They can take guidance from the president, but the attorney general could still decide to prosecute providers of TikTok if they so choose to, even if Biden was like, no. But regardless, it was a move to glaze Trump, because Biden was going to be gone in 2 days anyway. So if you have either giving the win to Biden or giving the win to Trump, you're going to give it to Trump because you're going to glaze Trump so he can fix you in the future. Because Biden's not going to have any power in a day or two. You know what I mean? Like obviously it was a move to glaze Trump. Nobody's discounting the fact that it was a move to glaze Trump. It was a pro-Trump glazing move, right? They was gobbling on Trump. That's what it was. It's true. That's what was happening, right? But like Biden set it up. It was a setup by Biden to make Trump look good, if we're being real about it.
Because I paid for this program to rip all of Lena's TikToks before it got deleted.
Wait,
and as I was
for that, I could have made that myself. I could have made a program to rip people's TikToks and gotten paid for it. $100 per run per creator. And are you gonna hate watch Ethan's nuke when it drops? Yes. So if you don't want to give it a view, chat, come watch it with me, because I will be watching it when it drops. It's gonna be such good content, bro. Also, I'm not gonna hate watch it. I'm gonna love watch it. I love to support Ethan Klein. We have the same takes on everything. I agree with everything that he's ever said in his life.
He's doing it. It got shut down, and I was like,
It's supposed to drop like 2 days ago, but he has to remove all the mentions of Destiny. So,
son of a bitch.
Well, either way, you wasted the money, so because it's bad,
right?
You know.
That's fair. Yeah, I downloaded all of them by hand.
Did you really?
It's painful.
Wow.
I don't have that many.
I got suckered. I paid $20 for the program, and then it only allowed like 10 at a time. And Lena has 500 videos.
Dude,
so then I paid $25 more. Yeah.
Dude, those scumbags. When I was trying to erase my Twitter,
aren't going to signal boost it. He actually, I saw some people say this on Twitter, and I actually am inclined to maybe agree with him that he might just scrap it. Legitimately, he might scrap it. Depending on how many mentions to Destiny and how much Hassan has wronged Destiny there are, he might have to scrap it. Might be the funniest thing ever. I still want to see it, but like it would be so funny. Is that he like cuts out all the mentions of Destiny and it's like only like 30 minutes long. It's supposed to be like an hour and a half long video. And it's just what Ethan has already said on his own stream. You know what I mean? Or his takes? What do you mean? What were his takes? Whose takes?
For some reason, it's hard to find software to do this. But download the software, and you have to buy credit. It's not like, oh, wipe it all. I think I spent like $200.
Okay, that's what I'll say to you guys, chat. Don't pay for software to download your TikToks, right? Literally, if you can program, make your own program to download your own TikToks, or just like ask me and pay me, and I will make a program for you to download your TikToks. Just give me like a tier 3 sub or whatever, and I will make the program myself. You feel me? It's not that difficult. So please.
Holy shit.
Because they're like, oh, okay, so you can buy like credits, and then that will last you for like 200 tweets. I had like tens of thousands of tweets because I've been on there for a fucking decade plus.
Or you say what tweets?
That's how they get you.
They're such scumbags, man.
I think you too, DLP.
But
TikToks. There's also Cobalt.tools, which I do not endorse this site if you get a virus. But if you want like YTDLP is like a CLI. So if you want like a UI itself, then like this Cobalt tools, you just put a link here, and it can download. You can download. Wait, where's it at? In the about. It told me what it could download before. I don't remember where it is though. Oh wait, download? No. Oh yeah, you can download TikToks. You can download a bunch of things. Vimeos, YouTubes. Does that deal with Cobalt Strikes, aka Pentest Tool, or is this different? This is just different. This is just for downloading most online videos. I don't remember where it says you can download. Oh, here. You can download Blue Sky, Dailymotion, Facebook, Instagram, Loom, OK, Pinterest, Reddit, our YouTube. That sounds like a porn site. Don't do this one, chat. Snapchat, SoundCloud, Streamable, TikTok, Tumblr, Twitch, Twitter, Vimeo, VK, Xiaohongshu. Oh, that was Xiaohongshu now. And then YouTube. So you can use Cobalt.tools to download all of this as well. If you don't want to use the CLI of a YTDLP. Most YouTube to MP3 or YouTube to MP4 services just uses YTDLP as the backend, and they like charge ads for it. I'm like, why would you even pay for that? Just do it yourself. Anyway, sorry. Back to this.
Trump is saying he wants basically to TikTok to sell half to America. I don't know if he's talking about the government. I mean, he's talking about an American company.
They're saying that Arshad is saying that they didn't get it when they were outside of the U.S. I guess they just geolocated it.
Yeah, I mean, they know your ass is here.
Yeah, probably.
Which I think is better than China owning the whole thing. I mean,
come
US
on,
owning half.
bro. Come on, dog. Come on. Bro could not stop being a liberal for like 10 seconds. He's like, yes, I want the American State Department to own this instead of like China. Like, sure. Celebrating the US, I have no idea what his man is talking about. Like, he's like, yeah, China like owns all of it. Even because like again, this has been an issue for a while. And they are operating their own servers in the US. Like the US TikTok is different than international TikTok already. But he's like, yeah, dog, US State Department owning 50% of TikTok is a sick thing. I'd rather give my data to the US government than China. Like I would personally, this is just me, I would rather give my data to China. China can have my data. I don't want the government having my data. Do you know who can break down my door and arrest me right now? Not China. The government. Do you know who can like, you know, shoot me in the street? Not China. The government. Do you know who can garnish my wages? You know who can you know, tax me? The government. Not China. Not China. That's a Rogue Sheep Gaming. Peace. Thank you for stopping in.
Half is better. I don't know if it's in the hands of Donald Trump though. I'm not sure that's better.
Yeah, see, I don't know. At this point, I'm kind of black pilled
even
over it.
listen. No matter who it is, I would prefer an American entity own it than China.
Oh, okay. Why? Explain. Come on, Ethan. Explain why. Explain why. I'm sure this is going to be based in something totally rational and not xenophobia or anything, you know?
No.
Yeah.
Because China is just a black box. Okay. They're fucking with us. They're doing cyber war, disinfo and shit. And TikTok is such a powerful tool to fucking subtly warp the brains, the perceptions of people in America all around the world. So if there's some oversight to that, it's good. Personally, I think TikTok needs to be gone.
USA.
Nuke it!
USA.
Supposedly, Mr. Beast was on a private.
Okay, so he did fall into the xenophobia. It's like a criticism of China, classic liberal nonsense. Yeah, like literally, absolutely no basis in reality, no evidence that China was actually collecting user data. He's like, you know, TikTok is trying to mess with us. TikTok is trying to take us down because they hate our freedoms or whatever. Hey, the soundboard guy, you should be careful because, you know, Ethan takes people saying that you hate the soundboard guy as like, you know, anti-Semitism. So I just be aware. Just after the inauguration and they're playing Elon. Yeah.
Jet.
All
To go.
vibes. Yeah. You really are the most propagandized people. Yeah. Israel though never spies on us. Like the U.S. government spies on us. You know what I mean? Like straight up. Like the U.S. government spies on its citizens. The U.S. government does its own disinformation campaigns. The U.S. government, like literally, the U.S. government has done a disinformation campaign against China like 2 years ago. This isn't even like an old CIA thing. This is like a new CIA thing. Like, what is he? Okay, it's straight liberal brain rot. It's not even like an Ethan thing. It's a liberal thing. But yeah.
Into negotiations about buying TikTok.
Give me a break. Although, fuck, I'll give it to Mr. Beast. Shit.
That's our hero.
I actually, you know what? Fuck it, man. I have no problem Mr. Beast owning that. Compared to Trump or China, Mr. Beast, take it over.
And again, Ethan is only anti-China because Hassan is like pro-China. Mr. Beast ain't rich enough to buy it. Mr. Beast is like talking about collabing with other billionaires or whatever. Even then, I still think they're rich enough to buy it. I think the only person who has TikTok is too expensive. It's worth at least $500 billion. You know what I mean? It's worth at least $500 billion. Like it's too expensive for any individual person to buy because you're not even getting the algorithm, which is what the moneymaker actually is. You're just getting the husk in the shell of TikTok. It's too expensive for what you're getting. Or it's like buying a Ferrari, but you don't get the engine. You know what I mean? Like, sure, you can put your own engine in, but like, It ain't the Ferrari engine. Yes, let's let a president audit app. That doesn't make sense. Does anything in America make sense nowadays?
Yeah. He just wants to make money. He doesn't want to, like, as far as I can tell, like, do misinfo and shit. But anyway, here's Trump's #1 soldier, Hassan Piker. What an absolute...
I thought you negotiated a ceasefire. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
He had as much to do with it as Trump. What an absolute fucking joke. And look at the comments. You guys have to understand. Liberals realizing they're more evil than Republicans. This is actually the talking point of leftists. You guys don't...
Liberals did do a genocide, Ethan. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you should have not done a genocide. If liberals didn't do a genocide, maybe I'd agree with you. Right? I'm just saying. Maybe I'd agree with you.
Understand that. Liberals are Nazis. That's not even...
Hey, you said it, not me. I mean, you said it, not me. Like, yeah, okay, I won't say liberals are Nazis. I'll say liberals collaborate with Nazis. Which, at that point, we're mincing words. But, like, I'll be entirely fair.
A fucking exaggeration. They're psychotic, these people.
Put on the negotiations of the ceasefire is the same as Anthony Blinken's. Okay?
I don't think Ethan knows who's I don't think Ethan knows who Anthony Blinken is. I'm gonna be real.
Anyway, what can you say? Apparently he came on with a MAGA hat. Let me see. Skip forward.
Yeah, I know he said all that stuff too. All right,
whatever. So there it is. There it is, guys. Shout out, huh? Fuck the liberals are fucking worse, more evil than Republicans. Did you guys know that? All the liberals
did do a genocide. You know what I mean? Hey, and when the Republicans get in office and they also facilitate genocide, you will be equally evil, Ethan. You know what I mean? If that makes you feel better. If that makes you feel better, once the Republicans take power and they do a genocide, as well, then you will be equally equally evil, right? It'll be equal. It'll be even then. So, hasn't Ethan worn a MAGA hat? I'm pretty sure Ethan has worn Hassan's MAGA hat, the giant one.
are showing up in our chat here. Come on, guys. He's making it too easy for me. Just wait, though. Anyway, although I'll say Hassan is having...
I'm so ready. I am so ready to see the nuke. I'm so ready to see the constant nuke. Apparently, at some point in this podcast, he says something about Gaza as well. Oh, it's at the beginning. Here. You saw Olivia from H3 is starting to stream as well. People in chat keep telling me this. Okay, what's her Twitch? I'm curious. What does this mean? Stop. Pause. Olivia. The streamer. Hey, 2.4K. She's gonna pass me in followers, isn't she? Does he have Tourette's? He does have Tourette's. 2.4K. She hasn't even streamed yet. You know how long? Do you know how long it took me to get 2.4K, chat? Entirely too long. Don't ever harass H3 employees about their work if you actually want them to leave, support their streams. Yeah, I think the chatter is not saying like go and harass Olivia. I think the chatter was saying to support her stream so that she could actually have an infrastructure to leave H3. A identity of her own. I'll follow her. right? If she's trying to do this as a way to get her own audience and separate herself from Ethan, then I support it. I support it.
He also he apparently Netanyahu says Trump told him that whenever the hostage deal is done, that he has their full support to go full strength back against Hamas.
Wait. No, Netanyahu said that Trump and Biden said this. He's not wrong, right? He's not wrong that like Netanyahu said that Trump gave him support to like continue and strike Hamas after phase 1 is done. But like, so did Biden. You know what I mean? Like, Biden would letter Trump verbally, yeah. Like they literally, the reporting was that both said it. I haven't seen any reporting that said like only Trump's had given Netanyahu the okay. So either Ethan is going to mention this, right now, or he's being, in my opinion, purposefully disingenuous. I'm having faith in the crew. I gave my take on the crew yesterday, and it's the same take I'm gonna have today. You know what I mean?
No restraint.
Yeah, that's crazy. I saw.
Whoa.
I saw a clip of Trump literally speaking so flippantly about people in Gaza. He was like, "Well, most of them are dead." Is like what he said.
I didn't see
It was
that.
So nuts.
Yeah.
Can you link me that?
Yeah.
So I
yeah.
mean, he really bamboozled I feel like the Muslim community. Although I got
What is he talking about? Like, does he think that Muslims are like, yeah, dog, Trump is like the sickest or whatever? Like, what, like Muslims in Dearborn who, you know, overwhelmingly didn't vote, but like was like the contingent of voters that voted more for Trump than for Kamala in comparison to Biden in 2020, was that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris killed their family. Like killed their loved ones and decimated their homeland. It wasn't about Trump like being the savior of Gazans, you know? It wasn't about Trump like saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free or whatever. It was about currently at that moment, Biden and Kamala Harris were murdering their loved ones and decimating their homeland, right? With their tax dollars, indeed. And that following that, like they cannot support, right, Biden and Kamala in the future. Triple got a ceasefire too. What's the cope? Well, not according to Ethan. Apparently, according to Ethan, it was Biden who did it. Because there was a small group of Muslims who said they were going to vote for Trump. Then it means all Muslims are voting for Trump according to Ethan. Yeah, because Ethan is a racist.
I gotta say, I mean, I understand where they were coming from, you know, hoping for a change, but man, they really got bamboozled.
I heard that, he's starting mass deportations this week.
Everybody's
Which,
coming.
also, if he saves TikTok though, then I'll be okay with that. He could deport some of my
You think
cousins.
on balance
as long as
that
he
all
keeps
works?
TikTok around, then I'll let it fly.
He also put all DEI hires on leave in the government, which I
Well, how
thought
do you-
sounded
hold
crazy.
on. How do you even classify
I have
someone as
no
DUI?
clue. I
It's
saw
not
the
like there's
headline.
like a box that they check.
Exactly.
But then I
horrifying.
think that must just be like a virtue signal. Like there's
Maybe.
I don't think he actually.
Well, no, he closed the DEI offices. That's what he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope that doesn't work retroactively though.
I don't
backwards
no,
somehow.
There's no way. It's how do they do that? They don't mark like this person was a diversity hire. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Bill
That is
Gates
true.
came.
But I'm also seeing a lot of people give him credit for the ceasefire, so I don't know what's what.
Why the fuck is he getting credit for the ceasefire? It happened before he even came into office. Dude, I saw Hassan doing like a fucking whole ass clip being like, he came in wearing a MAGA hat being like, Trump's the man. You pull that up too. Trump's the man. He came in and he signed the.
Politics, he's so uninformed. Honestly, it's the audacity of a white man. If I'm being entirely real, like, it's that unearned confidence.
He did it. It's his ceasefire. What the fuck what are you talking about? He's not even in office. I guess people are saying, oh, because he scared them. Oh, he scared them, all right.
Everybody's coming.
Yeah. Dan is not.
That's true, though, right? So he knows why people are saying that. He addressed it here. Because that's true, according to reporting from Politico. Right? That said, the former prime minister of Israel says that Netanyahu was probably afraid of Trump because he's afraid of Trump. Former Israeli prime minister. Like, that's the case. Why does he just brush it off like it's not true? Like it's true. Like, whatever.
Not here today. He had some personal matters to attend to. He will be back on. Will he be back tomorrow?
Yeah,
tomorrow. About the content nuke, I've spent way too much time on this to not make sure it's perfect in every way. So I've delayed the release again to next week. It's pretty much done, but I want all the time that I need to go.
So yeah, this is him just talking about how he's delayed the release. And conveniently after the very substantive allegations against Destiny just come out. Just putting that out there.
Go over every minute of this nearly 2 hour long odyssey.
Yeah.
In what's probably, no, not probably. It's my biggest project I've ever done in my long YouTube career.
It's funny because, like, what does he think is going to happen after this? Does he think that he's going to drop this content nuke in that Hassan's going to get banned? Like, it's going to suck. It's going to hurt him a lot when he drops his content nuke. And, like, I'm going to watch it on stream. I am going to watch it on stream. And, like, Hassan, like, the next day gets invited to speak on, like, Piers Morgan. You know what I mean? And the day after that, gets, like, Donnie O'Sullivan comes out to Hassan's, like, house and interviews him for CNN. Like, it's gonna suck. It's gonna hurt him. It's gonna hurt him a lot. you know what I mean? He's gonna be like, bro, why does nobody care about my content nuke? About all the things I said about Hassan. Hassan's just like, I don't know how long Hassan's gonna be in Japan for, but Hassan's gonna be like in Japan, just like eating sushi. He doesn't eat sushi. He doesn't eat fish. Eating I don't know. What's there to eat in Japan? 2 weeks? Oh, he will definitely be in Japan. 2 weeks is a long time. Jeez Louise. Kobe beef, exactly. Some nice, delicious beef. Some Wagyu steak. Indeed. Some authentic ramen. And Ethan's gonna be like, why is nobody talking about my content nuke? I'm glad he'd be surrounded by friends. Oh, the funniest. Okay, bro. Okay, hear me out. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. But the funniest thing would be if Hassan goes live with his friends around him, and they all just watch and laugh at the nuke. It won't happen, but just imagine how much that would make Ethan seethe. How much that would make Ethan seethe. Just him just not taking it seriously. The second funniest thing is he just ignores it. You know what I mean? He just doesn't talk about it. But yeah, I will be watching it here. So while Hassan is in Japan ignoring Ethan, we will watch it on my stream. So if you don't want to give it a view of your own, you don't want to watch it alone, you can watch it here while we do our little debunking ourselves. Plus D won't be there to watch it. This is true. Destiny's he's going to be on break. Wait. Destiny is on break until February 1st. Today is the 24th. He's waiting for Destiny to come back. Confirmed. Confirmed. That's why he's delaying. Ethan delayed the because of the D News. He has to edit out stuff in the video where he's glazing him. Yes, I do think that's also part of it. But now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it's because Destiny's taking a break. And he's like, I was going to drop this so Destiny can watch it on stream, but Destiny's going to be on break, so I have to wait for him to come back. And so he delayed it a week so that Destiny could watch it. Confirmed. Somebody in this episode even says this video is going to be culturally important, so he's going to target socialism in general. That's so funny. I'm sure Ethan Klein is equipped to tackle socialism as a concept. You know what I mean? Let's continue.
And I don't think you guys will be disappointed by it. So stand by. And stand back and stand by, my friends.
Whoa, he's quoting Trump? I thought Trump was the ultimate evil. Whoa, what was that? What was that? That was a Trump quote? What was that about? Interesting. Okay, let me stop.
We love
Tell
you.
me why my monitor fell off of my desk yesterday. It scraped my wall. Actually, if you're in my leasing office, it did not scrape my wall, actually. If you're my landlord, I promise you it did not. My wall is totally fine. I was already there. And it cracked my monitor a little bit. It's like scratched like right here. So if you know how to get a scratch out of a monitor, just let me know, chat. Because the monitor was expensive. It's not that that deep, but like when the video is just straight racism, when it drops, I'd respect him more, honestly, if he goes mask off.
Thank you. Oh, today's episode is sponsored by GamerSup. Did I say that? Sup, man.
Sup, nation.
Cash out of a lifetime.
True. Zachariah Fire, thank you for the 9-month resubscription. 9-month resubscription. Much appreciated. What if this video is just straight racism when it drops? Oh, I just read that one already. I literally read a chat message that I've already read. Wait, 10 months resubscription. I can't read. 9-month streak. When you think about it, chat, why are your birthdays happening once every year, once every 12 months, but you're born in 9 months? Exactly.
Oh, I don't have any sups in here yet. I need sups. Sups! That's just what I do when I need more.
Yeah.
Me too. So,
okay, anyway, he moved off the concert, Duke. But wait, I didn't even see what I was looking for. This wasn't even what I was looking for. Out here.
Joe Biden. Respectfully.
At all.
Part about him like signing all that shit in the press conference from the Oval Office was someone asked him, he's like, did Biden write you a letter? And it was in the Resolute desk. And he's like, oh, there it is. It probably would have been here for years.
Oh my gosh.
It was fucking nuts, dude.
Biden was a class act. I'll tell you, when Trump was coming up, he welcomed him. He said, welcome home. You know, the guy's got class.
Yeah.
He's a presidential dude. He's spent his entire life in service to this country. Like, you know,
like,
people's
bro, just straight up glazing. Straight up glazing. Yeah, I did see this as well. I didn't see this tweet, but we saw the Destiny message here. So let's finish this off. We get to that. How about that?
efforts to smear him because he wasn't like
efforts to smear Joe Biden. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Wait, we can run it back.
He welcomed him. He said, "Welcome home." You know, the guy's got class.
Yeah,
he's a presidential.
Yeah, class with the fascist. Thank you. You know what? That actually makes sense for Ethan. You know what I mean? And how he cozied up to Destiny, so he understands being classy with the fascists. You know what I mean?
Dude, he's spent his entire life in service to this country. Like, you know, people's efforts to smear him because he wasn't like anti-genocide enough is just.
He wasn't anti-genocide at all. He was actually pro-genocide. So, which again, I know Ethan agrees with it. So,
there's only so. He did a lot. He cared. He
cared about what? Cared about who? Cared about what? Cared about what? Excuse me? There's not a single instance where Joe Biden has actually showed care for the Palestinian people. Like, cared about the hostages, cared about the Israelis. Sure, yeah. At no point did he care about the Palestinian people. If he was saying this about Kamala, maybe. Right? I think Kamala cared marginally more than Trump did, than Biden did. Freudian slip. I think Kamala cared marginally more about the Palestinian people than Joe Biden did. I don't think she cared either. But like, Joe Biden very much didn't care. Kamala cared maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Had his foot on the levers. You guys don't understand that. And you'll see, like I said, in the coming months, what it looks like without your foot on that pedal.
Coach. Bro, do you know how many Palestinians have been slaughtered? Like, and how many bombs we've given them? And how Joe Biden had violated his own red lines? What is he talking about? His own red... Do I have to pull up? Here. June 1st. The Biden administration says Israel hasn't crossed a red line on Rafah. This could be why. Like, they said, here, where's it at? Where's the original? Was it Matt Miller who said it? No, it was John Kirby who said it. John Kirby. You're going to hell too, don't worry.
Images? I don't know. I can't speak to what he has absolutely been. He's been kept apprised throughout the week.
May 28th, 2024.
And on this.
So you're saying the tent encampment that was first struck is considered a densely populated area?
The whole area of Rafah, Ed, is densely populated. Now, there has been 1 million or so who have evacuated Rafah proper, but it's not like they're going all that far away. The whole area is densely populated.
So how does this not violate the red line that the president laid out?
Oh, sorry. This is not the actual clip of him saying this is the red line. Is it? Here.
Is your red line with
here? This is March 9th. March 9th, 2024.
Is your red line with Prime Minister Netanyahu? Do you have a red line? For instance, would invasion of Rafah, which you have urged him not to do, would that be a red line?
It is a red line, but I'm never going to leave Israel. The defense of Israel is still critical. So there's no red line. I'm going to cut off all weapons so they don't have the Iron Dome to protect them. They don't have. But there's red lines that if he crosses, you cannot have 30,000 more Palestinians dead as a consequence of going after. There's other ways to deal with the trauma caused by Hamas. It's like look, the first time I went over, I sat with them and I sat with the work cabinet. I said, look, don't make the mistake America made.
So this was Joe Biden saying that Rafah was a red line, even if he said he was not going to cut off all weapons, which, you know, what does it mean for your red line? Whatever. And this is what John Kirby has been pressed on 2 months later, on May 28th, when the invasion of Rafah actually did happen. Less than 2 months later.
He's been kept apprised throughout the weekend on this.
So you're saying the tent encampment that was first struck is considered a densely populated area?
The whole area of Rafah, Ed, is densely populated. Now, there has been 1 million or so who have evacuated Rafah proper, but it's not like they're going all that far away. The whole area is densely
So
populated.
how does this not violate the red line that the president laid out?
As I said, we don't want to see a major ground operation. We haven't seen that at this point.
How many more charred corpses does he have to see before the president considers a change in policy?
We don't want to see a single more innocent life taken. And I kind of take a little offense at the question. No civilian casualties is the right number of civilian casualties. And this is not something that we've turned a blind eye to, nor has it been something we've ignored or neglected to raise with our Israeli counterparts, including, Ed, this weekend as a result of this particular strike. Now, they're investigating it, so let's let them investigate it and see what they come up with.
But the president doesn't have like a personal limit to this?
The president has been very clear and very direct about what our expectations are for Israeli operations in Rafah.
Spoiler alert, chat. This continued for another 11 months before a ceasefire deal was signed. So, we've never yet found that limit. There was no limit that was found. None.
Specifically, but in Gaza writ large. We don't support, we won't support a major ground operation in Rafah. And we've, again, been very consistent on that.
And mind you, that in the coming weeks after this was posted, there was a major ground operation in Rafah. And there was nothing done to change that. There was no policy change after that happened.
The president said that should that occur, then it might make him have to make different decisions in terms of support. We haven't seen that happen at this point.
Why not have him come out and say that himself?
The president has been speaking to leaders throughout the region on a regular basis. He has been addressing you guys in various fora. You've got plenty of opportunities to talk to the president, including, I might add, in a press conference last week.
What is the administration going to do, whether it was a tragic mistake or deliberate?
Well, let's see what the investigation says.
So you're going to wait for the Israelis to investigate
Let's
themselves?
see what the investigation comes up with. If we had done this, I think we would want the benefit of having the opportunity to investigate it and to figure out what happened.
But it's not the same thing. We're giving them billions of dollars in weapons.
We're giving them the kinds of capabilities they need to defend themselves. Maybe some people have forgotten what happened on the 7th of October, but we haven't.
I hate these people oh so much. So after this happened, there was an increasement and a ground operation in Rafah, and Joe Biden said, if they go into Rafah, I am not supplying the weapons. Indicates that the red line being as being an attack on a population center in the city. At the same time, U.S. officials confirmed the administration has suspended a single shipment of heavy bombs to ensure Israel will not be dropping it on Rafah. Right, Republicans' combination, the Biden moves was fast and fierce. Soon after, the chief prosecutor of the world's top court shot an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and the top UN court issued Israel to cease its operations in Rafah, increasing the political pressure on U.S. and Israel. I want to see the say after 2024 0701. Anyway, just know that after this, they continue to allow shipments of weaponry and bombing. Nothing fundamentally changed. But yeah, he cares so much about Palestinian people.
Had his foot on the levers. You guys don't understand that.
He had his foot on the levers. Don't you know? Don't you know he had his foot on the levers while he just continued to give them weaponry and allow them to violate his own red lines? Sure.
See, like I said, in the coming months, what it looks like without your foot on that pedal.
Coach, fuck Joe Biden. Respectfully.
That's fine. I personally think he was actually a really good president.
Yeah, no wonder you think that. Like, yeah, no wonder you think that. That's not surprising, right? I mean, he's pro-genocide. You know, birds of a feather.
I think
the
pretty
whole.
soon he go to hell.
But he's definitely going to die pretty soon. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
That man is not long for this earth.
Come on,
I think
man.
I think he like the Gaza issue aside, he did a lot of
The Gaza issue aside, yeah, not the genocide. It's funny. I want to point out he only ever calls it a genocide when making fun of the people who call it a genocide. I just want to make sure you guys understand that, right? Right, the Gaza issue instead of the genocide in Gaza, because he does not believe it's a genocide. He only calls it a genocide cynically when making fun of the people who call it a genocide.
I think he like the Gaza issue aside, he did a lot of really great policies internally.
Like what?
Okay.
He was very pro-union, more than any president ever.
That's nice.
I think
He's just stealing Hassan's talking points. That's also not a policy. I just want to point that out there. He just said he did many good policies. He was also pro-union. That's not a policy. I would like to see what policy Ethan thinks that Joe Biden has done that makes him like such a fantastic and substantial president. Like by all meaningful accounts, he's like he was the first union to like walk on the picket line, but like he's like worse than Obama by every meaningful standard. You know what I mean? Like Obama clears him for the most part, and Obama sucked from any like true progressive benchmarks. But like Obama still passed policy. He still passed policy. He only cared for unions once, and then he forced unions to sign a union deal against their better judgment. So, but that's a separate thing.
I think, you know, a lot of people that are, I'm not the bit. Trust me, someone said Ethan's the biggest Biden glazer. I'm not the biggest Biden glazer. I'm just saying I don't think he needs to be like completely fucking shit on as he's on his way out and acting like
he's a genocider.
Trump is like the new great guy in town who's gonna fix everything.
Trump too. Yeah, no, definitely fuck Trump.
I like my coffee dark.
You know.
You really have the morals of an alley cat.
Maybe he likes Biden so much because Biden did a genocide.
It feels like we've been on the first gear with Biden, like just going slowly forward, but now we're like back. Now we're backing up with Trump.
Oh yeah.
So it's gonna feel like we
No,
drove fast.
not really. Biden also did a genocide, so Biden was backing up. Just maybe he was backing up a little bit slower on certain issues than Trump going full like, you know, reverse accelerator.
Fast before.
We're going backwards full speed, man.
Yeah.
Israel president in history. He's a most like fanatically, ideologically pro-Israel president in history. Right? Just no checks and balances at all.
When he was like just signing these,
And if he was able to, he would probably give Israel he would give Israel the keys to the city. You know what I mean? Or the country. If there were keys to the country. Just because like he doesn't believe anything except for like, you know, Israel needs weapons, we give them weapons. That's it. There's just no. And as a president, I expect you to at least have some forethought about who you're giving weapons to and why you're giving them weapons and stuff. And he was just like, no, let's just do it. Did I be the first president to say I'm a Zionist? I don't know about the first.
to remove these past rules, everyone was just cheering, and I was thinking, you have no fucking clue what he's signing. First of all.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff he signed doesn't even make sense. I'm trying to think. There was someone says ever. I'm pretty sure Biden was the most pro-union president ever, in terms of
Like what? What did he do? What did he do? I'm not even saying I disagree. I wanted to explain it.
What he did, and of course,
What
you
did he
know,
do?
listen,
What did he do? What did he do? Without opening up a Hassan video for him to explain to you why he thinks he's the most union president. Explain. Explain. Right? I just said it. I just said that he was the first president ever to actually stand on the picket line with workers. Right? That is true. And that is an argument you could make. His NLRB made more pro-union decisions than many of his other contemporary presidents in contemporary society. This is also true. Right? He has some missteps, like him forcing the rail workers to sign a deal that they did not want to sign. But he did show public support for unions. He's talked to union members. The bar is low, but there is an argument you could make for it. I just don't think Ethan actually understands what the argument is. Genuinely. I'm not even saying I disagree, because Hassan has a stake. I think there is an argument to be made here, right? But I don't think Ethan understands what the take is.
I understand the criticism for him, but this people who are just like, I disagree. That's it. I understand the position. I'm not going to say you're wrong, or I'm not going to. I mean, I'm not going to say it is, in my opinion, wrong. But I'm just going to say, if you want to say fuck Biden, like that's a defendable position. I understand where you're coming from, right? Specifically, I'm assuming you say that because of the war.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So Genocide Joe.
The war. The war. And AB says Genocide Joe.
Because of the war?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
Genocide Joe. That's what they call him.
They call him what?
Genocide Joe.
Yeah, I've heard. Of course, yeah. Soda! But, that's my opinion. And we'll see. I mean, time will tell, right? That's how we judge presidents. Time always tells, kind of. If the office even exists after 4 years.
He signed an order saying there's only 2 genders.
That's an executive order?
I think so. It's really stupid.
This man.
That's not even worth the fucking ink it took to sign it.
Or he can't
Stupid.
Even say no, he'll say genocide when he's making fun of the people. When he's doing an impression of like Frogan or whatever, he'll be like, "Oh, I'm a leftist. I care about the genocide." That's the only time he'll say genocide. You know what I mean? Or like when he's like, Hassan, why are you talking? Why are you playing Marvel Rivals right now? There's a genocide going on, like referencing, whatever he thinks leftists say. That's it. That's the only time he talks about genocide, or he says the word genocide. Alpha Biden for not getting student loan done. Campaign promise could have made happen with an executive order.
Man is wasting no time.
Trump signed an executive order banning kitty litter boxes from being in the bathrooms of elementary schools.
Bro, everything is so fucked.
It's going to be
It's been
fun.
fucked. It's going to be fucked.
It's going to be a fun, exciting 4 years. Look, we're already talking politics again. And, look, I'm energized. The content is going to be fucking premium.
Sure.
Girl. Cheer up, man. Content. We got to make the best of it, Hey, I voted for Kamala, okay? Just remember.
It's Kamala. I hate to be liberal here. It's pronounced Kamala. That's her name. Her name is not Kamala.
For that, especially when Trump comes bouncing in here and fucking like going full throttle on colonizing Gaza. Okay, just remember, I voted
for the genocide. That's right, Ethan. You can say it. Right? You can look at the Gazans that Trump also doesn't care about and be like, guess what, Gazans? I voted for your parents to die. Sure. Thanks, bro.
For Kamala Harris, which means
Kamala.
I did more for the people of Gaza than any activist basically that abstained.
He's incorrect. He's wrong, by the way. Objectively wrong. Right? Just objectively incorrect. Right? Kamala didn't do the ceasefire. Okay? I will say it. I'll say it. I'm not going to say who did the ceasefire. I'm saying Kamala and Joe Biden didn't do the ceasefire. So, and maybe if you did abstain, right, and everybody who voted for her also abstained, that would have pressured them to actually do the ceasefire. And then they could have won the election. But what do I know? He's being dirty leftist. I didn't want genocide today. I wanted genocide in a couple of weeks. Yeah. I mean, he was also for the genocide today as well. There are people helping with journalism and medical aid in Gaza. The ego, you say you've done more than any of those folks by voting is awful. Yeah, again. Wait, hold on, wait. Did he call it a genocide? Exactly like I said he was going to do? Only call it a genocide when, like, dunking on leftists or making fun of leftists? He didn't call it a war here.
Okay. Just remember, I voted for Kamala Harris, which means I did more for the people of Gaza than any activist, basically, that...
To be fair, he said the people of Gaza. He didn't say genocide. He said the people of Gaza.
Abstained.
You
Point
think
blank,
you just fell
period.
out of a coconut tree?
Sorry. You think I just fell out of a coconut tree? Just saying. Y'all listen to people like Hassan and didn't vote. Well, you get what you paid for.
Like, Hassan never told people not to vote. Hassan voted on stream. So what is he talking about? He didn't start leaving out. Okay, now he's like, hold my beer. So I never said that. Like, never. Like, so I don't. Again, he knows this. Ethan knows this. He knows this. Also, I do want to resend what I said. He did not call it a genocide. So he's still consistent by thinking it's not a genocide.
Y'all really thought Trump was going to deliver you a good policy on Gaza?
That's no. Like 5 people maybe thought that, right? He doesn't seem to understand this. He doesn't seem to get this, and he'll get no pushback from the crew on this because, like, why would you? At this point, just let him go off, let him yap. So I'll say it. You know what I mean? I'll say what everybody's thinking. Nobody thought Trump would be better on Gaza, or would fix the issues of Gaza, right? Nobody thought that. Right? People, by and large, did not think Trump would be even better on Gaza than Joe Biden, right? The reason why people abstained from voting was for one of 2 reasons. One, it was to pressure Kamala Harris and Joe Biden into actually pressuring Israel into instituting a ceasefire in Gaza, right? So you withhold your vote to pressure them to do that, but they didn't have a conscience, so it didn't work. 1. Or 2, it's because that they refused to support somebody who, was supporting a genocide. That's it. They're like, Trump is a genociding warmonger. Biden, genociding warmonger. Kamala, genociding warmonger. I'm going to vote for the candidate that's not pro-genocide. And then they voted for either Cornel West, Claudia De La Cruz, Jill Stein, or they didn't vote at all because all of the candidates are pro-genocide. And they had no reason to go vote. Nobody was like, I'm voting for Trump because he's going to save Gaza or whatever. It was because if anybody did vote for Trump over Kamala Harris and they were pro-Palestinian, it was because they did not want to support somebody who had a direct hand in killing their family members or their friends' family members or just people's family members in general. Some did. I'm sure some did. I'm sure there was a few people. You know what I mean? In comparison. Right? But again, Kamala lost by 6 million votes when compared to Joe Biden in 2020. Right? Joe Biden had 81 million votes. Kamala had 75 million. Trump only gained 3 million votes. He went from 74 million in 2020 to 77 million. So that's 3 million people that did not transfer over from Joe Biden in 2020 to Trump in 2024. They stayed home. They stayed home. By and large, they stayed home. That's why they lost. Right? And I'll say something I said on election day. Maybe if people like Ethan were actually hip to the issues the Palestinians were being faced with and joined the chorus of the uncommitted movement, maybe that would have put enough pressure on Kamala to change her mind and change her rhetoric. Right? Maybe. or just be for the 8 million people who voted for Trump. They're not Hassan. Ethan thinks he's some intellectual liberal. Yeah, he's stupid. He doesn't understand how stupid he is.
Okay. You really don't think that Kamala Harris would be better on Gaza than
Kamala
Biden? Okay.
No, I don't. There was no evidence to believe that's the case. There's not. There is no evidence. She said she would do nothing different. She said, with her own mouth, that she would do nothing different. She said, with her own mouth, that she would do nothing different. Circuit, she moved on to a base that is arguably more important and integral for this election: middle-aged women. The View talk show would give Kamala the opportunity to speak to Americans and was the first live interview / talk show appearance since becoming the nominee, which, to remind you, was over a month ago. October 8th puts us less than a month out from the election day, but if she could speak to Americans' needs, she could move the needle. All she has to do is distance herself from Biden, the failed 80-year-old candidate nobody liked that was forced to drop out 4 months before the election by his own party, and communicate policy to reinvigorate the people who showed up for Biden in 2020. There's literally one thing she can't say, and it's almost impossible to mess this up, right? Right? Please tell me I'm right. Please, I can't keep doing this bit again.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Okay, so there is not a thing that comes to mind that she would do differently from Joe Biden. I'm gonna run back what Ethan said so you guys understand what I am responding to. Great video, by the way, thank you.
Was going to deliver you a good policy on Gaza? Okay. You really don't think that Kamala Harris would be better on Gaza than Biden? Okay.
No. Because she said, with her own words, she said with her own words that she would do nothing different. You expect me to take the word of liberal Democratic glazers instead of the candidate herself? She said that she would do nothing different. She said it. She said it. And there's numerous instances. It's not even just the only instance where she said this, right? Where she was talking to the black journalist, right? Here.
Madam
Of the region. But absolutely, the United States of America absolutely has a role, which is why we...
This is before she was even the nominee. No, that actually was after it. This is September 17th. Sorry. 4 months ago. It feels like a lifetime ago. It was when she was the nominee, when she was asked if she would do anything differently than Joe Biden.
We have been active, in particular with the Qataris and the Egyptians, around attempting to get a deal done and get it done as quickly as possible.
But Madam Vice President, just to follow up really quickly, is there a specific policy change that you, as President of the United States, would say you would do that would help this along? Because you've gotten a lot of credit for emphasizing the humanity of Palestinians. But what I often hear from folks is that there's no policy change that either you or President Biden have gone and said they would do. Is there a specific policy change as president that you would do in our helping of Israel?
We need to get this deal done.
and we need to get it done immediately. And
in the
that
way
is
that-
my position, and that is my policy. We need to get this deal done.
But in the way that we send weapons, in the way that we interact as their ally, are there specific policy changes?
Well, Eugene, for example, one of the things that we have done that I am entirely supportive of is the pause that we've put on the 2,000-pound bombs. And so there is some leverage that we have had and used. But ultimately, the thing that is going to unlock everything else in that region is getting this deal done. And I'm not going to disclose private conversations, but I will tell you I've had direct conversations with the Prime Minister, with the President of Israel, with Egyptian leaders, and with our allies. And I think we've made ourselves very clear this deal needs to get done in the best interest of everyone in the region, including getting those hostages out who, I mean, we saw the latest example of what happened with the six most recently, one of whom was an American citizen.
But what do you say to those that say that's not enough, that stopping the 2,000-pound bombs the one time wasn't enough, that this administration, your possible administration, has to do more?
Well, we are doing the work of putting the pressure on all parties involved to get the deal done. But let me be very clear also. I support Israel's ability to defend itself. And I support the need for Palestinians to have dignity, self-determination, and security as we move forward and get a two-state deal done. But right now, the thing we need to get done is this hostage deal and this ceasefire deal. We need a ceasefire. We need the hostage deal.
I want to switch gears.
She said almost nothing substantively different than Joe Biden. So, how can you, as Ethan Klein, and I hope you see this, Ethan. I genuinely, like, if there's one thing that I hope you see from me in my output, I hope this is the one thing you see. How can you sit here and act like people, like leftists, pro-Palestinian voters, are somehow uninformed about the way that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden operated? Now, I just genuinely, she has not demonstrated a single time that she would be different than Biden. She has actually done the opposite. She has reiterated that she agrees with Biden and she refuses to change her policies from what Biden's policies were. I would like you to respond to this specifically, this specific section, right? About what you said here.
You really don't think that Kamala Harris would be better on Gaza than...
Also, her name's Kamala, but that's just, sorry.
You really don't think that Kamala Harris would be better on Gaza than Biden? Okay. Nice one, guys.
There's no evidence that that's the case.
It felt so hopeless, you know? That it was like an entire year. And a lot of people like have people they know over there. So it's like, this is your family that you're trying to protect. You know what I mean? So I think because it's so personal for people, it's just like, if Biden's not doing it, maybe Trump will do it. Maybe they'll save my family. You know what I mean?
They don't realize what Biden's been doing and how little less could be done.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is... Like, he's literally preaching to people whose entire family has been destroyed. He's literally looking at people who are the last living members of their family, of their immediate family. And they're saying, you know, they could have killed a lot more of your family. They could have. Joe Biden could have given them even more weapons to kill even more of your family. But he didn't. But Trump is going to give them all the weapons. And there's no evidence that Joe Biden even cared about their family. There's no evidence Joe Biden was going to stop the killing of their family. And there's no evidence that Kamala Harris was going to change policy from those killings. There's actually evidence of the contrary for all three of those things. There's evidence that Joe Biden doesn't care about their family. There's evidence that Joe Biden supported the killing of their families. And there's evidence that Kamala Harris was going to do the exact same thing when she got in office. Right? And so I would like to know what Ethan thinks Joe Biden was doing in the background. Genuinely. I would like to know what Ethan thinks Joe Biden was doing in the background. Right? Because from what I've seen and the research that I've done and the articles that I've seen, right? Biden and his administration would lay out a red line that Israel would then subsequently cross, and then Biden will reiterate support for them on multiple occasions. They will say more aid trucks need to get into Gaza. Israel, if you don't get more aid trucks into Gaza, we're cutting off aid. That's the first time they said that, and that was in freaking October, right? September to October. After the 30-day pass, they were like, well, the aid trucks aren't increasing, but like, we're still going to give them weapons. It's Joe Biden saying Rafah is a red line. No more weapons if you invade Rafah. They invade Rafah, and we continue to give them weapons. Joe Biden was going to give them $8 billion on January 4th. This year, 2025, $8 billion.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
$8 billion. There is zero evidence that Anthony Blinken, Joe Biden, or Kamala Harris did anything to meaningfully stop the massacre of Palestinians. And there is just slightly more evidence that Trump actually put pressure on Israel to sign the ceasefire deal. That's it. That's the truth. That's the truth. That is based in reality. Sorry for thank you for the 300 bits. And Staffy, thank you for the, was that 10 bits? How much is the student debt? Not that much. This bad for Sean is actually a plenty of it. You must, you even heard it when Mr. Ethan said so. You're right. Ethan did say so. I don't really care about Ethan standing for Joe Biden in 2016. Like, 2016 was a different time. He didn't commit a genocide at that point. So if you want to be as Biden standing in 2016, go for it.
Or actually, even the opposite. Not less to be done. More. How little less.
You know what I mean?
They don't realize what Biden's been doing and how little less could be done.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually, even the opposite. Not less to be done. More could be done to empower Israel, or Netanyahu, I should say specifically, his war cabinet. You know what I mean? Like, come on. We'll see, though. We'll see. Yeah.
That's why politics are so crazy.
It is. It's American politics.
It's just so disgusting. It's so disgusting for Ethan. Sorry, I was about to say Israel. For Ethan to sit here and act like he's the real pro-Palestinian person. He's the real person who cares about Palestinians. When his only output has been just like anti-Hassan or anti-Frogan or anti-the Arabs podcast stuff, right? And Standing Destiny. Don't forget the Standing Destiny part. Like, at no point in the last 12 months, none at all, has it ever actually been demonstrated that he cares about the Palestinians. No, at no point. At no point. It's just him running defense for Israel, coming after, like, you know, Arabs or Muslims, freaking yelling about Hassan, trying to get people like banned off of the platform, saying that Yoav Gallant is a good guy or whatever, right? And like, that's it. At no point has it been like, hey, there's a, let's talk about, the Palestinians and what they're going through and why it's not a great thing. Why it's pretty bad. He also tried to sell Boner Box as a reasonable alternative to Hassan. Yeah, which is kind of funny because like his standing of Destiny, and Destiny is now being, credibly accused of sex crimes. And Loner Box is leaving the internet. So like, it's so interesting to see his entire plan of trying to get the entire plan of trying to get like Hassan deplatformed and like a reasonable alternative to Hassan or whatever. But like then immediately like, that person leaving the internet immediately after. Yeah. You're right. He made an angry post about Israel like one time. Also, he made one donation like 2 years ago or 3 years ago. So, yeah. He also repeatedly talking points about Palestinians are the ones who want to do a genocide.
I did everything right and they
Yes. He
indicted
also said
me.
that Palestinians, his wife said that Palestinians know from or learn from like as toddlers that to become terrorists and hate Jews. Care about Palestine in the same way that liberal Zionists care about it. It goes out of the window the moment the comments actually put into Israel's existence under scrutiny. The part that it is. I don't even think he cares about it like the same way liberal Zionists care about it. I think he does. I think it's like he doesn't care about it at all. He's not demonstrated that even like Palestinians like even matter to him. They don't even cross his mind. You know what I mean? So everything for the 300 bits. Much appreciated. She didn't actually say that, but reacted to Giuliani saying it by saying, "Well, that's agreement." You know what I mean? That is an agreement. On correctness before he wants to make a nuke on us. That is a whole that's full sale agreement. I have empathy for Ethan's crew anymore. They coddle and enable him for a paycheck, no matter how vile he is. I just can't. Again, my take on the crew is never going to change. So. It was like give her credit, and she doesn't even have the backbone to say that outright. She reacted to it in a head nod. It's still agreement. She still agreed with it.
Just continues to.
And I watched.
It feels like
it. Don't gift it. Love the stream. Appreciate it. Don't worry about it if you can't gift. You just watching it totally fine because you're gonna see ads anyway. I'm gonna be real. Ads still run at the top of the hour. But I do appreciate it if you throw a couple cents my way, a couple dollars my way. I do appreciate that. Yeah, much appreciated. Early episode doesn't cover the nuke at all. It's really funny if this guy just keeps yapping to the void. It depends on what he says. Honestly, I could see a sign reacting to certain parts depending on what he says. Right? I think he would. Depends. If it's something so insane, I think a song will peek at I think you'll watch a clip or two. If it's something so crazy. But he's definitely not gonna watch the entire thing. You know what I mean? That's kind of what Ethan wants. He's kind of vying for Hassan's attention at this point.
I don't know. Maybe it's always been like this, but it's just because we're grown-ups and now we're following and care about it more. But it feels more fucked up than ever. And at least in 4 years, we'll have 2 new candidates. And hopefully they're all under the age of, like, let's say 70.
No, no. They can't be under 70.
Please let them both be under the age of 70.
How could I trust them?
I'd kill for a 65-year-old president.
Me too, right?
65-year-old president, shit.
Damn.
You know what I mean?
Youngster, dude.
God damn. That dude could serve 2 years or 2 terms before going developing dementia probably easily.
Yeah, how old was Obama when he?
I think that was all I wanted to see. Honestly. Yeah. That's my take on Ethan. I just just can't. I can't. I want him to drop the nuke so we can just like laugh at it, and then we can all move on from Ethan to never talk about him again. I don't want to see what this person said. They said, oh, yeah, what is this person? Okay, somebody else named Cherry blocked me a long time ago. This was not the person. I do not care for friends, enemies, strangers. If we disagree politically, debated harshly, I do not care. If you dismiss me and rub me off as misleading in the past, or if I made brutal criticism of your behavior, I do not care. These are not unforgivable crimes to me. I empathize with anybody who is insecure and concerned. Throw stones to glass houses. Do not let this man scare you or threaten you into thinking that you are the same as him. Do not let destiny make you think your silence or support of him is to this point or to any point is a scarlet A on your name forever. I know what was done to me. I know who did it. This is Cherry's response to like Destiny saying, "Bro, if I need to go on a sex offender list, I'm taking 20 other streamers with me. Okay, LW." Talking as a white woman, I just came from a Pilates class. To be fair, I thought you were white women to begin with, but like W. Isn't like Pilates like fast yoga kind of? I don't really know what Pilates is. That is like a white woman thing. Do it then? Yeah, I mean, I say do it. Still hurts? That's crazy. Pilates is basically stretching. I mean, isn't yoga also basically stretching? Yoga is like slow and methodical though. I'm not gonna look up what like a Pilates video because like I'm good on that. Was popularized in the U.S. by a black woman, if I recall correctly. You guys a lot more into it, in my opinion. I've done both. Anyway, on this, honestly, go for it. Yeah, go ahead. Destiny, release it. Drop your own nuke on 20 other streamers. You know, because that will be him admitting to the sex crime. If he gets on a sex offender list, I think it'll be better for everybody if he's held accountable for his crimes, because that would mean that he's like arrested and stuff. You know what I mean? But yeah, he's gotten away with a lot of stuff in the past, like legitimately. Like he's gotten away with a lot, like saying a lot of stuff, doing a lot of stuff, and mobilizing his audience against people who he ideologically disagrees with, but also he just personally disagrees with. He has his campaign and his orbiters would like do like mass harassment and targeting campaigns against people. He's gotten off scot-free from it. And on top of that, he's been like a sex pest, using his audience as a dating pool that he can pull in like vulnerable women who are like enamored by his clout, right? And hold that over them while committing crimes and sharing footage that they've created, sometimes consensually, but sometimes non-consensually, with other people that he's also trying to court. It is essentially like a sex cult. Right? Get what I mean? So it's not entirely surprising. But I hope this is one instance where like the actual justice system comes in and like actually does justice.
So it is James.
Oh, I do want to see this video as well. He has the beat on 20 streamers, sex crimes. That's what he's implying. I don't know how true it is. But that is what he's implying. He's trying to like scare people who probably have knowledge of his sex crimes into silence, essentially. He's like, I will have knowledge of your sex crimes. This is a 30-minute video. Maybe I'll watch this tomorrow. I do have a meeting today. When is my meeting today? calendar. Okay, I have a little bit of time.
January 19th in the afternoon, and TikTok in America at least has been officially dead for 8 to 12 hours. Quick disclaimer up front, because obviously if you're watching this when I think you're watching it, you'll know that TikTok has been reinstated somehow, some way. That's a whole other conversation I'll probably get to some other time. However, if you are on TikTok or make stuff on TikTok, I still...
Or currently live on TikTok like I am. Hello, TikTok chat, and the 3 people who are there. I hope you guys are doing sick and gracious and awesome and amazing. The peaceful beast... Muay Thai, thank you for the coins, I guess. W. And also shout out YouTube chat. And the freaking 25 people that are watching on YouTube chat. Jeez Louise. The Democratic Party needs to be abolished. I agree. Oil up and twerk. Ayo.
Think this video is probably pretty useful, because I still think you should probably be preparing to be somewhere else in the near future, or at a minimum you should be diversifying your content so that you're not stuck on a platform that clearly has its days numbered. So,
which, to be honest and fair, you should always have been doing in the first place. Like, you shouldn't always put all of your eggs on one content basket. You know, at least slowly build up your following on other platforms, because it will help your main platform, and on top of that, it may be like an extra side to come as well. But there's a visible Star of David on Google Maps, and the idea of True and Gaza visible in the pictures. We'll look at that after this.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Alabastrian gifted a tier 1 sub to Lame Melon.
Alabastrian, thank you for the gifted
they have
sub.
Given 31 gift subs in the channel.
Excuse me. Much appreciated. W, huge W. Hey chat, you know that if we get to 1,000 subs, I turn our ads off. Even though you can just watch on like YouTube to get no ads anyway. Or maybe do you get ads on YouTube if it's the shorts? Let me see. I'm actually curious if I run an ad, will you get an ad? Will I get an ad if I open up my live? Okay. Now I open up or insert ad, play. Ad inserted. We'll see if that works or not.
And overall, if you're just a YouTuber, this might be good information for you to have. So just trying to help people. All right, that's it. On to the show. But today I wanted to make a video for those of you who are going to be coming from TikTok as creators and trying to make their way on YouTube. I wrote like a script that ended up being like almost 4,000 words, and
it didn't. Crazy. Wait, how is that a lot of words?
Not on the B-sides. So instead of this being one of my more tightly scripted videos, this is going to be me just kind of going off the dome about different topics and things that I wanted to make sure people knew coming into YouTube's very complex, often very cutthroat, and very different from TikTok world. So number one, YouTube and TikTok's algorithms are fundamentally different, and you need to understand that before you start, well, not before you start making content on YouTube, but you need to understand that like as you're trying to be successful on YouTube. The simplest way to put it, and there's gonna be some subtle shade throughout this whole video to TikTokers, and I apologize for that up front. Some of it is very much intended, and some of that
I left TikTok 2 years ago. I'm chilling.
Is just incidental, and a lot of it is in this particular section because, for lack of a better way of putting it, TikTok rewards lower effort.
You know, it's kind of tough.
And like there's creators that will tell you this from experience. You can go ahead and Google this. Highly produced, well edited, like higher camera value TikToks get less reach than when you just pick up your phone. The hell with the lighting, the hell with the audio, the hell with, you know, how you look, etc. Not that I should be complaining about anybody's looks.
Message.
Just saying, those videos on TikTok, the algorithm tends to reward more, because what TikTok has always wanted is for more people to be engaging and talking on TikTok. That's why the yap genre is very popular, because it's easy to get into and it gets rewarded very
I remember being on TikTok before there were things like stitches and duets. I was on TikTok at like the super early parts of the app, right? And so there were things like stitches and duets added later on to kind of perfectly illustrate the point that FT is making here, and that's that TikTok wanted engagement. They wanted. I wasn't on Musical.ly, but I was around during the Musical.ly time. I saw Musical.ly be a thing, and I refused to be on Musical.ly because I was like, that's a cringe app. But like when they added stitches and duets, they wanted you to talk and somebody to respond to you. They wanted you to create a piece of content, and somebody creates a piece of content off of your content to keep people on the app. That is how TikTok's algorithm grew, right? It grew not by being like, just a funny TikTok or whatever. It's a funny TikTok, and then you stitch that TikTok to be like, that person was stupid. Let me tell you why they were stupid. And then you get a stitch or a duet being like, I agree with that guy. That guy knows what he's talking about, right? And so like you had like response to a response to a response to a stitch to a duet to a stitch to a stitch to a duet. That on top of the current sound system, which is like TikTok didn't have like whenever you made a video on TikTok, you had your own sound. And you could use other people's sound on your sounds as well. So you could search sounds to find videos under that sound as like a way to classify content as well, right? That all added to a way to be like this very community-centered approach to TikTok's algorithm, right? TikTok would not exist without its creators, right? YouTube technically could. You can post content from elsewhere onto YouTube and it can be successful, like VODs or whatever. But on TikTok, you needed to be in the part of the community to be successful. You could not just repost content and be like a widely successful TikToker, right? Because you need people to respond to you, people to stitch you, people to like, quote you, like using the Twitter terms, people to duet you, people to use your sounds in order to get like to the upper echelons of TikTok culture, essentially. That doesn't really exist anywhere else on the internet.
Handsomely,
except for Twitter. Twitter is like the same thing but in text.
Considering the amount of effort that goes into it. The same cannot be said for YouTube. YouTube does not reward low effort stuff. On YouTube, you're gonna have to get, audio and visuals and editing on point. But I'm gonna talk about that later. The thing I'm trying to work my way back around to is that TikTok rewards virality and YouTube rewards parasociality. Virality is how much does this thing spread? How far does it go? How many people watch it and how many times do they watch it? And that's still valuable on YouTube, don't get me wrong. But what makes a healthy YouTube channel is how often and consistently people are engaged with your channel. And that comes down to parasociality. And parasociality is gonna require better presentation. You don't have to worry about this as TikTokers, because I don't know too many TikTokers that didn't show their faces. But like on YouTube, showing your face is a huge advantage, and not showing your face is a huge disadvantage, because people that
I will say I have evidence of people becoming very successful because they did not show their face, right? And so there's still an element of parasocial nature on TikTok, where like if one of my mutuals, what's her name? It was like. What was her name, bro? Her name was Morgan. I know her name was Morgan. I don't remember her TikTok name.
Trump admin.
It's like cyber something. So, can I search my following? Oh. This is Morgan. Morgan got very successful by not showing her face, but showing her eye. Like Morgan's old content was like just her eye. and then a body of text. Right? Don't show the good accounts. These are not the good accounts. Right? It was a body of text, and it was known as like a wall of text content. And so some people would like just show their face with the wall of text. Some people would just show their like hand with the wall of text. And so it was very big on like political TikTok or whatever. But there was content that did thrive on the platform that wasn't based specifically or only on like, you know, like showing face content. There was a wide breadth of content as well. But it also was about like parasocial natures of it as well. People would see like your eye pop up and like, oh, I know that person, right? I know that person. That's that person's eye. They're super smart, or whatever.
Watch YouTube, and the way YouTube's algorithm works, it wants people to be engaging with you. On YouTube, you can write whole ass dissertations in the comment section. TikTok low-key is a sentient comment section. The entirety of the app is a comment section. On TikTok, you don't get to choose what you watch. So you open up the app and TikTok's algorithm is so intuitive, and I'll give it this. I've had 30-minute long TikTok sessions where I've lost track of time because it knows exactly what to feed me. But on YouTube, you are driving what you want to watch. So you're gonna go in there with an opinion and an idea of what you open the app up for. So what does this all mean for people coming from TikTok? Basically, you're just gonna have to think differently about how you make content. Which brings it to my second thing. There's certain types of content
that I find idea of banning a social media platform a bit too simple because we only have a few choices. No, I do agree that if you want to be a creator, TikTok is not your best opportunity. It's just not. It's not your best opportunity. You would probably be better off on another platform. And that's why I abandoned TikTok a while ago. Right? Especially now that TikTok is now trying or starting to censor types of content. You think the type of content that can still be censored on TikTok with the decreased attention span and stuff like that? I think it depends on how the algorithm shakes out. Right now, TikTok is trying or is attempting to be more right wing. They're now censoring more content. You can't type Free Palestine in the TikTok comment section. See, look, if I go to like my comments, like here. Hello. If I type in Free Palestine, right? Like refresh. Now we wait. Now we. Hello, TikTok. They wait. Hello, TikTok. Like the comment's not even here, and this is my video. The number went up, but the comment's not here. Forgot my activity. Hello, TikTok community. See, Free Palestine's here. We'll see how long this one lasts. Comment link copied. I don't know where my Free Palestine is. Yeah, I mean, he's let out when it comes to social media. I think we should just not be on social media as much in general. Yeah, but that's never gonna happen. When I tried it, I got the notification by the way that it was removed. Yeah. So you can't type Free Palestine and TikTok anymore. Which I think the problem with doing that is that I don't know if you were ever able to type Free Palestine, but I feel like you were, you know what I mean? I feel like people have typed Free Palestine in on TikTok before, but now you just can't. Wondering what that hat, whatever you have in your head, that's so funny. Non-black chatters are so funny. It's not a hat, it's a bonnet. I have it right here. It's to protect my hair. You think Meta secretly bought it now?
that are viable on TikTok that are not going to be viable on YouTube yet, maybe. I mentioned the yappers, and it's funny because I was a fan of the yappers. There are no yappers on YouTube because the way that yapping works, the framework or genre of it.
Well, if he's talking about YouTube VODs, then I would agree. But on live streams, it exists. Right? Live streaming is literally all yapping. I don't know what direct is, but I've never seen anyone but you put that type of bonnet on. I don't think you're around a lot of black people, chatter. People use bonnets all the time. All the time.
It all, YouTube just has no place for. There's a chance if enough yappers come. Shout out to
you know, yapping. I think the point he's making is like you just set your phone up and you just talk to a camera, right? And then in the video and you post it. He's saying that like video essays and content on YouTube is more structured. You have to do more. You have to talk more. Like you have to edit more. You have to be more concise. You have to actually have a plan. It's like a lot higher barrier of entry than like TikTok content specifically.
No, Machiavelli and the one dude with the glasses that sings and talks about nerd shit and football. I need you. That's spirit animal. Shout out to Christian Divine, who I've already had conversations with. Like people like that can just pick up a microphone and get witty in a 2-minute long session and keep you entertained. That's an amazing talent. I don't want to take anything away from that. But if you don't learn how to formulate that through a different genre of content, YouTube's not going to offer you much. Furthermore, shorts on YouTube in general actually pay less than shorts on TikTok, which is amazing because I know TikTok don't pay shit. So if shorts on YouTube don't pay shit, less than TikTok.
Yeah, but the views are insane. Chat, I want you to guess. In my YouTube live stream short, I've been live for 4.5 hours. How many viewers I've got? Now, keep in mind, my average viewer amount on a horizontal landscape live stream on YouTube is 100 and something, right? 100 to 200, max 200. Total views, total people cycling through. My normal average amount is 100 to 200, right? And I'll say for yesterday, I was live for like 2 hours. It was 500. Today, it's 4,342. 4,342 people have come across my content by being live on YouTube Shorts. When compared to my horizontal live stream, getting 100 people coming through. That's insane. That is crazy. If you are look, it went up by 3. 3 people swiped by on their shorts feed and saw my face on their shorts feed. So like, it's insane. It's crazy. Look, we maxed out at 45 people watching me at one time on YouTube Shorts. 37, it was close. 38 people for today. And so if it's purely about, and in comparison on TikTok, we have 2 people watching currently. And we won't know the full amount of people that have started watching me. I'll let you know tomorrow. But so many more people are watching me on YouTube Shorts than are watching me on TikTok Live. Like, and so I think like, it was just kind of crazy because I have not heard many people talk about it. People are like, oh, multi-stream. But something that people have not talked about is how multi-streaming to YouTube like shorts is perfect to get your eyes, get eyeballs on your content. Now, most people will scroll away. Most people won't subscribe. They'll scroll away. They won't watch, but some people may. The point of being a small YouTuber or a small live streamer is just getting people to watch your content, right? It's discoverability. And this is an insane discoverability method. Don't tell anybody. It's all mine now. It's mine, chat. Shh, don't tell nobody.
That shit is wild. So you need to think of another genre to join in. You may want to do a podcast. You may want to do what's called commentary here on YouTube, which is basically a longer yap session, which will need to be more highly produced. If you're doing hair or skits or like comedy or, you know, news and things like that.
Another
like,
YouTube multi-streaming thing? I'm curious. Oh, was it this? Oh, we clicked off of this. You deserve a lot more views, real. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is clickbait. I'm not quitting YouTube. I am, however, drastically changing how I'm going to be doing YouTube going forward, at least compared to the last 3 years. So if you're curious about what those changes are or just the back end of being a streamer / YouTuber, then this video is for you. To give some context on what those changes are, I first have to go back 3 years ago to when I blew up a car. That marked the switch from me being a full-time Twitch streamer to becoming a full-time YouTube streamer because I signed a contract from YouTube
to make started multi-streaming again.
That happen. And the question a lot of people ask me now, after 3 years, was it worth it? Was it worth being a YouTube streamer for that time? Was it only worth it because of the money I received? Would I have maybe made more money if I stayed on Twitch the whole time? What am I going to do now? Those are all what I'm answering in this video. Now, to be clear, being a YouTube streamer is not the same as being like a kick streamer or back in the day, being a mixer streamer. It's not like you go to YouTube to die. There's many YouTube streamers who thrive, like all the Japanese VTubers, iShowSpeed, many other examples. And me personally, I had some of my greatest streams here on YouTube, like Mogul Money Live or Mogul Chess Boxing. Like, I hit my peak viewership ever here on YouTube. World's Greatest Gamer, Unpaid Intern. There's a big list of streams that I'm very proud of that I did exclusively on YouTube. But I have a lot of problems with YouTube. Specifically, how I feel like you have to stream on YouTube versus how you have to stream on Twitch. Now, it's no secret, you guys have had a lot of complaints over the years about how hard it is to find a YouTube live stream. Most people end up finding live streams by either looking up the name of the person they want to watch or seeing like the red live circle around their name if they're watching some of their other content. And the reason is because YouTube streams, like YouTube videos, are recommended through the algorithm. So your live stream needs to perform well enough to be pushed through the algorithm and accepted, clicked by end users on the algorithm, as opposed.
Yeah. Also on the YouTube Shorts, I'll let them speak. But there's a cool thing you have on YouTube Shorts. If you're watching on a YouTube Short, there's like a little heart. Just found your channel the other day, and now I'm seeing it's live. What a slay! Oh, welcome in, Mary. There's a little heart here. I want you to just click this heart. You see this one of these emotes? Just go ahead and spam these emotes right there. Just spam that right there. Bada bing, bada boom. It helps me up in the algorithm. Actually, I don't know if that helps you in the algorithm. You like the stream as well. Liking the stream does help me in the algorithm. So make sure you like the stream.
To just naturally getting viewers by proxy of being live. So Twitch streamers are incentivized to stream longer hours to build up more viewers over a longer period of time. And YouTube streamers are incentivized for high burst, high action short streams that build up big peak viewership and will get a lot of views on the VOD after the stream has already ended. This is a good example of someone who streams well on YouTube. And I saw this reflect personally on my own streams. Here's a chart of one of my most successful live streams on YouTube.
This is true, chat. This is true. You don't want long streams on YouTube. The longer your stream goes, the more likely your stream gets demonetized. And if your stream gets demonetized, you make no money. You don't want a stream that's longer than like an hour, 2 hours long, right? You don't want to stream for 6 hours long on YouTube, especially longer. You don't, right? Because the longer you're streaming, the more likely it is you get demonetized, whether it's for copyright or for ad suitability. And if you get demonetized, you're not making any money on that anyway, right? So you have less overall viewership and you make $0 on this video after it's posted. And maybe you get a lot of views on it, but you can just post the VOD from Twitch onto YouTube. And it's the same thing. YouTube is horrible, bro. Okay, not horrible, but It's so bad in so many different ways that like the ways that it's good does not outweigh the bad.
That wasn't related to an event. It was called 1 hour to beat the game or I cry for real. Part of the reason this stream works so well on YouTube is because there's a timer, because people's average view duration increases the closer my timer gets to 1 hour, meaning it gets recommended to more people because the algorithm's like, oh, people really like this stream. They're watching it for longer than normal, although ultimately it mostly is just a gimmick. In fact, you can see I employed this tactic a lot because it's one of the things that worked while streaming over on YouTube. The other type of stream that works really well on YouTube are super short, high-density streams, maybe filled with a lot of drama, like the update to Logan Paul drama, where the viewership drops off dramatically after the information that I have in my head that people are waiting for me to say exits my mouth. And the moment it does, they're gone. They're gone to other YouTube videos on the website that are very appealing to watch. YouTube's like a convenience store with a revolving door. People are constantly going in and out, but they're not staying for a long time. Twitch, it's like a Barnes & Noble. When people show up, they're fucking parking their chair down. There's no revolving door there. Once you show
You know, Ludwig, you could have said a library. People stay in libraries as well. But okay.
up there, you might sit there for 8, 12 hours. You don't give a fuck what's going on half the time. It can be 3rd, 4th, 5th monitor content. Twitch viewers are gonna stick around. And so the strategy for Twitch is a lot different. It can be explained simply by the phrase marathon streams. This is a 48-hour segment of a 100-hour live stream I did where I played League of Legends with Connor. You can see the viewership is insane. And the peaks only get higher after every single night. Reason being, there's just more viewers that build up over time. People don't close out the streams like they do on YouTube. Again, think of the Barnes & Noble. I just got more people chilling in my store. Some people fell asleep. I don't give a shit. It's all the same to me. As long as people are in my store, I'm happy. I have had one big problem with Twitch. Too many subscriptions. I was subscribed to over 30 different streamers. That costs $6 per person. Some of the streamers I don't even like Squeaks, and I was subscribed to him for a year. And I wouldn't have found out unless it was for the sponsor of today's video, Rocket Money.
Boo, that's crazy. Which is why you should subscribe to me. And it's free if you have a Twitch Prime, right? Ludwig, he's a millionaire. He's complaining about 35 subscriptions. Really? Okay. Okay, broke boy millionaire, right? I'm not a millionaire, right? I'm not. You could make me a millionaire if you subscribe at the top of the hour. I'd be very happy about that. Right? I would. And it's free with the Twitch Prime, chat. It's free. It's okay. I just ran out to type it in chat. It's free to subscribe with a Twitch Prime. If you connect your Amazon Prime with your Twitch account. So do it now, please. I'm poor. Did I have
Yeah, I'm good enough. Good enough. In my shoe, but with my hoodie on.
Debt. Yes, of course. Thank you for the Prime subscription. I got 1 Prime for that. Worth it. Worth it. So chat, you'll cry if you don't get Primes. I'll cry for real if I don't get Primes, chat. You don't want me to cry, do you? You don't want me to cry, do you? I'll do it. I'll cry. I'm not above it. I'm not above crying. Anyway, let's continue.
If you don't know, Rocket Money's an all-in-one finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower your bills, and also
I won't. You're right. I won't do it.
Manage your money better. And thanks to Rocket Money, I'm literally saving hundreds of dollars a year because I canceled a bunch of subscriptions I didn't even know I was paying for. It also helps me set budgets so that Aiden doesn't yell at me as much. So to save more and spend less.
Every time, okay, after Honey, every time I get a YouTube ad, I'm just thinking of like, how many years will it take for this ad to be exposed for being a scam too? I'm sure it's great.
Let's go to rocketmoney.com/Ludwig. That's rocketmoney.com/Ludwig. You can get started for absolutely free, or just click the link at the top of the description. Thank you, Rocket Money, for sponsoring this video. And now back to it. And if we're gonna talk about my absolute #1 biggest problem with YouTube, it's that if you stream longer than 12 hours, the VOD is no longer accessible. This is my best YouTube live stream in terms of views all time. 4 million unique viewers tuned into this live stream over the course of 102 hours, and we haven't got a single extra viewer since the stream ended, as opposed to Twitch. And you can also see exactly how much money this video made. It has no ability to make a cent more. Now, I basically did the same exact stream, 100 hours straight of streaming, but I played League of Legends over on Twitch, and this is how much money the stream made. You can see it makes a lot more money on Twitch. So I had a question after.
Sorry, that wasn't very nice. When I see how much money these people are making, it makes me mad. I get viscerally angry. I get irrationally angry, bro. Do you know how much money I don't make $85,000 in a year streaming. I don't even make close to $85,000 in a year streaming. Not even close. If I could make half of that in a year, I'd be happy. That's an insane amount of money, bro. That's an insane amount of money. He made it in 5 days. And don't even get me started on Kai. Do you know how many subs Kai has? Kai has.
I was about to go get the Henny.
PK Pokemon gifted a tier 1 sub.
PK Pokemon, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Kai has 150,000 subscriptions. Subscriptions cost $6 a month. Streamers get paid 70% of it. He may have a higher 80% split. We'll say 70% of it. That's how much money Kai makes when his sub count is 150,000 per month. Per month. Just from subscriptions. I have 600 subscriptions. Same math. This is how much money I make per month on subscriptions. Now, to be fair, I'm very blessed. I'm very grateful. Right? That's my rent. My sub money goes to my rent. It pays my rent. That's it. That's all. That's all it covers. It goes from my pocket to my rent. And that's it. Thankfully, this is why I can't stream full time. I have another job to subsidize like my living, my life, essentially. My other bills, my student loan payments, my medical debt payments, my groceries, my water, my gas, my electricity, that's all paid via my other job. So, what's your other job? I work at a nonprofit.
I was about to go get the Henny.
So mediocre. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. I mean, you got a better chance of growing at this point, though. I mean, maybe we'll see. 150,000 is still insane, bro. I'm telling you right now. Give me 1K average subs, and I will be happy. That's I could quit. Okay, I won't quit. But like, if I plateau at 1K, that would make me happy. I don't need anything crazy. I don't need 80,000 people watching me. That's too many people. I don't need 50,000 people watching me. That's too many. I don't need 30,000 people watching me. That's too many people. Okay? Give me 1K and I'll be happy. That'll make me smile. Aren't you the top 1%? Dog, I am like top 0.08%. I am top 8,000 in the world. Top 1% of Twitch. Sorry, top 0.1% of Twitch. Twitch is so top heavy. Like insanely top heavy. That I am freaking top 0.1% of Twitch. Is it 5K rent expensive for LA standards? Yeah. Yeah. You could probably find cheaper somewhere. But like, yeah, if you don't want roommates, it's going to be around. You're not going to find anything less than like 2,000 at the very least. Hey, if you want to live in like a relatively okay area, like you're going to be paying a little bit more for that too. And depending on square footage, and you know what I mean, you could probably get away with maybe 1,900, but you're going to be living in like a basement somewhere. So I get annoyed when people blame all streamers as being Ludwig or Hassan. It just isn't true. It's not true. It's not. Most streamers just don't make this kind of money. Okay, viewers is the max amount of viewers before a chat log becomes a treadmill of death. And I'll be happy with that treadmill of death.
3 years of streaming on YouTube, do you make more money as a streamer?
Most of the apartments have bathrooms in the bedrooms. It's really better on roommates. Yeah.
On YouTube or Twitch. I've compiled all the data over YouTube. Do you make? You can see it makes a lot more money on Twitch. So I had a question after 3 years of streaming on YouTube. Do you make more money as a streamer on YouTube or Twitch? I've compiled all the data over the past 5 years of streaming, both on YouTube and Twitch, to figure out where I was a bigger streamer and where you make more money. Now, I'm not saying
I can lower the video audio compared to me, but like that's pretty much all you're gonna get.
This to flex. I promise I am not. I have lost millions of dollars by basically getting scammed. You can look that up if you'd like to. It is just to be transparent about the differences between the two platforms. Now, in this video, I'm not going to talk about where the money necessarily comes from. It is generally known that on Twitch, you're getting more money from like subs, Prime subs, gifted subs, things like that. And on YouTube, you're getting money from ads oftentimes after the stream.
If you are a large streamer, I would say he's not wrong. And this is my breakdown. 2/3 of your revenue on Twitch comes from subscriptions, gifted primes, or tier 1s, 2s or 3s or whatever. And 30% of your revenue on Twitch comes from ads. Right? But if you have like more viewers, you're gonna get more from ads. Oh, let's split on bits. Actually, is it 70-32? No, I get 100% of the bits. Bits are taxed up front though, so you're gonna pay more for bits than I will get. But streamers get all of it. So thank you, chat. Yeah, from my calculations, it's 30% from ads, 30% from gifteds, and 30% from like primes and tier 1s, individual subscriptions. That's about my breakdown.
Has already ended. And Charlie has a really good video that explains this, but I'm not going to go into this. I'm just going into my own personal numbers. So let's take a look at my years over on twitch.tv, where the last 2 years I went from 11,000 average viewers in 2020 and 2021.
Sharky, thank you for the gifted sub.
Tier 1 sub to Spiffy Juggins.
Much appreciated.
They have given 171 gift subs in the channel.
Huge W.
Where I had 28,000 average viewers. Now, it is worth noting 2021 as a whole, there's a little bit of an asterisk on it because that's also the year of the subathon. So the numbers are skewed higher, right? I have probably higher average viewers, higher watch time, higher revenue than I normally would have because that 1 month was so insane. And the past 3 years on YouTube, well, it's basically a slow climb down. The first year was actually quite good in 2022. I had pretty high average viewership. I had my best peak viewership ever, but the numbers slowly went down as the years went on. And the number I'm most concerned about here is actually hours streamed, because I vividly remember the feeling of not knowing what to stream on YouTube because I wouldn't know what would work. As opposed to Twitch, you can kind of just go live. It doesn't matter. You can just go live. You'll naturally.
True. You can just go live. What I do is I find links of like put in my bookmarks, of my Twitter bookmarks, and I find links on YouTube of things that I want to talk about, I want to cover, and I go from there. And sometimes something will catch my eye, like if I scroll down here and see Lovely tried to set up Pokemon with his editor, like that's interesting. 6-minute video, we could click that and watch that and talk about that for a while. And then maybe that leads to somewhere else, and somebody in chat be like, hey, did you see this thing happen? And that leads to somewhere else. You can kind of just go here to there to here to there. But again, on YouTube, the longer you stream, the more likely you are to get copyright claimed, and then you're kind of cooked.
Actually build up viewers over the course of like an hour. You'll hit your peak viewer like 90 minutes to 2 hours in. It never felt like that on YouTube. It felt like if I didn't hook people in the first...
I don't get that. I don't get my peak viewers 90 minutes to 2 hours in. My peak viewership comes like a lot later. I peak at like hour like 3 to 4. And then I'm at my peak viewership for like an hour, and then a song goes live and it just dips super low. Right? So mine is like a gradual climb up. For whatever reason.
First 15 minutes and I didn't increase their average viewer duration, this stream was never going to get promoted and it was just going to do poorly overall, which would make me feel bad. And you can see I went from streaming 2,000 hours to streaming 860, less than half in the course of 1 year. And I never came close to the streaming out.
That's fine. I used, okay, to be fair, I'll say this. I used to be mad at people who left when I was like trying to hit like partner. It was like over a year ago. I used to be like, I used to watch the number. Like you see me glancing over. I used to like always look at the number, and I could just see people leaving. And then that kind of like just like affected like me and the content as well, because I'm just like, why do I even do this? So right now I have the number turned off. So if I want to see it, I have to hover over it just to figure out where I am. I was about to have to put my hours in. Wait, y'all have hours? That's crazy. So I'm working on like he works the editors. But at this point, I've gotten over it. Like, you know, people are gonna leave. People have their favorite streamers, and so like I might not be someone's first choice of watching. But if somebody's offline, they might come to me as their second choice or whatever. And that's just how it is. That's how it's gonna be. You know.
Hours I did even in 2020, ignoring the subathon over any of those 3 years on YouTube. But as far as the revenue, let's take a look. This is the first 2 years on Twitch. Year 1, I made over $1 million on just live streaming revenue. In year 2,
okay, when did he start streaming? When did this person? When did Ludwig start streaming? I need to know. What do you mean you made $1 million year 1 on Twitch? What does year 1 even mean? What do you mean by that? Okay, you were streaming in 2018. It's like 11 people. 16, 24. And then 2019. Okay. How did he grow so insane? What was that? It's like over a year. Bro, he hit like 1K minimum in like a year and a half. And I'm at my year and a half mark, and I'm kind of washed. So, does it mean I'm cooked, chat? Am I cooked? Anyway, let's continue.
over $2 million. Now, again, worth noting, basically $1.3 million is just from the subathon alone. So it's more safe to say that I would make a little over $1 million from being a live streamer with this metrics. Now, for comparison, this is my first year on YouTube. And bear in mind, these are pretty good metrics that I had on YouTube, but I made half as much money. Now, to be clear, this is totally ignoring the addition.
He also streamed half as many hours. So that's not necessarily out of the realm of like possibility. You know what I mean? It's not crazy. But he did have higher average viewership and a higher peak viewership and roughly the same hours watched. He just streamed a lot less.
Sum of money YouTube gave me to be an exclusive live streamer. It's just the revenue I made from live streams. So we're talking members and ad revenue from the live streams. Now, interestingly enough, even though these numbers go down, the revenue number actually goes up year 2 and up again in year 3. And I think this can be mostly attributed to the fact that I am getting passive revenue from the live streams that I've made over year 1 and year 2 that add up. All right, so if I did a live stream in 2022 that still gets views in 2024, I'm getting paid for it. And in 2022, I had no live streams. There was no backlog. So I'm building up a backlog that even if I never streamed another minute on YouTube, I would still make, some amount of money in 2025, 2026, and so on. So I saw this data and I made the conclusion that I would make more money and I would probably get more viewers over time if I were to full-time stream on Twitch and leave YouTube streaming altogether. And so initially, that's what I did, which didn't exactly go over well. At first, I thought people were just complaining for the sake of complaining. Like, I know there's some advantages to YouTube streaming over Twitch streaming. Namely, like if I'm watching Tim the Tap Man, who does multi-streaming really well, you can just easily rewind his VOD on YouTube like a normal YouTube player, and on Twitch, you have to like clip a moment if you want to rewind it. If you missed a full hour, it's kind of hard to like 2x speed and catch up. There's no real way to do it. Even the VOD, which is usually available almost in sync with the stream, is like 5 minutes delayed. There's a lot of problems with the Twitch player. But I thought I was higher and mightier than the people who were criticizing me because, again, I had all this data. The data points to me being a Twitch streamer not only earns me higher revenue, but gets me more average viewers. More people get to see my live stream content. Until, however, one thing changed my mind. VODs. You see, VODs are an incredibly difficult thing to upkeep. Because if I live stream on Twitch,
it's so difficult. You have to like go into like your VOD player and export the VOD straight to your YouTube channel. It's so difficult if you don't have which is why we can just hire somebody to do it. Like he's a millionaire, like he'll be fine. Right? But like upkeeping your own VODs and exporting your own VODs, just because if you miss a VOD, your VODs are gone forever after a while. You know what I mean?
and I have a bunch of copywritten stuff, it will maybe make the VOD unavailable or unmonetized. And I'm not even
so difficult to keep up with, right? And then he was talking about copyright as well. Copyright is so bad with VODs because I start all of my streams off with music, right? And sometimes one song, 15 minutes into my stream, will like make it so it's globally blocked, and then you have to go in and use the YouTube editor to like edit the song out, or download the VOD, put it in Premiere Pro, clip it, export it, and then upload it without the music at the beginning. It is a hassle that you do kind of escape if you have, shout out to getting a subscription on YouTube. You do kind of escape if you upload your VODs or you multi-stream, your VODs get uploaded automatically. Right? Same problem with like the copyright system, but like it's already there. You don't have to worry about exporting it either.
Going to make money from that live
audio between streams. It doesn't work on YouTube. If you're using the multiple output OBS thing, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. If you have your audio split like this. Whereas my audio is split on Twitch for my Spotify, but not on YouTube. And so I would have to make YouTube my main. It's a whole thing. Don't worry about it.
Stream if I upload it to YouTube. So it would delay the live streams. And if I start live streaming a lot because I have a League of Legends challenge and I'm absolutely addicted to the game, well then those live streams are going to show up late, or worse, out of order, like I hit plat coming before clawing back into gold, which isn't the actual order of those live streams. In fact, the problem has become so bad that the market has created its own solution through fan channels. There were literally other random people in the world who would make fan channels and they would upload my content faster than I could on YouTube, right? Like I lived the content, I streamed it over on Twitch, but it wasn't available for people who don't watch Twitch. Don't have the time to watch Twitch, don't care to watch Twitch. Maybe they only have a lunch break and they could watch 20 minutes. They would watch these fan channels like PGL Ludwig.
Wait. Is Ludwig multi-streaming on YouTube just to kill the fan channel market? Man, MAGA Male strikes again. He's just killing the fan channel market because he's like, y'all are making money off of me and that money belongs to me. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's like, I'm coming back to YouTube to kill the fan channel market, bro. Get that out of here.
Okay, Ludwig clips. All right, dubbing. These fan channels are crushing over the past couple of months because I'm not doing a good job on my end of making that content available. And so that has forced me to make a switch. And after having 2 weeks of data, I think it's working. The switch is to actually start multi-streaming. I know, you were right all along. I was wrong. My plan is to stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, although I will disable YouTube chat because I just prefer to focus on one chat as opposed to two different, somewhat fractured communities. I don't have a lot of data to go off of, but I've done it for 2 weeks in the month of January, and the multi-streaming is actually going really well. I've averaged more viewers on YouTube than I have on YouTube in the previous 3 years, and that's not even counting the additional 7,000 people that are also watching on YouTube. The peak viewership's looking good. The total hours streamed is way higher so far than it was the previous 3 years. So I think I'm going to end up streaming more this year than I ever have before. And as far as the revenue goes, for the first 2 weeks of the year, it's also pretty good. Like, I'm happy with those numbers.
That's $60,000 for 2 weeks of. That's $60,000 for 2 weeks of work. That's a yearly salary. That's more than my yearly salary. If we're being weird, if we're being real. If we're being real. If he was joined 3 million, I promise you, he's leaving out like sponsorships in his YouTube ad contract. Ludwig is fine. Ludwig is alright. To be fair, no one's happy losing 3 mil, but he's okay. He's chilling. He's chilling.
Even threw down some predictions for how I think the rest of 2025 goes, and if I'm even close on any of these, it's a huge win in my book. So yes, I am leaving YouTube to mainly stream on Twitch. I like not having to schedule my streams, so I'm not late.
Yes, he's been on Twitch for like 2 weeks. He has 17,000 subscribers, bro. My max subscribers was like 1,200, 1,900. I don't remember which one it was. And that was because of 34 MKD50. So it was 1,200. And I hit that one time. We are currently sitting at 614. 614. Which again, I want to point out, it's not bad. It's not bad. Like we're sitting here at like we're currently 0.02% of all English speaking viewers. Right? 0.05% of all game viewers, of all just chatting viewers. Like, not bad. Not crazy, but not terrible. I will say November was a good month for me. November was very good. I averaged 575 viewers for the entire month. Max viewers 2470. And then the December was pretty rough, 300, and then January was even more rough. Dropped down to 289 average viewers. So I mean, it's up from like last January. Last January, I was averaging 96 viewers, right? Max of 545, right? Last December, I was averaging 102 viewers, max of 253. So to be fair, I've doubled, maybe close to tripled my viewership in a year. And if I do it again, then I can we'll be at like 1K ish, right? We'll be at like around 900 ish next year. Well, if I'm 1K by next election, I'm quitting. I'm gonna be real. That's in 4 or 2 years technically. If I'm 1K, if it takes me 2 years to hit 1K, I'm out. I'm dipping. I'm peacing out. Anyway, so let's continue with this.
Every day. I like the Twitch chat, and I like getting Twitch Prime. So I am going to be mainly streaming on Twitch, but every single stream, barring some marathon streams that I literally can't do on YouTube.
I think more people will watch in the evening. More people will not watch me in the evening. They won't. They'll watch Hassan. And so it's either I stream in the morning when people, don't or not as active, or I'm competing with Hassan, and that's not gonna work out. I'm just letting you know now. There's a reason why you don't see many political streamers streaming when Hassan is live. I guess schedule since it's EU friendly. I need more EU people in here. Maybe I need to go to TwitchCon EU next year to make some EU, get some EU fans. Introduce myself to the EU people. I give Hassan streaming and I stay here. I don't think most people just won't stay when Hassan's live. It just won't happen. Right? People, most streamers have a one-track mind. Viewers have one-track mind, right? And like, they come to Twitch. Like people, like Hassan brings people who are not currently on the platform to the platform, right? The rest of us get people who are on the platform to come to our stream, but Hassan pulls people who are not on the platform to the platform, right? They're not gonna come to the platform for Hassan and then like just not watch Hassan. It's not necessarily gonna happen, right? This is just reality. And so you can either craft an audience kind of separate from Hassan and you do your own thing, which is that has its own problems in its own right, which is oversaturated. You're gonna be a normal person, right? Like a normal streamer, or you can try to, work around with who you have. Right, I'm the only one who can swing a Hassan time block, and he's on a whole other level comp, to be honest. Yeah. Also, he's been streaming for so much longer. You know what I mean? Like, Brett started last year. I started like a year and a half ago. Like, he's been streaming for so much longer. He has a core base audience that comes to the platform to watch him, right? I think Mike could also swing a sizable audience. I think Gremlin also could probably swing an audience of some size, but it won't be their peaks, right? It just I'm sure Rhizome also loses some people to Hassan as well, but he has his core audience that will stay and watch him as well. How do you feel about a viewer fan channel starting a Shonda Black Industrial Complex? The problem with this is that there's no incentive to do it, unfortunately. There's not really an incentive to do it because I am sort of an unknown entity. Any amount of time that people spend on cutting my content and posting it elsewhere won't see a immediate boost or success like you would see for Hassan. That's why the reason why there's so many Hassan clip channels, because Hassan has a name, Hassan has a identity, and if you see, people will see Hassan clip channel and will click it because it's
just
Hassan.
Subscribed.
Right? I'm not against people using my content or clipping my content. But like that's the reason why you don't necessarily see it as large. Even for like other streamers, like Denims has her own clips industrial space, like clips channels, but even that doesn't reach like Hassan numbers because like Hassan is just so much larger than like the other streamers on the platform, right? And it's not even just like a political streaming space; it's like all streaming space. For the most part, smaller streamers aren't going to be benefited by viewers clipping their content and like going, popping off. Actually, this stream together feature wouldn't that be better to discuss all similar topics with other similar sized streamers? Yeah, I think that there's benefit there for sure, because it does bridge viewers together and makes you higher up on the discovery board. But I also understand the concept of like not necessarily wanting to like have to do that to like be successful. But for collabs, I think that would be very impactful.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
Gaming streamers kind of take advantage of that because like if you have
From the River to the C22, just
from the River to the
subscribe.
C22, thank you for the
Yay.
2-month resubscription, much appreciated. But like for like gaming channels, like if you have like 5 streamers with 10 viewers each, they have 50 viewers together, and they're gonna jump up in the directory. And so if they just play games with each other every day, they're pretty much averaging like 50 viewers as as an entity themselves, and it helps with discoverability. But I don't know how impactful that would be for like political streamers. I don't think like we like are like, yeah, let's all stream together every single day. But who knows? I think there's something there. We started a clips channel before streaming. Is there anyone people watch after a song goes offline? Brett's live. Brett's Cinemarxism. He's a late night political streamer. Like it's live and Hassan's not live. Other than that, like Frogan doesn't necessarily do like strict politics. Frogan watches Sister Wives a lot. Carter's around. Like there's a lot of friends of the show who also stream at night. But there are contingents of also Caroline as well. Will's not necessarily political, so it's not necessarily like the same concept. But there are also like late night people who are live after a song goes live. I was going to bring back weekly panels. I don't know if it'll work the same way. Because just it's a different time. I don't know how impactful doing like like Raj Royals would be in 2025. You feel me? But I don't know. There's definitely a conversation about like growth on the platform and what that means. I will say, and I'll bring it up again because I think it's so insane to me that like going live on YouTube Shorts is absolutely insane. Like 5,000 people have seen my face on their YouTube Shorts feed. Now it's not insane for like concurrent viewership or like likes, probably not even revenue, but just for discoverability, YouTube Shorts is crazy. And I that's like my secret sauce. I'm keeping to myself, secret. Don't tell anybody. I know when Civ 7 drops, that means the big ass leftist streamers world domination streams. I've never played Civilization before.
Will also be multi-streamed on this channel right here. And you can see I'm already doing it. The VODs will be instantly available, even if there's something copywritten like the stream I did yesterday where I listened to every single country's national anthem, which, trust me, every single country has copyrighted that video. Those VODs will be available instantly. As far as the VOD channel, I'm going to change it a bit. I'm not going to upload every single VOD on the VOD channel. If you want to watch a VOD, go to the live tab on this channel. The VOD channel is just going to be for maybe small pieces of a live stream. Like when I react to jet lag or, when
he's literally just, okay, that's so insane, bro. He saw that like clip channels were getting a lot of views and he was like, yo, they're getting too many views. I'm stealing their method so that they don't get any more views so that people can watch me instead. That's wild. Honestly, respect. Never trust someone in a turtleneck is crazy.
Talk about some stupid Minecraft drama that I have somehow been looped in. And Ludwin is going to continue to upload edited little bits of my live streams that I wouldn't normally upload onto my main channel. My main channel is going to stay in my main.
You just described the same thing here. You know what I mean? Like he's doing the same thing here.
Been looped in. And Ludwin is going to on the VOD channel. I'm going to change it a bit. I'm not going to upload every single VOD on the VOD channel. If you want to watch a VOD, go to the live tab on this channel. The VOD channel is just going to be for maybe small pieces of a live stream. Like
yeah, he said the VOD channel is going to be for small pieces of a live stream.
When I react to jet lag or, when I talk about some stupid Minecraft drama that I have somehow been looped in. And Ludwin is going to continue to upload edited little bits of my live streams.
He just said the same thing twice. The VOD channel is going to upload small sections of the live stream. Ludwin's going to upload little bits of the live stream. I imagine it'd be like highlights rather than clips. I mean, like if you're going to upload like 20-minute sections anyway, like it just seems like very similar content. I don't foresee him doing both of these at once, particularly. Maybe, but like it just seems like a little redundant. Maybe these are like very like a lot shorter, like 8 minutes, and that's I get that. But this is like 50 minutes. You know what I mean? Regardless, maybe I need to do this more, like an 8-minute section
that I wouldn't normally upload onto my main channel. My main channel is gonna stay my main channel. I'm uploading all the dumb shit that I think is funny, like accidentally beating League of Legends or playing some game that none of you want to play, but you're forcing me to play, like Get to Work. So that's a plan. I'm going to try multi-streaming in 2025.
I would
Is
not
it foolproof? Will I change
free labor path? But I do appreciate that. You have your own thing. You're like a super successful YouTuber and stuff. One day I will be like Path, with super successful YouTuber with super successful following and tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of subscribers, if only. One day. Must be nice. That's what I'm saying. Must be nice indeed. Must be nice indeed. I mean, you can have any access if you want it.
Something along the way? Maybe. Am I gonna 100% guaranteed not change
Oh yeah,
anything?
this is Telepathics. They are great. Was you that Path? See, Path, you got fans. Told you he was famous.
Anything about what I'm doing? No, I can't promise that, but I do think it's the best course of action based off the info I have now.
Them, Sarah. Do you not? It's literally right there. Right there. You know what? I'm not gonna yell at Sarah. Not today. Sarah, you don't get yelled at today.
And if anything changes, of course, I'll let you guys know. And I am live literally right now. So if you happen to have a Twitch Prime and you don't mind using it on your old pal Ludwig, well, I wouldn't mind either.
No.
Anyway,
don't use it on Ludwig. Use it on me. He doesn't need it. He has 17,000 freaking subscriptions. Use it on me. He doesn't need it, bro. He doesn't need it. Also, Tabby Alley Cat, thank you for the Prime 10 minutes ago. I promise you, I will not forget your Prime if you use it on me. I will acknowledge your Prime immediately.
thank you, anyone who watched my YouTube live streams over the past 3 years. Thank you to anyone who followed me over. And thank you to anyone who also didn't follow me over and yelled at me.
Don't even.
In my subreddit. You were right, and sorry it took me a little bit to get there. And I hope you guys all have a good 2025. I'm hoping to hit my goals this year, baby. Not getting scammed for sure.
Yeah, I'm saying don't sub to Lud, sub to me. Okay, you know what? I sub to Lud for enough of us, all right? Ludwig already gets my subscription or gets a tier 1 from me. So here you go. You give me your sub and I give a sub to Ludwig for all of us.
Curse of the GM.
You know what I mean? Right here, see? The community, we can embrace how to scam Lud next. Honestly, maybe does he think about maybe the fact that he deserves it? Exactly. Anyway. Is that all I wanted to cover today? Oh, we're watching the FTC Notify video.
Things that are a little bit more produced and functional on TikTok can work on YouTube, but you probably don't want to put it in a shorts format because, as I said before, shorts don't make any money. All right, number 3, whatever genre you pick, you need.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? I'm sorry. Statement of Administration Policy HR 21.
Okay, champ _____ just subscribed.
Okay, so thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Much appreciated. Thank you. Born Alive, Abortion Survivors Protection Act. The Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. So, people who like whose parents tried to get an abortion and the abortion didn't work and they were born anyway. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? I need to know. I need answers. HR 21. Executive Office of the President, Office of Management and Budget, Washington. Statement on Administration Policy. The administration has strongly The administration strongly supports HR 21, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, and applauds the House for its efforts to protect the most vulnerable and prevent infanticide. Current law fails to provide adequate protections for, including adequate requirements for the provision of medical care. And, new presidency. I was, for some reason, I was thinking Joe Biden. I was like, why would Biden support this? I was like, oh no, this is Trump's. Bit my tongue. This is Trump's White House. Current law fails to provide adequate protections, including adequate requirements for the provisions of medical care for vulnerable newborns who survive an abortion attempt. If enacted, HR 21 will require any healthcare practitioner who is present at the time of a child to be born to exercise his care to preserve the child's life and health to ensure the child is immediately transported to admitted to a hospital. The bill would also require health practitioners and hospital employees to immediately report violations of these requirements. HR 21 would establish a civil right and action to prevent criminal prosecution and penalties from being brought. Would establish a civil rights of action for and prevent criminal prosecution and penalties from being brought against the mother of such children. Okay, so they're saying that they can't be prosecuted? A baby that survives an abortion and is born alive into this world should be treated just like any other baby born alive. Okay, but killing already born babies is already illegal. Right? But I don't think that's the point. The point is not about actually stopping infanticide. It's no, chat. It's not a nothing bill, right? It's a bill to get ready for what they're going to do in the future, right? Once they change the definition of what an alive baby is to a fetus in the womb is technically an alive baby, then it will be illegal for you to get an abortion at all. Right now, this doesn't change anything currently, right? It's already legislating something that's already illegal, right? But in the future, once they change the definition of what an alive baby is, this legislation would retroactively apply to that, right? And now they're just legislating away abortions in that regard. This bill does not do that. This bill gets ready for that to occur in the future. That's what they're doing, right? So this is what the Republicans do. They introduce legislation that are like, oh well, why would you be against this? This is just stopping infanticide, right? Do you want to kill already born babies? And obviously the Democrats are gonna be like, no, of course not. That's why we agree with this, or whatever. So that in the future that they can then use this as a justification to, legislate away abortion federally, right? Statewide, it's already done in certain states, but this is going to federally do away with abortions. So you're saying it's a strategy to make abortions on healthy fetuses illegal? Yes. Yes. they're going to classify fetuses as, like, as it says here, as like babies, right? Or abortion survivors, and legislating away abortion entirely. Can find any reliable sources on statistics, the number of abortion survivors? Yeah, because it's not a thing, right? If a baby is born, it's given medical care. It's legislating something that does not exist. If a baby is born in this country, it is given medical care by a medical practitioner. It just is. There's not a single situation where a baby is born and a medical practitioner lets the baby like die or whatever, right? Unless you believe like that a fetus is a baby and that an abortion is killing a live baby, which they do. Doctors have to make a decision when they have to choose to save one patient or another. Conjoined twins, even years old, have complications. Even the mildest pregnancy is a risk of life of the person who is pregnant, and it's already happening with the fetus without forming a head. Is protected more than the life of the mom. This is going to be this is going to make it worse. But yeah, so like again, we all are like, wow, what is going on with this? Like I saw this Grimo's tweet. I saw this part. I'm just like, that's kind of insane. Like that's kind of, the language is insane, but not even just that the language is insane. It's the fact that the actual, wording in the legislation itself sets the stage for things happening in the future. You know what I mean? How does this handle anger abortion surviving babies? Well, the baby is born, it's transported to a hospital, it's cared for, the parent is deported, and then when the baby is old enough to walk, then it is also deported too. That's what they're going to say. That's what they're setting up with already arresting women with miscarriages, but of course this will make it much worse on a national level. Yes, this takes it away from legislating like miscarriages and abortions in red states to making it a national thing, right? It gives the federal government the power to, put scrutiny on women who have miscarriages, or even just have abortions, just in general, and sets the stage for future legislation. It's pretty insane. It's pretty insane. This is what the ACLU had to say. Wow, okay, you can just put the text here. You don't have to put the actual. On behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union (ACLU), we urge you to vote no on the on S6 HR 21, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. This bill is a deliberately misleading anti-abortion bill that would target abortion providers and interfere with the safe and essential healthcare. S6 and HR 21 would alter the Born Alive Infant Protection Act, a law passed in 2002, with the bipartisan support which made the change to the U.S.'s code to definitions of individual person, human being, and child that was not intended to alter medical practices and restrict abortion. S6 and HR 21 would go much further than existing law, inappropriately inserting politicians into the practice of medicine and is aimed directly at providing safe, legal abortions. The bill imposed a rigid set of requirements onto healthcare providers that entirely disregard providers' professional training, judgment, as well as the patient's preference and established medical standards. Such political intrusion is inappropriate and harmful. One provision is so vaguely worded that it is unclear what it actually requires of providers, and yet the requirements are coupled with the threat of serious criminal penalties, including 5 years in prison for those who do not comply. So-called born-again bills like S6 HR 21 make up a problem that does not exist. Yes, doctors already are required to provide adequate medical care by law and to follow ethical guidelines. The real aim of the bills are clear: to target abortion providers for applying harsh penalties and uncertain standards, to cut off access to necessary care, and to distort public perception of compassionate abortion care by suggesting that doctors do not provide high-quality care to their patients. This misrepresentation is nothing more than an attempt to intimidate patients and scare away those who are seeking safe and essential health care. With these bills, the politicians are threatening the patient's ability to decide what type of compassionate care is best for their family and their faith, as we would allow them to do at any point in the child's life. if this bill has become law, doctors will be forced to ignore their best medical judgment and administer futile treatment against the wishes of family under the threat of criminal or civil litigation. And it would cause additional pain and suffering to families whose infants have severe health conditions and are only hours or days left to live. S6 HR 21 would substitute a physician's best judgment with that of the politicians, interfering with the physician's ability to provide appropriate, compassionate, and evidence-based care. It must be rejected. This was like 4 days ago. Jeez Louise. This is like day 4 of freaking a Trump presidency, and it's already insane. Oh yeah, this is one I saw as well. People were saying that like we're saying that where's it at? Okay, this is entirely too long for me to read. There's a tweet about this. I'll try to see if I can kind of find it as well. Sorry, this is like off topic what we're doing and talking about. Jeez Louise. Oh, where's my calendar at? I have a meeting today at some point. Oh, it's in a little bit. Anti-big government overreach, or people demonstrating the exact opposite of what they bitch about. I mean, yeah, that's how it is. That is just how it is. I do have to call it though, because I do have work to get to. But thank you all for watching. I will end TikTok stream. Goodbye TikTok and bye YouTube.